Today, the troupe was scheduled to perform in two different places. After the morning performance, everyone ate some dry food in the classroom and then boarded the bus to the next location. 20 minutes later, they arrived. The local village leaders arranged a large warehouse for their rest. They would be performing in rural areas for a week, visiting at least 10 villages. Before leaving, everyone brought their blankets, clothes, and toiletries. The village leaders had already cleaned the warehouse thoroughly before their arrival. On the left side, there were a few tables and chairs for resting, and on the right side, there was space to lay out mats and sleep. However, nowadays, it's not very appropriate for men and women to sleep in the same room. Since there are fewer male performers than females, the men would stay at nearby villagers' homes. After everyone finished makeup and tidied up, they took a short nap. They needed to rest well because they had another performance later. In the evening, the troupe performed again. This time, many people came to watch, filling the entire wheat-sunning yard with a large crowd. Thanks to the experience from the morning, the new members were less nervous and performed very well. After the show, Director Wei and Deputy Director Sun held a small meeting in the warehouse. Director Wei looked pleased and said, "Today is our first day performing in the countryside. Everyone did a good job. Thank you all," he continued. "We will go to more places, including one remote and difficult area. The conditions there will be basic and the terrain tough, probably worse than here. Please try to adapt. Our county's cultural troupe exists to celebrate and praise hardworking people. They should be able to express their passion and energy for the country. So, each of your performances is very important. I hope everyone keeps up the good work and continues to improve." Okay, everyone cheered and clapped. Deputy Director Sun stepped forward and said, "Although today's performance went smoothly, I need to point out a few small issues. Teacher Chen, one member of your dance team made a mistake with the rhythm while dancing. He still needs more practice." Teacher Chen looked a bit surprised but nodded. "Okay, I understand." Deputy Director Sun continued, "And about Teacher Wu's team, there are only 4 people in your singing group, but everyone performed very well this time. However, one new member seemed a little nervous. She didn't sing freely today, so you should talk to her and encourage her." When she heard this, Zhou Xiaofang's face turned pale. Although Deputy Director Sun didn't say her name directly, she knew he was talking about her. Today was her first time performing on stage, and she was very nervous. She overheard Miao Jiao Jiao's words, but still couldn't relax. She looked at Meng Baobao beside her with pursed lips. Seeing her confused expression, she suddenly felt inexplicably annoyed. She had worked so hard. Why couldn't she compare to someone so innocent and naive? "Okay, Deputy Director Sun," Teacher Wu responded calmly. "This is a common experience for all newcomers. Just perform more times, and it will get better." As a teacher, she wouldn't put too much pressure on her students. At the end of the meeting, Deputy Director Sun especially praised Miao Jiao Jiao. Today, Miao Jiao Jiao performed wonderfully on her first stage appearance. Other new members should learn from her. Hearing this, Lu Xian pouted and felt a bit resentful. When she goes back, she will practice even harder and definitely surpass Miao Jiao Jiao. After the meeting, everyone quickly started to heat water and wash up. Teacher Wu noticed Zhou Xiaofang looked upset, so she took her aside to comfort her. After the teacher left, senior member Zhang Teng came over to console her. "Xiaofang, it's okay. When I first joined the group and performed on stage, I was so nervous I even sang the wrong lyrics. It was much worse than you. Thank you, Senior Zhang Teng. I'm feeling better now." Zhou Xiaofang finally showed a slight smile. Zhang Teng smiled gently. "That's right. Just practice more, and you'll get better. Don't be afraid. Yes, I understand." Zhou Xiaofang felt a warm feeling inside and secretly glanced at him. The man in front of me has a tall, handsome figure and a gentle face. He sings well and is very kind. If it weren't for rumors in the group about him dating Sister Xiao, I might think she. Just as I was thinking this, a weak voice interrupted nearby. "Brother Teng, I asked you to help me get hot water. Please bring it quickly." Xiao Xiao sat on a chair nearby, looking a bit pale. Yesterday, she had her period and still felt a little unwell, so she asked Zhang Ting to help by boiling water for her to soak her feet. Hearing this, Zhang Ting forced a faint smile and turned around. Okay, I'll go right now. A little while later, he returned with a basin of hot water. Xiao Xiao took off her shoes and socks, dipped her feet in, and softly said, "Thank you, no problem." Zhang Ting looked at her kindly and said, "Don't be so polite with me." Zhou Xiaofang stood behind, unable to hide her disapproval. She thought, Sister Xiao is too bossy, asking brother Zhang Ting to help with foot soaking? Back in her hometown, only women did such small chores. How could a grown man do that? The more she thought about it, the more she felt Zhang Ting didn't deserve it. At this moment, Miao Jiao Jiao and Meng Baobao came inside. They approached Xiao Xiao, and Meng Baobao handed her a glass bottle, saying, "Sister Xiao, Jiao Jiao and I went to borrow an empty bottle from the village chief's house. We filled it with hot water. Hold it on your stomach to keep warm. It should help reduce the pain." "Thank you." Xiao Xiao smiled as she took the bottle and placed it on her stomach, feeling much better immediately. Her eyes lit up. "It's so warm. Thank you so much." "You're welcome." Miao Jiao Jiao and Meng Baobao chatted with her for a few more moments before leaving to wash up. That night, except for a few people, everyone else slept peacefully. In the next few days, the cultural troupe performed in several more towns. Amid the enthusiastic calls from villagers, everyone worked harder and more seriously, earning loud cheers each time. On the 5th day, they packed up and took the bus to the next performance location. This place was the same as before, remote and with difficult terrain, as Director Wei had mentioned. The bus driver drove along the rugged mountain road for a full 4 hours before reaching a slightly open flat area. Director Wei stood up and told everyone, "Get off the bus. Remember to bring all your luggage." Then, everyone helped each other tie their bags and blankets onto their backs. "We still have a bit more walking ahead." Someone who gets carsick groaned. "Director Wei, are we there yet? How much farther do we have to go?" Director Wei pointed to a cliff not far ahead and said, "Not far. Just over there." Meng Baobao looked around and asked confusedly, "Director Wei, I don't see any villagers' houses nearby. Why are we going to the cliff?" Director Wei smiled and said, "Let's go. We'll talk more when we arrive." After tying up their luggage, the group walked for about 5 minutes and reached the bottom of the cliff. As they got closer, everyone saw that on the steep side of the cliff, wooden ladders were tied with iron cables. Miao Jiao Jiao's eyelids twitched. Suddenly, she had a bad feeling in her heart. Everywhere was lush green trees and jungle. From the nearby forest, cheerful bird calls could be heard. A gentle breeze was blowing softly. It all looked peaceful and beautiful, but all the members of the art troupe had no time to enjoy the scenery. Looking at the towering ladder that seemed to reach the clouds, many felt nervous and uneasy. The person who was carsick earlier couldn't hold back and asked, "Director Wei, do you really mean for us to climb this ladder?" Director Wei smiled happily. "Yes, Comrade Xiaowang, you're quite clever." As soon as he said that, everyone started to complain loudly. "Oh my, I'm afraid of heights. I can't even look at that thing. How can I climb it?" "Me too. If I slip and fall, that would be terrible." "Ugh, don't say that. Just thinking about it makes me cold all over. Ugh, I don't want to climb." "I'm so scared." Except for Director Wei and Deputy Director Sun, even some teachers looked a bit stiff. They had been with the county art troupe for many years, but had never performed in such a remote and dangerous place. Deputy Director Sun looked serious and said loudly, "Everyone be quiet. Let me say a few words. I know everyone is worried about danger and hesitant to climb the ladder, but the places for the rural performances are arranged by the local leaders. Since they made this decision, it means it's not as dangerous as everyone thinks. As long as we stay brave and climb quickly, we will be at the top in no time." Director Wei nodded and said, "Yes, even I, being older, am not afraid. You young comrades shouldn't be worse than us." Just then, an old man in ragged clothes, thin and weak, with a face covered in dirt and yellowish skin, climbed down from the ladder. When he saw everyone dressed in military green uniforms, his eyes lit up. He asked carefully, "Are you from the art troupe?" Director Wei smiled and stepped forward. "Hello, sir. and the leader of Yunshan County Art Troupe. We received orders from above to come here for a performance. Oh, hello, leader. The old man's face broke into a big smile. He sighed happily. It took me several trips to the county seat to get permission for you to perform. It wasn't easy. Deputy Director's son asked, Are you the village chief of Shantao Village? Yes, that's right. Welcome, everyone. Welcome. The old village chief took out a bundle of rope from his back and said, This is your first time climbing the ladder, right? I'll go up first and tie the rope to a big tree at the top. When you climb, hold onto the rope and go slowly. As long as you don't look down, you won't be afraid. Hearing this, everyone felt relieved. Having a rope to hold onto made them feel a little safer. Meng Baobao was brave and had been eager to try for a while. Let me go first. I'm not afraid. Director Wei smiled warmly and praised. You must be Meng Baobao, right? Good job, young comrade. Deputy Director's son also nodded with a smile. Indeed, a woman's strength is impressive. Even the female comrades are willing to try. What about you, men? Hearing this, many of the boys looked embarrassed. New member Chen Jiaolian quickly raised his hand. I'll go second. I'm flexible and loved climbing trees since I was a kid. Director Wei gave a thumbs up. Look at you, so slim and agile, just like a monkey. Nice. Everyone burst into laughter, and the atmosphere became much more relaxed. Soon, the old village chief went up first. After about 20 minutes, a thick rope was thrown down from above. Jiao Jiao, I'm going now. Meng Baobao excitedly ran up, grabbing the wooden ladder and starting to climb. Be careful, Miao Jiao Jiao warned from below. Chen quickly followed behind. With someone leading, others also gained courage. Gradually, everyone lined up and started climbing the ladder. After half of the group had gone up, Teacher Wang Rong noticed that Miao Jiao Jiao hadn't gone yet and asked, Jiao Jiao, why haven't you gone? Miao Jiao Jiao shook her head. Teacher, you all haven't gone yet. You go first, I'll go last. Hearing this, Teacher Wang Rong felt warm inside. She knew Jiao Jiao was worried about them. Are you sure you want to go last? Miao Jiao Jiao nodded. Yes, it's fine. I practice martial arts, so climbing the ladder isn't hard. Waiting a bit longer is okay. Teacher Wang Rong looked at her with a pleased expression. All right, I'll tell Director Wei and the others. After she spoke with Director Wei and the others, everyone looked satisfied. This girl is really something, Director Wei said to Wang Rong. Teacher Wang, both Meng Baobao and Jiao Jiao were recruited by you. One is brave and straightforward. The other is careful and considerate of others. Both are new, but they didn't get nervous on stage. You really have good eyes. You found 2 excellent members for our county art troupe. I'll remember that. We'll see at the end of the year. The county art troupe plans to select outstanding teachers at the end of the year, and Director Wei's words implied that Wang Rong was likely to be chosen. Thank you, Director Wei. That's what I should do, Wang Rong replied with a smile. Seeing the envy in other teachers' eyes, she felt truly happy. Last January, a mistake made by her proud student had been a sore spot for her and a joke among some people. This time, she finally turned things around. Teacher Chen, standing nearby, sneered softly and muttered, Humph, what's there to be proud of? Then she turned to Liu Xian and whispered, Xiao Xian, you have to help me make a good impression. Don't let others outshine me. Liu Xian, full of determination, replied, Yes, Auntie. I will. Next, the remaining people climbed up one by one, and everyone reached the top smoothly. Miao Jiao Jiao was the last to go. Since the rope needed to be pulled up, she tied it around herself, grabbed the wooden ladder, and started climbing hard. Most others took about half an hour to slowly reach the top, but she did it in less than 20 minutes. At the top, Meng Baobao saw her and happily jumped over. Jiao Jiao, you finally made it. Xiao Xiao smiled and said, Let's go. I'll take you to get something to eat. This girl kept waiting for you and refused to go back for lunch. I've told her several times. Miao Jiao Jiao nodded happily. Okay, let's go. The 3 of them walked forward for about 10 minutes and saw a row of small stone houses not far away. Under a big tree, a few old ladies in worn-out coats sat. When they saw the group approaching, the old women stood up trembling slightly. excited and respectful. "Comrades of the People's Liberation Army, hello, hello," Xiao Xiao saluted. Miao Jiao Jiao and Meng Bao Bao were a bit confused but still followed suit. After walking for a while, Xiao Xiao explained, "When we followed the old village chief here earlier, we also met these old ladies. They saw us in military uniforms and thought we were soldiers. They were so happy and immediately came over to greet us warmly." "Oh," Meng Baobao nodded, a little puzzled. "But now many people wear military uniforms even if they're not soldiers, so why?" Xiao Xiao said, "The old village chief said that these people came here many years ago fleeing from war. They originally formed 2 villages. Later, a famine caused many deaths, and over time, they merged into one village. The elderly people, due to mobility issues or other reasons, hadn't gone out for at least 10 years. They didn't know what was happening outside." "No wonder," Meng Baobao said, feeling a bit sad. "I always wondered why their clothes looked like that. Yes, these people are very pitiful," Xiao Xiao sighed. Miao Jiao Jiao pursed her lips. "These poor people in the mountains are not just struggling in the 1970s. Even in later years, many still face hardships. Fortunately, after a few years of reform and opening up, the country became stronger and the economy grew quickly. Soon, all the people in China will be able to eat enough food and wear the clothes they like." After walking a little further, 4 or 5 dirty children ran toward them, tears and snot on their faces. Their dark faces showed big, innocent eyes, and they looked at Miao Jiao Jiao and others shyly, biting their fingers. One brave little boy said, "Sisters, you look so nice." Then he stared eagerly at them. "That little rascal is back." Xiao Xiao smiled and said to Miao Jiao Jiao and Meng Bao Bao, "Earlier, when we passed by here, Director Wei took some hard candies from his pocket and gave them to the children. They probably never had candy before and didn't know how to eat it. They just bit the wrapper and put the candy in their mouths. I had to teach them how to peel the wrapper first. When we were about to leave, these children kindly and smartly led us on. I thought that little boy was well behaved, so I secretly gave him a candy. I didn't expect him to bring others over now," Xiao Xiao continued, "but I don't have any more candy now. That one was saved for me. A few days ago, she was feeling unwell, and Zhang Tung somehow got her 2 big white rabbit milk candies. Although her family is well off, these candies didn't mean much to her. But since Zhang Tung gave them to her, she felt happy inside. She only ate one and kept the other for later, but today, she unexpectedly gave it away." Hearing this, Meng Bao Bao quickly looked in her pocket. After a while, she looked worried and said, "Oh, I forgot. I haven't had candy in my pocket for a long time. Since joining the county art troupe, Teacher Wu specifically told her, although singing doesn't require strict body management like dancing, it's best to watch your image, especially since you'll be performing on stage often." So, in the month since she joined the troupe, Meng Bao Bao has gradually stopped eating candy and paid more attention to her diet. Besides running every morning, she also runs and practices breathing exercises with Miao Jiao Jiao on the playground at night. Over time, she has lost about 10 pounds and now weighs around 105 pounds. Miao Jiao Jiao pretended to search in her pocket but actually took out 4 or 5 hard candies from her space. She offered the candies to the little boy who had just spoken, softly saying, "Thank you for your compliment, but this is all we have. You can share with the others." The boy's eyes lit up with happiness as he happily took the candies and politely said, "Thank you, pretty sister." Miao Jiao Jiao raised an eyebrow, surprised that the boy's words were so sweet. He took the candies and turned around, handing them out to the other children one by one, while saying, "Before, you weren't here, but now everyone has some. Don't cry anymore. Teacher Xiaoyan said we should all be good and not cry." Okay. The other children wiped their noses with their sleeves and happily said, "We won't cry anymore." Seeing this, Miao Jiao Jiao and the others looked at each other in surprise. Everyone thought the boy came over because he wanted to eat candy, but they didn't expect that was the real reason. The boy said, "Hurry up and thank sister." "Thank you, sister." The children with runny noses cheerfully said, then shyly ran away. After they left, Xiao Xiao sighed. "I didn't expect children living deep in the mountains to be so sensible." The 3 of them went to the stone house arranged by the old village chief. Because there were many people, the women stayed in 2 stone houses and the men in 1. Whenever they arrived somewhere, the logistics staff of the art troupe would prepare dry food in advance. Considering everyone's tough conditions these days, it wouldn't be right to ask others to share their rations. Here, I made some hot water for you. You can soak the biscuits in the bowl. It tastes pretty good. Xiao Xiao first handed them some large biscuits, then brought over 2 bowls of hot water. Thank you, Sister Xiao, Miao Jiao Jiao and Meng Bao Bao said gratefully. No problem, Xiao Xiao smiled and waved her hand. After finishing their meal, everyone prepared to rest for a while because they had a performance tonight. Miao Jiao Jiao couldn't sleep and went for a walk. Passing by a villager's house, she met someone familiar, Teacher Wang Rong. The other person was coming out of the house, wiping tears from her eyes, with red eyes, and she saw Miao Jiao Jiao clearly. Miao Jiao Jiao stepped forward to show concern and asked, Teacher Wang, what is going on? Teacher Wang Rong sighed a few times and said, Let's go. I'll tell you later. On the way, Teacher Wang Rong slowly said, I told you before that I once had a talented student. She was dismissed for some reason. Do you remember? Miao Jiao Jiao replied, Yes, I remember. Teacher Wang Rong sighed and said, I didn't expect that in less than 4 months she would get married. A hint of surprise flashed in Miao Jiao Jiao's eyes. So, what you just said was, Teacher Wang Rong lamented, she had a bright future ahead, with a chance to shine in a better art troupe and become a city person someday. I never thought she would marry into such a poor place. When I saw her just now, I couldn't believe it. She looked much thinner, and her face was pale. Seeing her like that, I felt really sad. That evening, the art troupe's performance was lively and cheerful. In recent years, many young and middle-aged people from Shantao village had joined the army, leaving only the elderly and children at home. They rarely went out and found everything new and interesting. When they watched the art troupe perform, everyone, young and old, clapped and cheered happily, making the atmosphere quite joyful. After Miao Jiao Jiao finished dancing with the group and stepped off stage, she saw Teacher Wang Rong talking to a thin figure in the corner. Curious, she took a few steps forward and saw a young face. The person wore a faded, patched navy blue jacket. They looked thin, with a dull yellow complexion. Their features were quite pretty, but they appeared too thin and dark, looking a bit tired. Despite that, their eyes were clear and bright, and a constant smile played on their lips. It was obvious they were in good spirits. Miao Jiao Jiao silently thought, this must be the student teacher Wang Rong mentioned, Lin Xiaoyun. Just as she was about to leave, Teacher Wang Rong noticed her. Jiao Jiao, come here for a moment. Miao Jiao Jiao paused briefly, and then walked over. Teacher Wang, what is it? Teacher Wang Rong smiled and said, Let me introduce you. This is Lin Xiaoyun, your former senior. She was just watching your performance from below and really wants to meet you. Lin Xiaoyun confidently extended her hand and said, Hello, comrade Miao Jiao Jiao, nice to meet you. Miao Jiao Jiao smiled gently as she shook her hand and replied, I'm also happy to meet you, Sister Lin. Hearing this familiar title, a quick flash of sadness appeared in Lin Xiaoyun's eyes, but she quickly smiled and said, Teacher Wang told me you just started practicing dance recently. You dance very well. Miao Jiao Jiao responded, Thank you. Teacher Wang also said you're very good. Lin Xiaoyun's eyes darkened. It's a pity I will never have the chance to dance again. Teacher Wang Rong sighed and said, I knew about that incident a long time ago, but it was already too late. Can you tell me more about it? In January, news spread in the arts troupe that Xiaoyan had been involved with a married man. The leaders gave Xiaoyan a chance to explain. She said she was from the same hometown as the man and had only seen him a few times on the street, exchanging greetings. That day, she happened to be out in the rain and got soaked. When the man saw her, he invited her to his house to warm up. Xiaoyan refused, thinking it was not proper to go to someone's house so suddenly. But the man insisted kindly, pulling her toward his home. During the struggle, his wife happened to come back and saw them. She then went to the county arts troupe to cause trouble, which led to the subsequent events. Hearing this, the troupe leaders immediately called the involved parties to explain. However, the man's wife insisted that Xiaoyan was seducing her husband. At first, the man was hesitant and refused to speak, but eventually he said that Xiaoyan had actively seduced him and that he hadn't done anything wrong. At that moment, Lin Xiaoyan felt completely helpless. Teacher Wang was busy creating a new New Year's dance for the troupe and had gone to the city for 2 days. By the time she returned, the situation had escalated beyond control. Although there was no concrete proof that Xiaoyan did anything wrong, the incident caused such a big fuss that it affected her reputation. She was ultimately expelled from the troupe. Now, hearing Teacher Wang ask, Lin Xiaoyan looked bitter as she explained the situation again, then sighed and said, "Everything I said before is true. I don't understand why he would lie." Hearing this, Teacher Wang nodded and said, "I understand. I believe you." After all, Lin Xiaoyan was her student for 2 years, so she knew her personality well. Unfortunately, she didn't have time to verify the matter at that moment. Now, so much time has passed, she can't help her clear her name anymore. "I'm sorry." She didn't know what else to say, her throat tight with emotion. Lin Xiaoyan's eyes were slightly red, and she shook her head, saying, "It's okay, Teacher Wang. It's not your fault. I'm doing quite well now." After that incident, everyone in the village knew she had been dismissed, which made her parents feel ashamed in the village. Coincidentally, her aunt introduced her to a soldier, who is now her partner. Although his family is poor and they live in a remote village on a steep cliff, Shantao Village, making it hard to go out, he treats her very well. Every month, he sends her money and letters. The elders and children in Shantao Village are simple and honest, and no one knows her past situation. Besides working in the fields during the day, she also makes time at night to teach the village children to read and write. The villagers are very grateful for this. Whenever they have delicious food, they think of sharing some with her. After a few months, she has grown fond of this place. "Although I can't dance anymore, I can teach the children in the village what I learned at school, and I think that's enough." Listening to her words, Miao Jiao Jiao felt deeply touched. When the children asked for candies earlier, their polite manners probably came from her teaching. Lin Xiaoyan used to have a life in a performing arts troupe that many people envied. She is kind and optimistic by nature. Even after being falsely accused and losing her job, she didn't become discouraged. Instead, she found a more meaningful path forward. People like her can always rise from adversity, no matter where they are. Miao Jiao Jiao said, "Xiaoyan and I happen to have some extra notebooks and pencils. If you don't mind, I can send them to you later." She has plenty of supplies in her space, so it's a good time to send some to her. She truly admires people like Lin Xiaoyan. Since she has the ability, she should help when she can. Hearing this, Lin Xiaoyan smiled and said, "How could I refuse? I'd be happy to. Thank you so much." Wang Rong took 5 yuan out of her pocket and handed it to her. "This time I didn't bring much money when I went out. Please take this. Buy some good food for yourself and the children to help restore your health. You look so thin." "Teacher Wang, I can't accept this money," Lin Xiaoyan quickly refused. "When I left the art troupe before, you also gave me money. I feel embarrassed to ask you again." "Just take it," Wang Rong said firmly, with a stern face. "If you still consider me your teacher, then keep it. Buy some food to nourish yourself. Don't let yourself get too weak." Lin Xiaoyan wiped her tears, feeling touched. "Thank you, teacher. I will do my best not to let you down and to become someone useful to our country." All right. Wang Rong suddenly started to cry. Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. After the performance, Wang Rong went to talk with 2 leaders of the art troupe for a while. When she came out, the 2 leaders held a meeting with several teachers. Meng Baobao watched curiously. "Hey, why are the leaders still having a meeting so late?" Xiao Xiao shook her head. "I don't know. Maybe they're discussing something." Other members also whispered among themselves. Miao Jiao Jiao stayed silent. She knew very well what Teacher Wang was planning. After about 20 minutes, Wang Rong came out with a happy face. Director Wei called everyone over. "Quiet, please. Teacher Wang has something to say." Wang Rong slowly spoke. "It's like this, I had a student. The reason Lin Xiaoyan was expelled so quickly back then was mainly because the leaders were worried about the impact on the art troupe. Although a lot of time has passed, Wang Rong still wanted to help her get some justice. After all, a girl's reputation was very important in this era. Of course, Wang Rong understood that she couldn't blame the leaders too hastily or ask for too much to avoid backfire. So, she first explained the true facts of what Lin Xiaoyan had said and told them about her current situation and thoughts. Hearing what teacher Wang said, the two leaders felt a slight tremor in their hearts. How could such a kind, innocent girl, who only wanted to help others, do something so tempting? Initially, there was no solid evidence. Thinking of this, Director Wei and Deputy Director Sun both felt a bit guilty. Seeing this, Teacher Wang shared her thoughts. First, she suggested visiting Lin Xiaoyan's home to see her parents and to clarify that the incident was a misunderstanding. Second, she proposed explaining the situation to all members so everyone would be more careful in the future. Third, she hoped the art troupe could offer some compensation, as the incident had caused great harm to Lin Xiaoyan. After considering her suggestions, the two leaders agreed and then held a meeting with other teachers to explain the situation. During the explanation, she quickly described the incident involving Lin Xiaoyan. Then she said, "This was just a misunderstanding. The two people involved were probably afraid of taking responsibility and spoke carelessly, but they left a lasting shadow on Lin Xiaoyan. So, I suggest everyone be more careful about interactions between men and women to avoid false accusations." Also, Director Wei and Deputy Director Sun feel very sorry for Lin Xiaoyan's situation, so they decided to give her 5 large Unity vouchers as compensation. On behalf of Lin Xiaoyan, I thank the two leaders. Hearing this, several teachers clapped first, and the others joined in enthusiastically. After the meeting, Wang Rong went to find Lin Xiaoyan and told her the outcome. That night, Meng Baobao and Miao Jiao shared a bed. She whispered to Jiao Jiao, I feel so sorry for Lin Xiaoyan. If I were in her place and suffered such an injustice, I would cause a big fuss. Miao Jiao raised an eyebrow and smiled. Weren't you also tricked when you were in Beijing? Why didn't you make a scene then? Meng Baobao pouted and said sadly, I was nervous at the time and I was afraid I couldn't explain myself clearly. Miao Jiao said, that's just how some people are. Even if they haven't done anything wrong, they might be falsely accused and start to doubt themselves, which makes them scared and guilty. Xiaoyan's family is poor and has no one to support her. When she was wrongly accused, she couldn't defend herself or cause trouble. What Teacher Wang did today is already the best possible outcome. Since so much time has passed, those two people probably won't admit anything, and there's no point blaming the leaders.
Okay.
Just thinking about it makes me feel upset, Meng Baobao said quietly. Then she asked curiously, if I were in that situation, Jiao, what would you do? Miao Jiao gave a cold smile and raised an eyebrow. If it were you, I would just take a kitchen knife and deal with that person. Anyone who bullies her sister doesn't deserve to live. Jiao, you're still the best to me, Meng Baobao said, hugging her arm and acting cute. Being with you really makes me feel safe. I realize I can't live without you more and more. I wish we could stay together forever, she sighed. Miao Jiao chuckled and said, don't say that. I don't have those kinds of hobbies. I have a boyfriend. Meng Baobao snorted. Jiao, are you starting to dislike me? Miao Jiao pinched her little face. All right, I'm just joking. Time to sleep now. We have to get up early tomorrow to go to the next village. 2 days later, at noon, at the Yunshan County Art Troupe, Meng Baobao staggered off the bus, rubbing her eyes and yawning. Wow, I'm so tired. These past few days have been really busy. Xiao smiled nearby. This rural performance trip was tiring, but that's not all. Later this year, we'll have to perform for over a month, so it'll be even more exhausting. Wow, that sounds tough, Meng Baobao said with a sad face, sighing. We'll be really busy then. Miao Jiao patted her shoulder. Come on, Baobao. Let's go eat first. It's been so many days since we came back. The cafeteria lady will have cooked something delicious. Oh, yeah, Meng Baobao perked up and grabbed Miao Jiao, running off. Let's go. Hurry up, Xiao watched them and laughed loudly from behind. At a hidden corner of the art troupe's wall, Zhou Xiaofang shyly looked at the person in front of her and asked, Senior Zhang Teng, what did you want to see me about? Zhang Teng smiled as he took 5 white rabbit candies out of his pocket and held them out to Zhou Xiaofang. Xiaofang, here. The candies you lent me some time ago. I'm giving them back. No need, Senior Zhang Teng. You don't have to be so polite. Zhou Xiaofang quickly waved her hands. When she saw 5 white rabbit candies in his hand, her heart stirred slightly, though her face stayed calm. She clearly remembered giving him only 2 candies, so why was he returning 5? Those 2 candies had taken her a long time to save. When she saw senior sister Xiao Xiao feeling unwell, she suddenly had an idea and gave the candies to Zhang Teng instead. She wasn't sure why she didn't give them directly to Xiao Xiao. She just felt more at ease doing it this way. Now, seeing Zhang Teng return the candies, and even more than she had given, made Zhou Xiaofang's heart feel a little sweet. Did this mean he might like her a little? Zhou Xiaofang bit her lip, about to say something, when a clear voice came from ahead. Teng, there you are. I've been looking for you. It was Xiao Xiao, who had come after finishing her meal. I'll go now. The candies are yours, Zhang Teng said, his eyes a bit uneasy. He gently placed the candies in her hand and whispered, Don't make a sound. Wait until we leave, then come out, okay? Nothing had happened between them, but he didn't want Xiao Xiao to see him alone with Zhou Xiaofang. It would only lead to questions. Okay, I will. Don't worry, Zhou Xiaofang replied softly, nodding like a well-behaved little rabbit. Seeing this, Zhang Teng's expression softened. He nodded to her and walked out. I felt a bit dizzy from the ride earlier, so I walked around nearby. Have you eaten yet? I ate with Meng Baobao and the others. Are you feeling better now? If not, I can get you some food. I'm better now, thank you. I'll go to the cafeteria myself. Alright, I'm free anyway. I'll go with you. Watching the 2 figures slowly walk away, Zhou Xiaofang's eyes dimmed, and a trace of frustration crossed her face. After seeing how hard everyone had worked performing in the countryside, the troupe gave them a day and a half off. After lunch, Miao Jiaojiao and Meng Baobao quickly took quick showers and fell asleep right away. It wasn't until after 5 in the evening that Miao Jiaojiao slowly woke up. Jiaojiao, you're awake. The younger bedmate, Meng Baby, heard the noise and poked her adorable head out, smiling happily. Let's go wash up and head to the cafeteria for lunch. The lunch lady promised to save me 2 chicken legs, 1 for each of us. Miao Jiaojiao raised her eyebrows and smiled. Let's go. After finishing their meal, Miao Jiaojiao said she needed to go out for a bit, and Meng Baby didn't ask any questions. When they reached a quiet alley, she took out a bunch of notebooks, white paper, and pencils from her space. She also carefully selected some small snacks suitable for this time period. After packing everything, she sent the items to Lin Xiaoyan in the mountains by mail. Just then, the package Han Lingji had sent also arrived. She picked up the package and quickly returned to the art troupe. Back home, she sat on Meng Baby's bed and started opening the package, while Meng Baby watched curiously the whole time. Wow, it's from Lao Fuji's bakery. Meng Baby's eyes widened in surprise. It has fancy designs too. It smells so good. Miao Jiaojiao smiled and glanced at her, then took a piece of osmanthus-flavored cake and gently covered her mouth. All right, little glutton, don't be so loud. Didn't you see the 2 people across the way secretly watching us? Oh. Hee hee. It's really delicious, Meng Baby said with a small smile, nibbling happily. This seems to be a new product from Lao Fuji. It tastes really good. Next time, I'll ask my mom to buy a box and send it to me so we can eat together. Miao Jiaojiao also took a piece of cake, raised her eyebrows, and agreed that it was indeed very tasty. She continued to look inside and found a bag of white rabbit milk candies, a can of malted milk, and a beautifully decorated small box. She locked the candies and malted milk in the cabinet, then took the small box onto the bed. Opening it, she saw a pair of pearl earrings shimmering with amber light, looking very mysterious and luxurious. Inside the box was also a small note written in Han Lingji's handwriting. Jiao Jiao, this is my grandmother's keepsake. Before she passed away, she specifically entrusted it to me, telling me to give it to my future wife. Now, I give it to you. Please take good care of it, and pass it on to our future daughter-in-law or wife. Miao Jiao Jiao blushed. This guy really thinks far ahead. Since the item was so valuable, it didn't seem right to keep it just here. She decided to store it directly in her space using her mind. Miao Jiao Jiao leaned against the head of the bed, a gentle smile on her face, feeling very happy inside. She didn't know what he was doing right now. Meanwhile, inside the military dormitory in Beijing, Han Lingji had just come back from the shower when he saw a letter placed on the bed. The young man across from him smiled and said, "Brother Han, I saw your letter when I went to get mine, so I brought it over for you." Han Lingji picked up the envelope and looked at it. When he saw who sent it, his eyes lit up with joy. Then he nodded to the young man and said, "Thanks, you've worked hard." Cough, cough. "Not hard at all." The young man coughed in disbelief. This was the first time he saw Han Lingji look so gentle and speak so politely. Han Lingji quickly opened the envelope. First, he saw a photo of a girl smiling brightly. Her eyes sparkled with happiness, and her lips curled into a slight smile. He looked at the photo carefully for a long time, gently touching the girl's face in the picture. After a while, he opened 2 sheets of paper. The first thing he saw was the words, "Lingji, I am Jiao Jiao, I miss you too." He read on carefully, and when he saw that she had told others about their relationship, he felt even happier. Next, the letter described her life and funny stories from the art troupe. "Let me tell you something really funny." After Meng Bao joined the group, the teacher told her to watch her weight and stop eating sweets. Meng Bao asked me to supervise her, and I agreed. One night, when I was half asleep, I suddenly heard creaking sounds under the bed. I quickly looked and found her secretly eating candy in the blanket. I thought she was struggling so much, so I let her have some. The next morning, I asked her if she had stolen candy, and she insisted she hadn't. Then I flipped her pillow and found half a white rabbit candy underneath, with bite marks on it. But the bites didn't look like teeth marks. They looked like they were from a mouse. Meng Bao was so scared she never hid candy in her bed again. Haha, every time I think of this, I want to laugh. Seeing this, Han Lingji could imagine her laughing happily. She couldn't help but softly laugh twice. Hee hee. This quiet laugh completely surprised the young man on the opposite bed. This big boss always keeps a serious face, trains hard without speaking much. Who would have thought that one day he would actually smile? Is this a hallucination? Maybe he was happy because his partner sent him a letter. Thinking of this, the young man raised an eyebrow. It seems even the big boss has a soft side. That night, Miao Jiao Jiao and Han Lingji both had trouble sleeping. Long-distance love can be a bit tough, but if they both put in effort and work together, the process is quite sweet. They try to get closer and look forward to the day they can meet again. The next morning, Miao Jiao Jiao and Meng Bao Bao went back to the countryside again. After a short visit, they hurried back in the late afternoon. When Miao Jiao Jiao reached the door of her dorm, Xiao Zhao's voice came from nearby. "Jiao Jiao, you're back. By the way, Teacher Wang said you should go to her office when you return. She needs to see you." Miao Jiao Jiao nodded. "Okay, thank you, Sister Xiao." Miao Jiao Jiao asked, "Teacher Wang, is there something you want to talk to me about?" Wang Rong asked with concern. "You've been in the group for a while now. How do you feel? Are there any difficulties adapting?" Miao Jiao Jiao replied, "It feels pretty good. I haven't had any problems adjusting." "That's good," Wang Rong continued. "Actually, Teacher Wu from the singing team said you have a talent for singing and wants you to learn singing as well. What do you think?" Hearing this, Miao Jiao Jiao didn't look surprised. Teacher Wu had mentioned this privately before when teaching her, explaining the pros and cons, and told her to think carefully. The advantage is that dancing and singing together make her more versatile, which would be very popular in the art troupe. The downside is that trying to do both might make her less skilled in each, possibly hindering her future development. Wang Rong thought about these things and left the choice to Miao Jiao Jiao. Recently, she had thought a lot about it. Last night, when she saw the pearl earrings Han Lingji gave her, she made her decision. She plans to take the military arts troupe exam in Beijing next March, so she can meet Han Lingji earlier. Of course, an even more important reason is that she wants to develop in Beijing sooner. The big city offers more job opportunities, and she wants to buy a few more traditional courtyard houses before the reform and opening up policy. There are over 2 years before the college entrance exam, so she plans to stay in the county for a year and then in the Beijing Arts Troupe for another year. When the exam opens, she will take it and then choose her university major based on her situation. She also heard from Meng Baobao that it's very hard to get into the military arts troupe, so she needs to prepare in 2 ways: excel in both dance and singing. If she chooses both, she will have to work twice as hard as usual. Miao Jiao believes she can do it. She looked seriously at her teacher and said, "Teacher Wang, I want to try. My goal is to join the Beijing Military Arts Troupe, so I must keep moving forward." "Very good." Teacher Wang smiled and nodded. "Since you have this goal, in the mornings you'll study dance, in the afternoons practice with the singing team, and in the evenings, you'll find time to practice more on your own." This girl has a strong spirit of fearlessness, and she also has the talent. Although Teacher Wang felt happy about her determination, she had to remind her, if you want to learn both, it will be very hard. "I hope you can handle it and keep going." Miao Jiao nodded. "Okay, I won't let you down." After they agreed, Teacher Wang quickly told 2 leaders in the group and Teacher Wu. Everyone supported her decision. After all, everyone could see her talent and strength. When they heard she wanted to take the exam for the Beijing Military Arts Troupe, Director Wei smiled happily and said, "This girl has big ambitions." The Beijing Military Arts Troupe is the most outstanding among all the arts troupes in China. It's the dream of many members of arts troupes to get in, and every year many try their luck. Yunshan County's arts troupe has only had 3 people accepted in over 10 years, so it's very difficult. If she manages to get in, it will have a big impact on the troupe. Not only can they recruit better talent, but the county leaders will also be very happy. Others listened and nodded with big smiles, saying, "Maybe it's true. This year, we've recruited several talented new members." For the next period of time, Miao Jiao's life was like this. She woke up before dawn to gather on the playground for running and exercise, practiced dancing in the morning, sang in the afternoon, and in the evening, she and Meng Baobao practiced intensely in the training room. She has been with the art troupe for about 2 months now, and her basic dance skills have improved a lot. Her speed and strength are impressive, her body control is steady, and her flexibility and coordination are excellent. Her body is so flexible that doing splits, backbends, or hugging her knees is easy, and she can even reach behind to touch her belly button. Plus, she learns quickly. Every time Teacher Wang teaches her a new dance, she can remember most of it within a day. So, she doesn't feel much pressure when practicing dance. But singing is a different story. She is completely a beginner. Before, Teacher Wu only taught her some simple basics and singing tips, then told her to practice on her own. Now that she is focused and serious, she realizes that learning to sing is much harder than dancing. Although she has a nice voice and good lung capacity, she lacks singing skills and pitch accuracy. During early practice, she spent each day just listening to songs and practicing breathing with sounds like ah ah ah. Meng Baobao, her loyal little fan, always carefully pointed out problems when she practiced. Xiao, the most talented and strongest singer in the group, sometimes helped guide her too. At first, Miao Jiao didn't understand singing techniques and often shouted with her throat. Luckily, she had spiritual spring water to help, or her throat would have been inflamed. Gradually, with help from teachers and others, she learned to use her abdominal breath to sing, which improved her voice a lot. Every night after dinner, Miao Jiao and Meng Baobao would go to the playground for a quick walk to digest, then start jogging and singing to practice breathing. Over time, both of their singing and breathing improved a lot. Everyone in the art troupe knew about Miao Jiao's practice routine. Most of them were quite envious. After all, being favored by 2 teachers was something many people wished for. But Lu Xian didn't think the same. Although Miao Jiao sings well, her dancing skills are clearly better. She already considers Miao Jiao a rival, but didn't expect her to be so distracted. If she wins against the other person, wouldn't that be unfair? Thinking of this, she becomes even more angry when she sees Miao Jiao. She has such a talent for dancing, but wastes half her time on other things, which makes her very upset. That night, Miao Jiao Jiao and Meng Bao Bao just returned from practice. Lu Xian couldn't help but mock her. "Oh, the great singer is back. You come home so late every day, disturbing us. Don't you have any sense of awareness?" During this time, Miao Jiao Jiao and Meng Bao Bao often practice extra in the studio. The dormitory usually turns off the lights at 11 p.m., so they usually come back around 10 p.m., take a quick shower, and go to bed. When they return, the other two are usually still awake, but they quietly go to get things or do other small tasks. When they lie down to sleep, the two on the opposite bed are just about to sleep, so they generally don't disturb each other. Now Lu Xian suddenly says this, clearly on purpose. As for the reason, Miao Jiao Jiao and Meng Bao Bao really don't know. Since they first joined the group after a fight, the other person rarely approached them. At first, Zhou Xiaofang was close to them, but gradually drifted away, and recently, she has been hanging out with Lu Xian. Meng Bao Bao even privately complained to Miao Jiao Jiao, "No wonder you told me not to get too close to Zhou Xiaofang. I didn't expect her shy personality to be able to hang out with someone as sharp-tongued as Lu Xian. When Lu Xian bullied her, she didn't dare say a word. I really don't understand what she's thinking." Miao Jiao Jiao. "Alright, stop talking about others' matters. It's none of our business, so we don't need to care." Later, Lu Xian didn't act as bossy as she did at first, so naturally, there was no conflict. Miao Jiao Jiao thought she had calmed down, but unexpectedly, she suddenly caused trouble again. She coldly said, "When we came back, you all were still awake. May I ask, how did we disturb you?" Lu Xian pouted and said, "I was lying on the bed reading, and you suddenly came in, scaring me." Anyway, she was annoyed whenever she saw Miao Jiao Jiao. She didn't say it out loud, but she felt uncomfortable inside. Meng Bao Bao looked at her helplessly and said, "The dorm is a place to live. Coming and going is normal. Don't cause trouble for no reason. How about this?" Lu Xian slammed her book onto the bed with a loud noise and snorted through her nose. "You come back so late every day, and you still have the nerve to complain. You didn't mention it earlier, and some people are indecisive, practicing this one moment and that the next. If they mess up, it will be funny when nothing works out." Although she was talking to Meng Bao Bao, Miao Jiao Jiao immediately understood her underlying meaning. So Lu Xian was scolding and mocking her? Miao Jiao Jiao's eyes turned colder, and she said, "Let me repeat. When we came back, you weren't even asleep. We do everything quietly, even opening the door softly, so we don't disturb you. If you keep causing trouble, I won't be polite. And whether I succeed or not is my business. Just mind your own affairs, and it might be even funnier if you end up getting hit." Lu Xian's face turned pale with anger, and she gritted her teeth, whispering fiercely, "You're really ungrateful." Miao Jiao Jiao thought, could this person be crazy? She was mocking her to help her? Meng Bao Bao didn't hear what she said clearly, only catching the words, "dog bites," and immediately snapped, "Who are you calling a dog?" Pfft. Miao Jiao Jiao's mouth twitched, and she patted Meng Bao Bao's shoulder. "Alright, Bao Bao, stop talking. Let's go take a shower." If they stayed any longer, she was afraid she might laugh out loud. This girl was so sensitive, she should give her some face. Jiao Jiao, let's ignore her." Meng Bao Bao pouted angrily, grabbed her clothes and basin, and went to the shower room with Miao Jiao. Seeing them leave, Zhou Xiaofang, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke. "Hey, that's just how they are. They never consider others' feelings. They're really selfish." Lu Xian was stunned for a moment, then turned to look at her, frowning. "Did I say they're selfish just now?" Zhou Xiaofang's face stiffened. "No." Lu Xian rolled her eyes and said impatiently, "Then why are you whispering? Don't let them hear you." She was a bit afraid to argue with her seriously, especially since she had seen Miao Jiao Jiao's sharp tongue before. Now, the other person was the favorite in the group and was popular everywhere she went. If she really offended her, she would be the one suffering later. Okay, I understand." Zhou Xiaofang bit her lip, looking very unhappy. It was funny. She was just trying to defend her. But unexpectedly, she was scolded and not given any respect. Thinking about it made her feel wronged. Why was she so unlucky, disliked by everyone? She couldn't even sleep that night. The next morning, Zhou Xiaofeng went to class looking very tired. Zhang Ting noticed and called her aside to ask, "Xiaofeng, are you feeling unwell today? You look so tired." Zhou Xiaofeng bit her lip and lied. "No, I just miss home a little." "Is that so?" Zhang Ting softly comforted her. "The holiday is coming in a few days. You can go back then. Cheer up, or teacher will say something." "Yes, thank you," Zhou Xiaofeng said, her eyes shining with gratitude, feeling warm inside. Seeing her caring look, she couldn't help but blush at the tips of her ears. "It's okay, let's go practice," Zhang Ting said, smiling slightly, then left for the practice room. For a while, life in the arts troupe went on as usual. In mid-June, Director Wei called a meeting with everyone. Director Wei said, "The Army Day is in a month and a half. Every year on this day, provinces across the country hold activities to celebrate. This year, the provincial leaders value this event very much. They decided to select one performance from each city and, together with the provincial and military district groups, go to the military area for a performance and visit." Suddenly, there was a commotion among the crowd. "Wow! Is this true? It seems like we've never had this kind of event before." "Yes, I am very excited. If our group is chosen, it would be a big achievement." "I think you're overthinking. Our group's skill level is average. Not to mention competing with other counties, even against the city team, we might not stand a chance." Yunshan County belongs to Husher City in H Province. H Province has 9 prefecture-level cities, each with several counties. Yushur City has 5 counties, and each county has a cultural troupe. Including Yushur City's troupe, that means we need to pick the best performance from 6 troupes to perform at the H Province Military District. The city troupe probably has more talented people than the county troupes, so the competition is tough. That's why the chance of our group being selected is small, and it's understandable that some people feel discouraged. Hearing this, Director Wei signaled everyone to be quiet and said slowly, "Don't underestimate yourselves. Being selected for the cultural troupe shows you're talented. Maybe we still have a chance if we try hard." Deputy Director Sun frowned and added, "Yes, I don't want to hear words like impossible anymore. You haven't even tried, so how can you say it's impossible? Even if the chances are slim, we must do our best in this competition. Even if we fail, we shouldn't lose face." "Understood." The person who spoke earlier lowered his head in shame. He really wanted to perform on a bigger stage, but thinking about competing against strong opponents made him a little discouraged. Director Wei nodded and continued, "On July 20th, the provincial troupe and military group will select performances from various cities. We still have plenty of time. Right now, we're considering what kind of program our troupe should prepare. If anyone has good ideas, feel free to come talk to me or Deputy Director Sunday. For regular performances, the leaders usually leave the decisions to the teachers. But given this big opportunity, they must supervise carefully to avoid mistakes. After all, this is a rare chance. If we get chosen, our troupe will become famous." "Okay, we understand." Everyone nodded in agreement. Then the 2 leaders held a small meeting with a few teachers. "Director Wei, this time, our team needs to select the best program to compete in the city. Do you have any good suggestions?" Teacher Zheng from the instrument group scratched his head and said, "This is a rare opportunity. I think everyone in our team should perform." Deputy Director Sun shook his head and said, "No, too many people and too mixed. We need to be very careful and choose the best program." Teacher Wang thought for a moment and suggested, "How about this? Since our 2 dance groups often perform together, or we could pick the most festive performance from our previous shows." Teacher Wu nodded in agreement. "Sounds good. I have no objections." In the arts troupe, dance performances are the main focus, while the singing group usually provides backing vocals backstage. There are only 4 singers, and performing together on stage doesn't have much impact, so it's better to follow Teacher Wang's idea. At this moment, another teacher, Chen, who had been opposing Teacher Wang, disagreed. "I don't think that's a good idea. Teacher Wang, half of your dance team members aren't very good, and letting them perform on stage might ruin everything." Wang looked unhappy and said, That's not fair. The people I recruited were approved by the leaders. It's not like your team's members are all very talented either. Teacher Wang continued. Teacher Chen, can you stop arguing with me all the time? Can't we just communicate calmly? Teacher Wu chimed in. Yes, Teacher Chen, what you said just now was a bit too harsh. Teacher Chen curled her lips, thinking that since they are close friends, they naturally support each other. The leaders knew well about the conflicts between the two teachers. In the past, they often argued behind the scenes, which actually helped motivate the dance team to improve. So, they usually turned a blind eye. But today's discussion was important, so they decided to be more serious. Deputy Director Sun said, Teacher Chen, everyone in our troupe is talented. Please be careful with your words in the future and avoid saying things like that. Okay, Deputy Director Sunday. I was just a bit anxious. I'll pay more attention next time. Since the leaders had spoken, she didn't dare to object. Director Wei, who always played the peacemaker, smiled and said, I'm very pleased to see everyone debating for the good of our troupe. There is a little over a month until July 20th. Recently, everyone should think more about it. If you can come up with something new, that would be even better, since we need to stand out among the other groups. In 3 days, there will be another meeting. Everyone must prepare 2 program ideas, and we will choose together then. Okay. The others nodded. Miao Jiao Jiao had just finished dancing and was sitting nearby resting. Next to her, 2 people were chatting. Hey, do you think we can all get on this time? Who knows? But I really want to try. Even if I don't get chosen, I can watch other groups' performances and enjoy it. That's true. Later, the organizers will pick programs. If someone performs well and catches their eye, maybe they won't need to take exams and can go straight to the city or provincial group. Dream on. That's not likely. We didn't get into the city group last time, and you think this time will be different? They only pick those with exceptional talent. Well, you're right. After hearing their conversation, Miao Jiao Jiao's eyes flickered. A few days ago, Teacher Wang told her that if she wanted to audition for the Beijing Military District Art Troupe next year, she needed to perform very well in the group. Only then would the leaders write a recommendation letter for her. Every year, many people audition for the Beijing Military District Art Troupe, and the leaders from each group must carefully select candidates to recommend. Otherwise, if the quality is poor, it would be embarrassing for them. Miao Jiao Jiao thought to herself, maybe she could use this opportunity to come up with a good idea. If she could help the group get chosen to perform, the leaders would be grateful to her. It would also make writing the recommendation letter much easier. With this in mind, Miao Jiao Jiao suddenly felt energized. She needed to think carefully about what program to prepare. For 2 days, whether practicing, eating, or sleeping, she kept thinking about this problem. Meng Baobao learned about her idea and also looked worried, frowning with her small round face. That evening after dinner, the 2 of them were on the playground, relaxing and chatting. Suddenly, Miao Jiao Jiao thought, Bao Bao, aren't military performance programs usually serious or inspiring? Meng Baby nodded and said, yes, when I was little I went with my dad to a military arts troupe performance a few times. The seats were very quiet and no one dared to talk. Hearing this, Miao Jiao Jiao suddenly had an idea. Since that's the case, why not think of a lively song and dance performance to surprise everyone and make the event more exciting? She had watched many stage shows in modern times, so she could borrow some ideas. After making up her mind, Miao Jiao Jiao carefully thought about it before going to sleep. Finally, just before bed, she came up with a good idea. During lunch break, Miao Jiao Jiao went to Teacher Wang's office. Miao Jiao Jiao. Teacher Wang, are you busy? I have something to talk to you about. Teacher Wang was sitting at her desk, lost in thought. She looked up and smiled when she saw her visitor. Sit down, Jiao Jiao. What's the matter? Miao Jiao Jiao noticed the paper and pen in front of her and sat down. Are you still thinking about the program? Teacher Wang sighed. Yes, we have a meeting this afternoon to decide the final plan. I've thought of several ideas, but I'm not satisfied with any of them. I'm feeling a bit worried. Miao Jiao Jiao. Teacher Wang, I came to talk about this. I have a good idea. Would you like to hear it? In the afternoon, inside the meeting room. I don't agree, Teacher Chen said unhappily. Teacher Wang, what you're suggesting sounds nice. What do you mean by singing and dancing? Isn't that just turning our dance team into a backup for singers? Teacher Wang frowned. Teacher Chen, you probably didn't hear me clearly. I'm not talking about whether they are backup or not. I said we could first sing and interact with the audience, then perform a dance. Combining singing and dancing can not only energize the scene but also be a bit new and interesting. Isn't that good? At noon, when Miao Jiao talked to her, she shared this idea. She thought it was very good, so she brought it up in the meeting. But she didn't expect Teacher Chen to interrupt her after just a few words. I still don't agree, Teacher Chen said seriously. Aren't you just combining two programs into one? What will others think when they see this? After all, everyone came for individual performances. If they do this, who knows what people might say behind their backs? These are two different performances. The first is a fast-paced singing and drumming act with the same lyrics. Wang Rong was really impatient and didn't want to argue further. She turned to the two leaders and asked, Director Wei, Deputy Director Sun, what do you think? Director Wei smiled and said, You just said this idea was from that girl, Miao Jiao. Wang Rong nodded. Yes, but she only told me the general idea. The details still need to be discussed with her. I think this idea is good. I think it's feasible, Director Wei agreed. Now, it depends on what old Sun thinks. Deputy Director Sun frowned slightly. It's a pretty new idea, but whether it will work is uncertain. If it backfires, Teacher Chen's eyes sparkled, and she quickly added, In that case, I also recommended a dance performance earlier. Since we still have enough time, we can each spend 5 days practicing, then compare the results and decide. How does that sound? She didn't believe it. A newcomer who just joined the group a few months ago couldn't come up with anything special. Besides, the dance she recommended had been practiced many times by their dance team, so they could perform it without extra rehearsal. Wang Rong's dance was completely new, needing re-choreographing, which would take time to plan and practice, and they wouldn't be as skilled yet. If her team won, everyone from her side could perform. As for Wang Rong's team, they could just pick 2 or 3 people to participate, since she was generous. Seeing Teacher Chen's provocative look, Wang Rong was anxious and agreed immediately. Fine, let's have a competition. She was just a former loser. She wasn't afraid of her. Seeing her friend's impulsiveness, Teacher Wu said, Wang, you're rushing too much. The leaders haven't spoken yet. Wang Rong pursed her lips. Actually, after she spoke, she felt a little regretful. She wasn't fully prepared, and rushing into a competition with little chance of winning wasn't wise. But she couldn't back down now, since everyone had heard her say, It's okay. We're all doing this for the group's good. Let's just have a competition. Hearing this, Director Wei and Deputy Director Sun exchanged glances. Director Wei nodded and said, All right, since we can't think of a better plan, let's go with this. However, I need to remind everyone that, regardless of the outcome, we should prioritize our collective honor. No other thoughts are allowed. We must address this issue firmly. Otherwise, if these 2 people cause too much trouble, it will negatively affect the team. Okay, we understand. Several teachers nodded. In the dance practice room, Wang Rong called a small team meeting. She first shared with everyone how the meeting with the leaders went. After hearing this, everyone remained silent. Why is everyone so quiet? Wang Rong smiled and continued. Feel free to share your thoughts. It's better for us to discuss together. One member bravely raised his hand and asked, Teacher Wang, do you mean we should practice our dance separately and compare it with Teacher Chen's team? Wang Rong raised an eyebrow. Yes, don't you have confidence? We do have confidence, but they couldn't risk putting such an important performance in the hands of someone with little chance of success. Miao Jiao has good talent and works hard. Everyone gets along well with her. Although her ideas are creative, and Wang Rong is also helping her watch over them, she is still a new member with limited stage experience. Even with good ideas, she can't compete with Teacher Chen's team, so everyone still feels uncertain. Wang Rong understood their feelings, but she personally recruited Miao Jiao, so she knew well about her character and abilities. Since she can come up with this idea, she must also have plans to deal with challenges later. So she turned to Yang Yi in the crowd and said, Yang Yi, go to the singing practice room and call Miao Jiao over. Yang Yi nodded. Okay, Teacher Wang. In less than 2 minutes, Miao Jiao came over with her. Wang Rong first explained the situation, then looked at Miao Jiao Jiao. Jiao Jiao, please share your specific ideas with everyone now. Yes, teacher. Miao Jiao Jiao paused briefly, then slowly said, here's what I think. This Army Day, other groups will probably focus on military songs. Since that's the case, we should choose a different song to stand out and make a unique impression. Miao Jiao Jiao smiled warmly at everyone and said, what do you all think of the song? Who doesn't say my hometown is good? Someone frowned and replied, it's a pretty good song, but it doesn't seem to fit the holiday atmosphere. Miao Jiao Jiao explained, although Army Day is to remember the hard journey of our people's army and to inspire soldiers to defend the country, many soldiers are far from their beloved hometowns to protect the nation. Some haven't been back in many years. Singing this song in the army can resonate with everyone and remind them of home, giving them comfort and peace of mind. Hearing this, everyone present showed a hint of agreement. Good idea, Wang Rong nodded with a smile. This song works. Others also nodded in agreement. Yes, hearing what Miao Jiao Jiao said makes the meaning feel different. My family lives far away, and I haven't been home in months. Speaking of which, I suddenly want to go back this weekend. Me too. Some were curious. The song is good, but how do we interact with the audience? Isn't singing and dancing all on stage? Miao Jiao Jiao smiled and said, here's the plan I intend to start with. 10 minutes later, after hearing Miao Jiao Jiao's ideas, everyone's eyes sparkled with excitement. That's a great idea. Just imagining that scene makes me so excited. Yeah, it will definitely make the atmosphere lively. I didn't expect Miao Jiao Jiao to be so creative. I'm really surprised. Wang Rong looked at everyone and said, I think Miao Jiao Jiao's idea is excellent. Why don't we start rehearsing tomorrow? No. Teacher, let's start right now. Someone in the crowd exclaimed excitedly. At first, everyone didn't have high hopes and felt a bit down. But after hearing Miao Jiao Jiao's full plan, everyone suddenly became very enthusiastic. They couldn't wait to start immediately. Seeing everyone's enthusiasm, Wang Rong smiled and nodded. All right, let's begin. By the way, the song, Who Doesn't Say My Hometown Is Good, had previously been performed with dance in the group. Based on Miao Jiao Jiao's suggestion, Wang Rong added some funny moves to make the dance more lively and fun. Over the next 2 days, everyone practiced and became familiar with the dance moves. Then Wang Rong went to the singing practice room and said, Teacher Wu, does Teacher Chen only need one person to sing along, or should the other 3 be assigned to us? Teacher Wu frowned slightly and replied, I was just about to tell you that she said she needs 2 people yesterday. I thought that her dance performances usually only needed 1 singer, so I didn't agree right away. Maybe. Before he finished speaking, someone entered from outside. Oh, everyone is here. Teacher Wu, I already talked to you yesterday. Xiao Xiao and Zhang Teng will be taken away. Wang Rong immediately stepped forward and said, Hey, Teacher Chen, I remember only 1 singer is needed for your dance. Why do you want 2 this time? And you've taken away the 2 senior members, leaving only 2 new members for me. Isn't that a bit unfair? Teacher Chen raised an eyebrow and smiled. Wang, you're saying that. I only made a small change to this dance, and now I need 2 singers. It's not on purpose. Wang Rong pursed her lips. Clearly, she was being deliberately difficult, but she didn't want to be pushed around. So she said firmly, if you want 2 people, then we should be fair. Each of us picks 1 senior member to bring a new member. Fine, Teacher Chen shrugged indifferently. As long as there's at least 1 senior member, her performance can go on smoothly. She intentionally wanted an extra singer to cause some trouble for the other side. Now her goal was achieved, so she wouldn't fuss over it anymore. Wang Rong quickly said, All right, I want Xiao Xiao and Meng Bao Bao. The other 2 are yours. Teacher Chen nodded. Okay. Teacher Wu said, Since you've made your choices, I'll arrange for them to go to your practice room later. Okay. Wang Rong and Teacher Chen nodded, then left directly. Standing nearby, Zhou Xiaofang listened, and a flash of secret happiness crossed her eyes. She had never performed a song or dance alone with Zhang Ting before. Now they would have more chances to get closer. That's great. Xiao Xiao, however, looked a bit unhappy. Although she hadn't openly announced her relationship with Zhang Ting, everyone in the troupe knew about it. During the choir practice before, they always sang together. Now, she saw him about to sing with another girl, and she felt a little jealous. But it was all arranged by the teacher, and she couldn't change it, so she just felt a bit upset. Seeing her somewhat disappointed face, Zhang Teng's eyes showed a gentle look, and he softly said, "Xiao Xiao, it's okay. Even though we're performing separately, my heart is still with you, Emin." Xiao Xiao blushed deeply as she listened to his sweet words. Seeing her shy expression, Zhang Teng smiled happily and said, "Then you should practice well." He turned around and met the gaze of Zhou Xiaofeng, who was looking at him from nearby. His eyes quickly softened into a gentle smile, and he walked over confidently. "Xiaofeng, from now on, we need to work well together. Okay, senior brother," Zhou Xiaofeng replied, biting her lip and lowering her eyes. His gaze was so warm and intense that she couldn't help but feel her heart race faster. After Teacher Wu gave instructions to the four of them, Meng Baobao eagerly grabbed Xiao Zhao's arm and headed toward the dance practice room. "Let's go, Sister Xiao. Let's hurry to Teacher Wang's practice room." "Yes, okay." Xiao Zhao's face lit up with a smile again. Actually, compared to the two dance teachers, she liked Teacher Wang more. And since Meng Baobao and Miao Jiao were there, practicing with them was pretty good. Even if they lost the competition, it didn't matter. They might not win against other groups either. When they arrived at the dance room, Miao Jiao greeted them and explained the performance plan. They were surprised to hear they still had a chance to perform solo. Earlier, Teacher Wu hadn't told them much, so they thought they would just be backup singers. "Fast-paced clapping?" Meng Baobao exclaimed happily, her eyes shining. "Haha, I can't play many instruments, but I'm really good at fast-paced clapping." Xiao Xiao also nodded with a smile. "I can do the fast-paced clapping too." Miao Jiao smiled and said, "Great, then we don't need to learn anything new." Teacher Wang addressed everyone. "Perfect, today we'll practice the song and dance together. And tomorrow we'll add music and vocals." Luckily, she had already arranged with Teacher Zhang from the instrument team about tomorrow's schedule, or she would have been worried that Teacher Chen might interfere. "Great!" Everyone responded enthusiastically and started performing actively. After practice that afternoon, Wang Rong and Miao Jiao went to the logistics department to ask for help with some things. The next day, their cooperation with the instrument team went very well, and everyone felt confident. Time quickly passed. Finally, the day of the competition between the two teams arrived. In the conference room of Yunshan County Cultural Troupe, all members of the troupe sat steadily inside. Director Wei looked at the two dance teachers present and asked, "Teacher Wang, Teacher Chen, who will go first?" "I'll go first." Teacher Chen confidently stood up. "Trust us, our performance won't disappoint the leaders." Director Wei nodded. "All right, let's wait and see." Teacher Chen said, "Our team will perform the dance, 'I Love My Country's Blue Sky.' Let's begin. I love my country's blue sky, clear skies and bright sunshine, with singing and instrument sounds. About 10 people in front of them started dancing to the music. This was the first time Miao Jiao watched Teacher Chen's dance team perform up close. Honestly, Teacher Chen is quite skilled. Both in dance technique and team movements, she guided very well. When they reached the second line of lyrics, "The east wind carries me forward," a chorus of "ah ah ah" sounded. All the dancers jumped forward together in unison. Their movements were synchronized and smooth, captivating to watch. Throughout the dance, there was not a single mistake. They performed very confidently. Director Wei and Deputy Director Sun watched with smiles on their faces. Very good, even better than before. Hearing this, Teacher Chen shot a teasing look at Wang Rong. It was as if she was saying, "Just surrender now, so you won't embarrass yourself on stage." Wang Rong snorted coldly, raising an eyebrow as she met her gaze. A look of disdain appeared on her face. "Open your eyes wide and see how you lost to me." Wang Rong adjusted her expression, stood up, and said, "Our performance is a song and dance show called 'Who Doesn't Say Our Hometown is Beautiful.' The meaning is to praise the beauty of our hometown and let soldiers feel the longing and attachment for it." Director Wei smiled and said, "That's a nice message." Just after he finished speaking, a young woman suddenly stood up beside him. This was Xiao Xiao from the singing team. She held a clapper and rhythmically tapped it. Her bright, clear voice rang out, Mountains are connected one after another. White clouds circle around the peaks. Terraced fields stretch green and wide. Songs are carried by the wind. After saying this, she paused for 2 seconds. She looked around and passionately said loudly, "Who doesn't say our hometown is beautiful?" Then she stopped using the clapper and gestured to Director Wei to continue singing. This gesture was clear. She was asking Director Wei to sing the next line. Director Wei chuckled and happily shouted, "All right, here we go." As soon as he finished, Meng Baobao, sitting behind Deputy Director Sun, stood up. She was full of excitement and continued singing, her clapper flying rapidly, leaving only a blur. When she reached the line, "Hey, who doesn't say our hometown is beautiful?" she paused and gestured to Deputy Director Sun with her hand, asking for permission. Deputy Director Sun, usually very serious, couldn't help but smile. He cleared his throat and loudly sang, "Here we go." Because he came from the dance team, his pronunciation was a bit off, making his singing quite funny. This made everyone else burst into laughter. Oh, intersection, comma, intersection. Oh, haha. While he was singing, Xiao Xiao and Meng Baobao moved to stand on the right side of the stage. The long-awaited instrumental music finally started. They both tucked their clappers at their waists and began singing the song from the beginning. Mountains are connected one after another, white clouds circle around the peaks. As the singing began, the dance team members, including Miao Jiao Jiao, came on stage with props. Details omitted, to be described later. The clever props and eye-catching dance made this performance very attractive. Every time the performers on stage sang, everyone was singing loudly together, saying, "Who doesn't praise our hometown?" After the performance, except for a few people, everyone's eyes sparkled with smiles.
Good.
Very good. Director Wei and Deputy Director Sun clapped and cheered. Next to them, Teacher Chen looked very upset. From everyone's reactions, it was clear her performance had failed. Thinking about how arrogant she was just now, her face felt very sore. She wondered why she was so unlucky, always losing to Wang Rong. The dance team members also looked very gloomy. They really didn't expect that in just 5 days, Teacher Wang's team could rehearse such a wonderful and touching performance. They felt ashamed. Zhang Ting also looked unhappy. He originally thought Xiao Zhao's team was just singing along on the side, like him. But unexpectedly, they performed on stage and did quite well. The leaders would definitely choose their team. Thinking about how he, a man, might lose to his own girlfriend made him a little annoyed. And recalling how Xiao Xiao often bossed him around before, he felt even more upset. Suddenly, a gentle, caring voice came from beside him. "Brother Teng, are you okay?" After working together these days, Zhou Xiaofang had become more familiar with him. So she no longer called him Zhang Ting's older brother, but just Brother Teng. Seeing her gentle, smiling eyes, Zhang Teng's eyelashes fluttered. Then he smiled and shook his head lightly, saying, "It's nothing, just a little stomach ache." Zhou Xiaofang immediately looked worried and said, "Let's go eat together later. I'll make you some warm meat porridge to soothe your stomach." Hearing this, Zhang Teng's lips curved into a slight smile, and he nodded, saying, "Okay, thank you." After voting by the 2 leaders and other teachers, the final decision was to choose Teacher Wang's team for the performance. Director Wei also praised Miao Jiao Jiao specifically. "Comrade Miao Jiao Jiao, your idea was very good. If you get selected to perform at the military district, you'll have made a great contribution." Miao Jiao Jiao smiled and said, "Thank you, Director Wei, but it's not just my achievement. If it weren't for Teacher Wang and everyone's support, today's performance wouldn't have gone so smoothly." Director Wei looked very pleased and said, "Good job, kid. You really are a good example." Deputy Director Sun also smiled and said, "This child is humble. She's very good." Seeing the 2 leaders change how they addressed her, many people looked at Miao Jiao Jiao with envy and admiration. Gaining the favor of both leaders at once, it seems she can now easily succeed in the arts troupe. When they heard the final result, the dance team members along with Meng Baobao, Xiao Xiao, and others were very excited.
Great.
They now have a chance to participate in a competition in the city. Wang Rong was smiling happily, unable to hide her joy. She also noticed Teacher Chen next to her looking very upset. She really wanted to sing a song. Yay!
Yay!
Loser, haha. Today is such a happy day.
Yay!
Yay! Clack.
Clack! Clack!
Early in the morning, loud singing and clapping sounds came from the neighboring dance room. Teacher Chen, who was teaching, frowned. She looked at the others practicing and saw everyone looked a bit discouraged, which made her even more annoyed. Take a 5-minute break, Teacher Chen said, and left the practice room. As soon as she left, the room started to discuss quietly. Ever since Teacher Wang's team won the day before yesterday, I haven't felt right. I really want to go perform with them too. Yeah, their performance was so wonderful. They'll definitely be chosen. This is such a rare chance, but none of us gotta go. I happened to pass by the office yesterday and overheard Teacher Chen giving feedback to the leaders about this. Guess what they said? What did they say? Don't keep us in suspense. The leaders told Teacher Chen to communicate directly with Teacher Wang. Ah, that's bad. Everyone knows Teacher Chen and Teacher Wang don't get along. She definitely won't back down. Yes. What should I do? I really want to join Teacher Wang's team. Hey Lu Xian, aren't you sharing a dorm with Miao Jiao Jiao and Meng Bao Bao? Can you talk to them nicely and ask them to ask Teacher Wang to include me? Lu Xian choked on her words and pouted. I can't do that. I'm not close with them. Although she also wanted to perform on stage, she couldn't betray her little aunt. That would make her very sad. Hearing this, the other sighed and looked down, feeling discouraged and sitting on the ground. Teacher Chen came back from the bathroom and saw this scene. Her eyes immediately flashed with anger. What are you doing? I told you to rest, not to lie on the ground sleeping. Get up and start training. Everyone quickly stood up, feeling a bit scared of Teacher Chen, but she still took good care of them. This situation wasn't really her fault. At first, everyone thought they would win, and no one expected Teacher Wang's team to be so strong. Seeing that her students were obedient, Teacher Chen felt a little relieved. But when she remembered Wang Rong's proud smile from a few days ago, she felt very frustrated. For the sake of her students, she had specially talked to the leader yesterday, hoping to add a few more people to Wang Rong's dance team to perform together. But the leader didn't refuse, nor did he oppose. He just told her to communicate with Wang Rong. But that wasn't really communication. It was like admitting defeat to the other side. Did she still want to save her face? Thinking of how Teacher Chun Li had worked in the arts troupe for many years, she had rarely bowed her head.
Sigh.
Seeing her students' discouraged faces, she felt even worse.
So,
should she go to find Wang Rong or not? Meanwhile, inside the dance room, Wang Rong was encouraging everyone. There are just over 20 days until the competition in the city. We need to work harder, practice more, and master all the moves thoroughly. That way, we'll do even better. Yes, teacher. Everyone nodded in agreement. At this moment, Teacher Wu from the singing team came over. Teacher Wang, can you come over? I have something to talk to you about. Wang Rong stepped over. What is it? Teacher Wu said. It's like this. Do you want to add 2 more people to your singing and fast beat team? Zhang Teng and Zhou Xiaofang can join. After all, going to the city to make an appearance is a rare opportunity. I think they all performed their best. Sounds good. Wang Rong nodded first, then asked, can they all do quick rhythm? Teacher Wu. Zhang Teng has learned it before, so he can do it, but Zhou Xiaofang hasn't. However, she's quite smart, so she should learn it in about a week. I'll start teaching her soon. As teachers, they hope students get to perform on stage as much as possible because real practice helps learning. Okay, Wang Rong said, but I need to say in advance, if Zhou Xiaofang can't keep up with the rhythm later, I won't let her perform. You need to help guide her more. Since they're preparing to go to the city to compete with other county and city groups, they can't afford any mistakes. Teacher Wu nodded with a smile. Of course, I understand. I'll have Zhang Teng come over first to practice with you, and later, Zhou Xiaofang can come in the afternoon. Wang Rong replied, all right, good. Not far away, Meng Baobao heard this and quickly winked at Xiao Xiao, saying, Xiao Jia, brother Zhang Teng will be here soon. Are you happy? Don't talk nonsense. Xiao Xiao scolded with a playful glare, but her eyes showed happiness she couldn't hide. She had been a little worried about Zhang Teng these days. In the past, whenever the group performed in the city, he was always there. If he wasn't coming this time, he might be very sad. Seeing him look so worried these days, she felt heartbroken. Since she has the best relationship with Teacher Wu and is her favorite student, she privately told him about this yesterday. Unexpectedly, early today, Teacher Wu went to Teacher Wang to talk about it. Fortunately, Teacher Wu and Teacher Wang get along well, so everything went smoothly. "Oh, it's just another Zhou Xiaofeng," Meng Baobao pouted. "I don't know why, but I feel like her eyes have been a bit dark and gloomy lately." Xiao Xiao paused, patting her hand. "Don't think too much. Xiaofeng is just shy." Meng Baobao snorted and reminded her, "We don't get along well with her, so it's better to keep some distance. Anyway, listen to Jiao Jiao, she's never wrong." Xiao Xiao couldn't help but laugh and say, Okay, I got it. This girl treats Jiao Jiao's words like an order from a sacred text. These two girls are very nice and kind. I also like both of them very much. After spending a few months together, our relationship has become closer. Wang Rong, Xiao Xiao, Meng Bao Bao, it's your turn to perform the fast rhythm. Hurry up and do it again. Okay, teacher, we'll be right there. The two quickly get into position and start practicing. In the afternoon, in a corner, Zhou Xiaofeng is biting her lip, watching the handsome man in front of her apply medicine to her finger. "Did it hurt during your first practice of the fast rhythm this morning?" Zhang Teng asks, looking up. Zhou Xiaofeng shakes her head, pretending to be strong. "It doesn't hurt. Even if it does, she won't say so." She doesn't want him to worry. Zhang Teng applies the ointment to her swollen finger carefully, then gently says, "Here, this ointment is for you. It can last a few days. Once you get used to the fast rhythm, it won't hurt anymore." "Yes, thank you, Brother Teng." Zhou Xiaofeng lowers her head, blushing, feeling very touched. This is the first man who cares for her so much, and he is also the person she likes. This feeling is truly wonderful. Zhang Ting chuckles softly and shakes his head. "It's nothing. You're my junior sister, so I should take care of you." "Just junior sister?" Zhou Xiaofeng bites her lip, suddenly asking her inner thoughts aloud. They have known each other for several months. From his gentle, smiling eyes, she can sense that he might have feelings for her. Although everyone has been saying that he and Xiao Xiao are a couple, they have never made it official. Maybe that's not true. Doesn't that mean she has a chance? Lately, they've been practicing together every day. He has been very caring toward her. She becomes more certain in her heart that she wants to be with him. Although she feels a bit insecure because of her family background, she really doesn't want to miss this chance to talk to him alone. So she mustered her courage and asked. Hearing Zhou Xiaofeng's question, Zhang Ting's expression pauses. He carefully looks at the girl in front of him. She is a bit thin, but her appearance is nice. Especially her gentle, smiling eyes. It's because of this that he has been slowly getting closer to her with kindness. He is confident that Zhou Xiaofeng cannot escape his grasp. He simply enjoys the thrill of conquest. This feeling he can experience with Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao comes from a good family, is independent and confident, and has a sense of superiority. She is also very talented in the arts group and is well liked by her teachers. Being with her always makes him feel ashamed of himself. On the other hand, Zhou Xiaofeng is very different. She is gentle and easy to control. Whatever he says, she believes and follows. When they are together, she helps him feel like a real man. But he knows they can't really be together. He is just using Zhou Xiaofeng and he doesn't truly like her. Besides, she is from the countryside, and she can't compare to Xiao Xiao, who has a city household registration. Thinking of this, Zhang Ting chuckled and tried to cover up. Not only do I see you as a junior sister, but I also treat you like a sister. Hearing this, Zhou Xiaofeng's hopeful face froze. She forced a small laugh and said, "Oh, I see. So, all her previous feelings were just her overthinking? Can I ask you something?" She still didn't want to give up so quickly. Curious, Zhang Ting asked, "What is it? Are you dating senior sister Xiao?" Zhou Xiaofeng asked hesitantly. Her palms were sweaty from nervousness. Zhang Teng frowned slightly. Why do you suddenly ask that? She shouldn't have asked this out loud. It's his private matter, and he has no reason to tell her. Seeing his expression change, Zhou Xiaofang's heart sank. I just wanted to ask, Zhang Ting said. It's okay, but Xiao Xiao doesn't want me to say anything, so let's not discuss this. He promised Xiao Xiao's parents that they would only reveal their relationship after he joined the city arts troupe. He really didn't want to talk about the reason. Zhou Xiaofang's heart sank further, understanding what he meant.
All right.
I understand. So, they are really together. It seems she has no hope left. A wave of resentment suddenly rose in Zhou Xiaofang's heart. Xiao Xiao is so unreasonable. She cares so much about him, yet he doesn't care at all and doesn't want to make it public? She feels so sorry for Brother Teng. Zhou Xiaofang spoke seriously, saying, Brother Teng, if you ever need help with anything, just tell me. I will definitely assist you. Since they couldn't openly be a couple, she decided to care for him secretly. She believed that someday, Brother Teng would see how good she was. Okay, thank you. Zhang Teng's eyes flickered slightly, and he smiled warmly. Xiaofang, you're really kind. Zhou Xiaofang looked at him admiringly. You are also very nice to me. She didn't want to be timid anymore. She wanted to take the initiative. Brother Teng, if you have time tonight, could you help me practice in the studio? I want to learn to beat the fast rhythm early. Zhang Teng paused, then smiled. Sure, as long as I have time. Then it's settled. Zhou Xiaofang's eyes showed a little joy. Before leaving, Zhang Teng added kindly, I've stayed long enough. In the afternoon, you should go to the dance studio and practice hard. I believe in you. Yes, I will. Zhou Xiaofang nodded firmly. After they said goodbye, Zhang Teng was the first to leave. Zhou Xiaofang slowly headed towards the dormitory. Coincidentally, today Miao Jiao Jiao took another trip during her lunch break and arranged a meeting with Hao Ge for tomorrow night. When she turned onto the small path from the main gate, she saw Zhang Teng and Zhou Xiaofang walking out from the same corner, one after the other. Miao Jiao Jiao frowned, then quickly walked toward the dorm. During dance practice in the afternoon, Miao Jiao Jiao carefully observed their private actions. At first, she didn't notice anything unusual, but after half a day of watching, she realized Zhou Xiaofang seemed especially eager to get close to Zhang Teng. And Zhang Teng didn't seem to mind. In fact, during a break, he even secretly touched Zhou Xiaofang's hair. Seeing this, Miao Jiao Jiao was speechless. Her expression was just like an old man on the subway looking at his phone. In this day and age, can a guy casually touch a girl's head? They aren't related or dating. How can they act so close? Miao Jiao Jiao thought secretly. There must be something going on with these two. Xiao Xiao treats her and Bao Bao very well. She had previously told them about her secret relationship with Zhang Teng. At that time, she also asked him why they didn't make it public, since the county art troupe wouldn't mind much. Xiao Xiao explained, Teng and I only officially became a couple this New Year's Day. Before that, a teacher from the city troupe showed interest in me and wanted to promote me directly. I was planning to stay with Teng, but in the March city troupe exam, he didn't pass. For his sake, I didn't go to the city troupe. I thought I would stay for another year, train with him, and then take the exam together next March. He also promised in front of my family that only when he got into the city troupe could we make our relationship public. When she heard this, Miao Jiao Jiao felt quite disappointed for Xiao Xiao. She didn't expect her to give up her future for a relationship. If a better candidate appeared in next year's exam and spots were limited, neither of them might pass. Moreover, when Xiao Xiao made this decision, if Zhang Ting truly cared for her, he shouldn't have agreed. So, Miao Jiao Jiao didn't really think their relationship was very promising. Now, it seems a crisis has appeared. What should you do if you find out your good friend's boyfriend might be unfaithful? In modern times, Miao Jiao Jiao really wanted to look up this situation online. She wasn't good at social interactions, and she only had a few close friends. She had never encountered something like this before and didn't know the best way to handle it. She only suspected something. She wouldn't tell Xiao Xiao directly. Based on her experience from watching TV and reading novels for years, many girls are rational and generous most of the time. But when it comes to relationship problems, they often become love-struck and do foolish things. Miao Jiao Jiao wasn't sure how Xiao Xiao would react if she found out. If she told her and their relationship had issues, she might lose her temper and blame her entirely. Then she would be caught in a difficult position. But if she didn't tell her, she would feel guilty. After all, they were friends, and she couldn't just watch her being kept in the dark. After much hesitation, Miao Jiao Jiao decided to first observe Xiao Xiao's attitude before making any moves. One evening, when the three of them went to the cafeteria for dinner, Miao Jiao Jiao deliberately started a story. A few days ago, I received a letter from my family. In the letter, he said that an uncle in the cafeteria was involved with a cleaning lady, and when his wife found out, she caused a big scene there. Everyone in the team now knows about it. In the end, both of them were criticized and fired. I think the wife was too unreasonable. If she had issues, she should have talked privately. Making such a fuss not only hurt her husband, but also cost him his job. That's such a pity. As soon as she finished, Meng Bao Bao looked stunned and asked, Jiao Jiao, are you joking? Miao Jiao Jiao raised an eyebrow. What's wrong? Meng Bao Bao frowned. I don't think Han Lingji is the kind of person to gossip. Would he really tell you these things in a letter? Miao Jiao Jiao's mouth twitched. It seemed this girl was quite clever, as she immediately guessed that she was making it up. But she still needed to keep talking about this topic to achieve her goal. He probably thought the letter didn't have enough details, so he told me more. Meng Bao Bao still felt something was off but couldn't quite put her finger on it. But there's nothing to worry about. Miao Jiao Jiao interrupted her and turned to Xiao Xiao. Sister Xiao, what do you think about this? Xiao Xiao put down her chopsticks and said, the wife of that uncle was probably so angry she couldn't hold back. She was hurt the most, and I can understand her actions. Of course, she was a bit impulsive. These kinds of things are best handled privately. Miao Jiao Jiao pretended to be curious. If you were her friend and you were the first to find out about this, would you tell her or let her discover it herself? Jiao Jiao, you seem a bit strange today. Xiao Xiao tilted her head and asked, when did you become so gossipy? Miao Jiao Jiao scratched the back of her head, trying to come up with a reason. Well, I was just worried I might accidentally encounter something like this in the future, so I wanted to discuss it with you. Oh, I see, Xiao Xiao said slowly. If it were me, I would definitely tell her. It's better not to hide such things. Otherwise, that person would be so pitiful. I agree, Meng Baby hummed softly, saying, if I find out about this kind of thing, I will definitely give that man a piece of my mind. Miao Jiao Jiao replied, but if you tell the truth, he might not thank you. Instead, he could blame you for causing trouble. What will you do then? Xiao Xiao frowned deeply, saying, friends who can't even tell right from wrong are not worth keeping. Miao Jiao Jiao raised an eyebrow, secretly agreeing with her statement. Since Xiao Jie shared her view, she decided not to worry about it anymore. Miao Jiao Jiao said, by the way, Xiao Jie, I need to tell you something. Please don't get upset. Okay, what is it? Xiao Xiao looked at her. Miao Jiao Jiao quickly explained what she saw at lunch today, and then talked about the practice room in the afternoon. Finally, she said, I think Brother Zhang is getting a little too close to Zhou Xiaofeng. You should keep an eye on them. After hearing what Miao Jiao Jiao said, Meng Baby widened her eyes in disbelief and asked, usually Brother Zhang treats Xiao Jie really well. Why would he? Xiao Zhao's face darkened and looked upset. She sighed and said, actually, I've noticed this for a few days. I thought it was just my imagination, but now I see it clearly. Seeing his interactions with Zhou Xiaofeng behind the scenes, she couldn't stay indifferent. Maybe she was just fooling herself. Hearing this, Miao Jiao Jiao was a bit surprised. She hadn't expected Xiao Jie to notice something was wrong so early. Women really are like detectives, such a strong intuition. Miao Jiao Jiao asked, Xiao Jie, what do you plan to do? Xiao Xiao narrowed her eyes and looked toward the door. I'll have a serious talk with him later. If he hasn't fallen for someone else and can promise me, I might give him another chance. But if he really betrayed me, I won't forgive him. Although she liked him a lot, she valued her dignity. If he was cheating behind her back, she definitely couldn't tolerate it. Okay, then have a good talk, Miao Jiao Jiao said. If you run into any problems, come find me and baby. We're here to support you. Yes, Xiao Jie, don't worry. We're behind you all the way. Meng Baby raised her fist in a promise. All right, thank you. Xiao Xiao forced a small smile. After finishing dinner, Xiao Xiao went to the boys' dormitory to find Zhang Teng. Miao Jiao Jiao and Meng Bao Bao didn't feel like practicing anymore, so they decided to take a walk on the playground to digest their food. Meng Bao Bao shook her head and sighed, saying, Jiao Jiao, why is Zhou Xiaofeng like that? If it's true, then her behavior isn't proper. If the leaders in the group find out about this, she might get expelled. How could she be so silly? She added. Miao Jiao Jiao raised an eyebrow and said, maybe she did it willingly. Sometimes, you can't be sure about these things. Meng Bao Bao held her arm and swung it gently, saying, I used to think Zhang Teng was a good person, but now I find out he's like this. It makes me not want to date anyone anymore. Miao Jiao Jiao pinched her little face and said, You, stop worrying so much about other people's matters. It's not the same for everyone. Besides, nothing is certain yet. I'm just suspicious for now. Let's wait and see what Sister Xiao says. Meng Bao Bao nodded and said, You're right. As they were talking, suddenly a girl screamed ahead. Help! Someone fell into the river. Let's go back 20 minutes. After dinner, Xiao Xiao parted ways with Miao Jiao Jiao and Meng Bao Bao. She first went to the boys' dormitory to find Zhang Teng. His roommate said he wasn't there and might be in the practice room. So, she went to the singing team practice room. When she arrived, she saw Zhang Teng and Zhou Xiaofeng smiling at each other through the window, holding a pair of clappers and talking. Seeing this, Xiao Xiao felt a sudden pang of sadness. A wave of helplessness washed over her. He had said before that he would only practice with her. She didn't expect him to break his promise so quickly. While she was lost in thought, she saw the two move toward a hidden corner on the left. Xiao Xiao clenched her fingers and quietly followed inside. Zhou Xiaofeng's eyes were slightly red, and she held up her swollen hands, looking sad and helpless. Brother Teng, I saw you practicing so well this afternoon. I was so anxious that I accidentally pinched my finger while practicing. She took out the ointment her mother had sent her at noon from her pocket and said, I can't really put it on myself. Can you help me again? Zhang Teng's eyes flickered slightly, and he nodded with a smile. Okay, that's fine. Xiao Fong softly thanked him. Thank you, it's nothing, Zhang Teng replied as he took the ointment and carefully applied it to her hands. Xiao Fong blushed shyly, biting her lip as she looked at his handsome side profile, feeling secretly proud. During the afternoon practice in the dance studio, he mostly practiced with Xiao Xiao. If she hadn't deliberately approached him to start a conversation, he probably wouldn't have talked to her at all. Although he didn't actively pay attention to her then, she wasn't discouraged. Now he belonged entirely to her. After finishing, Zhang Teng handed her the ointment. All done, Xiao Fong raised her hands, which were covered with ointment, and shyly smiled. My hands are not convenient right now. Brother Teng, could you please put it in my pocket? Zhang Teng hesitated for a moment, then nodded with a smile. He leaned forward, about to put the ointment into her pocket when suddenly Xiao Fong remembered something and wanted to speak. She suddenly looked up, and her lips accidentally brushed past his ear. Brother Teng, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do that. Xiao Fong looked like a startled little deer, blushing so much it was almost embarrassing. She shyly curled up, looking both adorable and delicate. There was a feeling of pity and affection. Zhang Teng's throat moved, and he suddenly felt a bit dry and parched. He couldn't help but reach out, intending to touch her face. Suddenly, a voice beside them sounded in disbelief. What are you doing? Xiao Xiao was standing nearby, trembling, with wide eyes full of disbelief. At first, when she saw him practicing with Xiao Fong, she still held on to hope, thinking Zhang Teng was just kindly giving guidance and wouldn't do anything too inappropriate. But when she saw them move to the corner and watch him applying ointment to Xiao Fong with her own eyes, her heart instantly turned cold. She truly couldn't believe what she was seeing. The person who once swore to only be good to her was now hiding in the corner, being so intimate with another woman. What she found even harder to believe was that Xiao Fong had just leaned in and touched his ear. He surprisingly didn't reject at all. He even seemed to want to do something more. If she hadn't been unable to hold back and stepped forward, would he have gone even further? Thinking this, Her eyes suddenly turned red, and she shouted angrily, "Zhang Teng, I am so disappointed in you." All of this happened in just a few seconds. When Zhang Teng heard that familiar voice, his mind went blank. He looked up and saw Xiao Xiao in front of him. Her lips trembling, she wanted to explain, but she was crying and ran out quickly. "Xiao Xiao." Zhang Teng's eyes tightened, and he hurried after her. "Brother Teng." Zhou Xiaofeng was worried and also ran over. Behind the practice room and teaching building, there is a pavilion, a corridor, and a pond nearby. Usually, when people practice during the day and get tired, they go there to rest and chat. Now it was dark, and everything was very quiet. Xiao Xiao didn't watch where she was going and ran crying in a random direction, heading straight to the pavilion. At the same time, Zhang Ting caught up from behind. He grabbed her arm and hurriedly explained, "Xiao Xiao, it's not what you think. Nothing happened between me and Xiaofeng." "Huh? Nothing happened?" Xiao Xiao found it funny, tears streaming down her face. "I saw everything. You held her hand, and she even kissed your ear." "What do you call that, nothing? It's not true." Zhang Ting looked anxious. "Xiaofeng's hand was swollen from practicing fast drumming, and I was just helping her apply ointment. As for the other thing, she accidentally touched me. She didn't mean to." At this moment, Zhou Xiaofeng also hurried over. Hearing this, she quickly explained, "Yes, Sister Xiao, Zhang and I didn't do anything. Please don't misunderstand. Now is not the right time to confess their feelings. At least, they should talk after they break up. The group really frowns upon romantic relationships. If others find out, both Zhang Teng and she could be in trouble." At this moment, Zhou Xiaofeng also felt a bit regretful. She wished she had been more careful and not acted so impulsively. "Ointment," Xiao Xiao snorted coldly. "There are many girls' dorms or teachers who can help." "Zhou Xiaofeng, what exactly are you thinking? Why is a male friend helping you apply ointment?" Zhou Xiaofeng shrank her shoulders and looked a little pitiful as she was scolded. "Senior Sister Xiao, I didn't mean for it to happen. We were practicing fast clapping together with Brother Zhang, so that's why." Seeing her like this, Zhang Teng felt a bit sorry for her. He turned around, frowned, and said, "Xiao Xiao, can you stop causing trouble? Xiaofeng isn't good at fast clapping, and I was just helping her catch up. We have nothing else between us, so don't talk nonsense." "Cause trouble? Talk nonsense." Xiao Xiao suddenly shook off his arm, clenched her teeth, and angrily retorted, "Zhang Teng, your way of twisting the story makes me sick." After saying that, she took a deep breath, her eyes red, and said word by word, "Zhang Teng, we're done, Xiao Xiao." Zhang Teng's pupils suddenly shrank. "Don't be unreasonable. We." Before he finished, Xiao Xiao headed straight toward another path, toward the pond, to leave. Zhang Teng refused to let her go. He took a few steps forward and blocked her way with his arm. Zhou Xiaofeng also took the opportunity to come over. "Xiao Xiao, listen to my explanation. Senior Sister Xiao, move aside." Xiao Xiao, furious, tried to push them away, but her strength was no match for the two of them. As they gradually closed in, she had nowhere to go and could only retreat to the edge of the pond. In the chaos and argument, she accidentally twisted her ankle. Her body fell directly into the pond.
Ah!
Help! Someone fell into the river. Miao Jiao Jiao, who was walking on the playground, and Meng Baobao heard the cry and quickly ran toward the sound. Miao Jiao Jiao ran a bit faster. From a distance, she saw two familiar figures standing by the pond, looking stunned. Her eyebrows twitched, and a bad feeling suddenly arose in her heart. She immediately sped up. Cough, cough. "Help! Help!" The person in the water was splashing and making big waves, choking and calling for help in a muffled voice. As Miao Jiao Jiao got closer, she heard Xiao Xiao whispering for help. Her face darkened, and she jumped into the pond without hesitation. Quickly swimming behind Xiao Xiao, I supported her neck with my left arm and paddled with my right hand, quickly bringing Xiao Xiao to the shore. Meng Baobao just arrived at the scene. Seeing this, her eyes widened in panic. "Jiao Jiao, help me." Miao Jiao Jiao pushed the unconscious Xiao Xiao onto the shore. Meng Baobao hurriedly knelt by the water, reached out and pulled Xiao Xiao up. At this moment, Zhang Teng and Zhou Xiaofeng, who were stunned, finally came to their senses. Xiao Xiao, are you okay? Zhang Teng rushed over anxiously. Just as he was about to step forward, Miao Jiao Jiao, who had just reached the shore, kicked him away. Get lost. Brother Teng, Zhou Xiaofeng was worried and quickly stepped in to support him, then asked Miao Jiao Jiao, why are you hitting people? Bao Bao, watch over me. Don't let them come near. Miao Jiao Jiao, tired of dealing with them, knelt down and began performing CPR on Xiao Xiao. Okay. Meng Bao Bao clenched her fists and stood in front of Miao Jiao Jiao, glaring at the others. So, what if I hit someone? Who told you to rush over recklessly? What exactly did you do to Sister Xiao? Why did she fall into the river? If something happens to her, I won't forgive you. Hearing this, Zhang Teng froze in place. Ahem. We didn't do anything. She fell into the river by herself. He covered his aching chest and continued. Comrade Meng, I mean no harm.
I was just worried about Xiao Xiao.
Let me go check on her. Bah, Meng Bao Bao spat and looked at him with disdain. Now you're worried about Xiao Xiao? When she fell into the river just now, why didn't you save her? Fortunately, Jiao Jiao and I were nearby. If we weren't here, who knows what could have happened? Seeing her beloved being criticized, Zhou Xiaofeng couldn't help but speak up. Meng Bao Bao, don't talk nonsense. Brother Zhang Teng and I can't swim, but it's not our fault. I was just calling out for help a few times. Now that she's been rescued, do you still want to blame us? Huh. Meng Bao Bao felt like she was meeting Zhou Xiaofeng for the first time. She didn't realize that, in the dormitory, she had always been quiet and timid like a quail, but now she showed such a bold side. Sure enough, for her loved one, she had become braver. Zhou Xiaofeng, aren't you ashamed to say that? Meng Baby rolled her eyes and said, everyone in the group knows that Sister Xiao and Zhang Teng are a couple. It's late at night, and you two are acting so affectionate. How could you be so indifferent when Sister Xiao fell into the river? Don't you have any shame? Zhang Teng was anxious and said, that's not what you think. The three of us were just chatting, and an accident happened by mistake. If the group leaders found out about this, it would be serious. But now Xiao Xiao is in the water, and the leaders will find out sooner or later. He must minimize the impact, or his future will be hopeless. I only have a simple sibling relationship with Zhou Xiaofeng. Meng Baby, don't spread rumors. If you try to slander us, I will report you. Just then, Miao Jiao Jiao rescued Xiao Xiao from the water. Fortunately, she was only in the water for a short time, so her body wasn't badly hurt. When she opened her eyes, she heard the argument nearby. Hearing Zhang Teng say he would report Meng Baby, she coldly said, report who? Xiao Xiao, you're awake. Zhang Teng's eyes lit up. He pushed Meng Baby aside and ran to her. I was so worried. Luckily, you're awake. Otherwise, Before he finished, a loud slap landed heavily on his face. He was stunned by the slap. He covered his cheek, looking in disbelief. Xiao Xiao, don't call me that. That slap was what you owed me. Where even now, Xiao Xiao's eyes were colder than ever. Comrade Zhang Teng, I have nothing to do with you anymore. Please don't come near me and cause trouble. When she fell into the water, she actually hoped Zhang Teng would come in to save her. But it didn't happen. She didn't see him until she was about to drown and lose consciousness. At that moment, despair and suffocation overwhelmed her. Many things she had previously refused to think about suddenly became clear in her mind. She had gone against her parents' wishes and advice and decisively got together with him, hurting her parents deeply. To help him pass the city group exam, she gave up the chance to join the city group directly, disappointing her teachers. When he had stomach problems, she often went to the cafeteria to bring him delicious food and reminded him to eat well. Sometimes she forgets to eat when she's busy, but she has never seen him buy her a meal, only talk about it casually. He comes from an average family and has mentioned his family situation many times, hinting that she should help support them. At first, she was naive and happily thought he liked her enough to do that. Now, she realizes it was all nonsense. He only knew her for a few months, yet he cares for her so much. He is not only close to her but also scolds her for her sake. If there were more people like Xiao Fong in the future, she would probably be sick to her stomach. All of this made her see one clear truth. Zhang Teng does not like her. Or maybe he doesn't like her as much as she thought. If that's the case, why should she keep her heart on him? She, Xiao Xiao, is not unwanted. She can't keep sacrificing for a man who isn't worth it. What's your meaning? Zhang Teng suddenly got angry and embarrassed. What do you mean it's none of your business? We were clearly, Comrade Zhang Teng, please watch your words. Xiao Xiao interrupted him calmly, with a cold face. I saw clearly today that you were close with Zhou Xiaofeng in the practice room. If you don't want others to know about this, then please keep quiet. She doesn't admit they are dating. If he dares to shout, she will reveal what happened today, and the leaders in the group will surely be happy to step in. Hearing this, Zhang Teng's face turned pale, and then pale again. So, he was just dumped by a woman without any explanation? How could he accept that? His eyes flickered, and he quickly came up with an idea. He spoke softly, with some sadness. Xiao Xiao, don't do this. I know I was wrong. I promise I won't get so close to any other woman again. Please forgive me just this once, okay? Next to him, Zhou Xiaofeng bit her lip so hard it almost bled. So, Zhang Teng is planning to give up on her? All her feelings these days seem to be for nothing. But she dared not speak because Meng Baobao was glaring at her. She didn't dare say a word. I don't think you fully understand what I mean, Xiao Xiao said coldly. I have no relationship with you, so there's no need to talk about forgiveness. Hearing this, Zhang Teng felt a sharp pain in his heart. They had never publicly shown their relationship in the group, but anyone with eyes could see it. Xiao Xiao's personality is also known to him. She is strong and independent. She is probably truly hurt deep inside, which is why she said such harsh words. Although Zhou Xiaofeng looks just as good as Xiao Xiao, her family background and abilities are much less. Everyone who is smart knows who to choose. Now he really regrets it. If only he hadn't provoked Zhou Xiaofeng just for a moment of excitement. Now things are like this, and he's feeling so frustrated.
Xiao Xiao.
How happy we used to be. We even agreed to take the city exam together, but now you are like this. No matter what, he needs to persuade her to come back first. Using emotional appeal is the best approach right now. Enough! Xiao Zhao's calm mood was stirred up again by his reminiscing, and she couldn't help but feel upset inside. Zhang Teng, stop it. After saying that, she slowly stood up using Miao Jiao Jiao's arm, then turned and said, Jiao Jiao, baby, let's go. Miao Jiao Jiao nodded. Yes, let's go. Meng Baobao glared at Zhou Xiaofeng and snorted. Shameless. The two helped Xiao Xiao to her feet, and the three of them were about to leave. Zhang Teng couldn't help but step forward and block their way. His face changed completely, looking very different from his gentle, sad expression before. Grinding his teeth, he said bitterly, Xiao Xiao, are you really so heartless? Xiao Xiao didn't want to talk to him and turned her head aside. Meng Baobao, with her fiery temper, couldn't hold back and snapped, Hey, Zhang Teng, you're really shameless. It was your own mistake, and yet you call Xiao Jia heartless. You're so funny, Miao Jiao Jiao coldly said from the side. This noon, I saw you come out of a hidden corner with Zhou Xiaofeng at the same time. Before, Xiao Jia saw you being intimate with Zhou Xiaofeng in the practice room. And tonight, when you saw Xiao Jia fall into the water, you didn't help. Comrade Zhang Teng, if you don't want her inappropriate relationships and neglect to be known by the group leaders, then please stop appearing in front of Xiao Jia in the future. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. As they spoke, the three of them turned and left. On the way, Meng Baobao looked unhappy and whispered, Shouldn't we do something? Just letting them go like this. Miao Jiao Jiao noticed Xiao Zhao's strange expression and shook her head at Meng Baobao, signaling her not to say anything. Meng Baobao blinked to show she understood. Suddenly, a loud crying sound came from nearby. Wah wah. Jiao Jiao, Baobao. I feel so bad. Xiao Xiao, like a little child, looked up and cried loudly. She couldn't stop crying. Just moments ago, She had been pretending to be calm and cold in front of Zhang Teng. But as soon as she turned away, her emotions collapsed. Thinking about how her deep feelings over the past 2 years had been wasted, she felt both unwilling and pained, and she couldn't help but cry out loud. Miao Jiao Jiao sighed, but didn't try to stop her. Sometimes, crying to let out feelings is better. Let her cry. Once she's done, she'll understand. Meanwhile, Meng Baobao was anxious, scratching her head and ears. She wanted to speak to comfort her, but was afraid of saying the wrong thing. Seeing that Jiao Jiao didn't say anything, she could only stay quiet. Worried that Xiao Zhao's crying might attract attention, Miao Jiao Jiao took her group to a small dance practice room. They closed the door and windows, drew the curtains. Sitting on either side of Xiao Xiao, they quietly watched her cry freely. Xiao Xiao cried for about 10 minutes before stopping. Miao Jiao Jiao took a tissue from her pocket and handed it to her, joking, "Wipe your nose. Your snot bubbles are showing." Haha. Although the atmosphere was a bit heavy, Meng Baobao couldn't help but laugh because she had a low sense of humor. Xiao Xiao blushed deeply. She shyly said, "Forget it, I'll just wipe my nose with my sleeve." Using someone else's tissue to wipe her nose felt awkward. Even if she washed it afterward, it would still be dirty. "It was just a joke," Miao Jiao Jiao said with a smile, helping her wipe her tears with her own tissue. "Are you feeling better now?" "Yes, much better." Xiao Xiao smiled too, looking serious. "Thank you for saving me." Miao Jiao Jiao waved her hand casually. "It's nothing. We're friends. As long as you're okay." "No, I really need to thank you properly," Xiao Xiao continued. "Tomorrow is Sunday and it's a holiday. You shouldn't go back to the countryside. Why don't we just go to my house to hang out? I'll ask my mom to cook something delicious for you. After eating, we can go shopping at the department store." Miao Jiao Jiao was about to refuse, but Xiao Xiao firmly said, "No, you can't refuse, or I'll get mad." Miao Jiao Jiao exchanged a look with Meng Baobao and could only smile and nod. Okay. Now that Xiao Zhao's mood had calmed down, everyone started talking about serious matters. Meng Baobao asked again, "Are we just going to let them go?" Xiao Zhao's eyes looked sad as she sighed. "I think we should just forget it. We liked each other for a while, and I don't want any more trouble." Besides, Miao Jiao Jiao understood what she was worried about. After all, everyone knew about her relationship with Zhang Teng. If she really went to the leaders to complain, the other two's outcomes would be uncertain. But Xiao Xiao would also be criticized behind her back. The idea that victims are to blame has existed for a long time. And since the person hurt was a girl, the harsh words would be even more hurtful. No one wants to be known as someone who is abandoned, especially at work. It would be very embarrassing if it got out. Xiao Zhao's family lives in the county town. If her parents found out, they would be very upset. So before that, Miao Jiao Jiao threatened Zhang Teng to stay away from Xiao Xiao. From now on, they wouldn't see each other much, and others would gradually notice the change. When everyone realized, they would be subtly influenced and think it was no big deal. Miao Jiao Jiao said, "Let's just leave it at that. We'll stay away from those two. But if they dare to come close again, I'll deal with them properly." Yeah, okay," Meng Baobao nodded. Seeing her two friends caring so much for her, Xiao Xiao felt a warm feeling inside. She put her arms around them and sincerely said, "Thank you, Jiao Jiao and Bao Bao. You're my lifelong friends." Meanwhile, inside the pavilion, Zhang Teng sat dejectedly on a stone bench, silent. Zhou Xiaofang stood nearby, biting her lip. After a while, she walked over and softly said, "Brother Teng, he is feeling very upset now and no longer has the patience to pretend to be gentle like before." Zhou Xiaofang was not angry even when scolded. She understands his mood, so she doesn't mind at all. Actually, she feels secretly happy inside. She didn't expect Xiao Zhao's woman to be so foolish, giving up such a good partner. At first, she thought it would take a long time for them to break up. But happiness came so quickly. In the future, she can be close to him without worries. Just as she was feeling proud inside, Zhang Ting suddenly said, "No, I can't break up with Xiao Xiao. Xiaofang, can you help me?" Zhou Xiaofang shivered and felt a sudden chill in her heart. "You. Want me to help how? The next day was Sunday, a day off. After everyone slept in late, they slowly got up and washed up. Then Xiao Xiao took Miao Jiao Jiao and Meng Bao to her home. Today, Uncle Xiao and Mother Xiao were both there, as they work at nearby factories. Seeing Xiao Xiao bring two colleagues home, the elders warmly welcomed them. Mother Xiao specially prepared a table full of good dishes to entertain them. At the dinner table, Xiao Xiao didn't hide from her parents and briefly told them what happened with Zhang Teng last night. To avoid worrying her parents, she didn't mention the incident in the river. She only said she found Zhang Teng being flirtatious with a girl, and she decided not to date her anymore. After hearing this, Xiao Zhao's parents' first reaction was to care about her. No wonder her eyes looked a bit swollen today. She probably cried secretly under the blanket last night. Thinking of this, the couple felt very distressed, and they scooped the good dishes onto her plate, telling her to eat more. Meng Bao was eating quietly and didn't pay much attention. Miao Jiao Jiao felt a little touched inside. Having a caring family is really nice. But she guessed she probably wouldn't have that luck. After finishing the meal, Xiao Zhao's father angrily got up, ready to go to the cultural troupe to confront Zhang Teng. Mother Xiao and Xiao Xiao quickly stopped him, persuading him for a while before he calmed down. By the way, Xiao Zhao's parents had never liked Zhang Teng very much. Now that their daughter had broken up with him, they finally felt relieved. After finishing their meal, Miao Jiao Jiao and her two friends went to the department store. Xiao Xiao brought some savings and bought 2 boxes of cream as gifts for Miao Jiao Jiao and Meng Bao Bao. Then she bought a pair of dance shoes to thank someone for saving her, and she insisted that Miao Jiao Jiao accept them. They also bought some snacks and then returned to the art troupe together. By evening, the three of them went to the cafeteria for dinner. After dinner, Miao Jiao Jiao said she had something to do and left. Now Meng Bao Bao was used to Miao Jiao Jiao leaving occasionally. Everyone has their secrets. As her close friend, Meng Bao Bao was curious, but not overly nosy. Tonight was the day Miao Jiao Jiao was making a delivery to He Shi Hao Ge. The transaction went smoothly, and Miao Jiao Jiao earned over 20,000 yuan this time. Last month, she also sold goods for over 10,000 yuan, so with the previous 30,000 yuan, her savings now exceeded 70,000 yuan. Miao Jiao Jiao raised an eyebrow. With this money, she could buy 3 or 4 big courtyard houses in Beijing. In 20 or 30 years, these properties could be worth at least 1 billion yuan. Thinking about it made her feel very happy. Her main goal now was to improve her dance and singing skills so she could pass the military team exam in Beijing next year. When she returned home at night, it was almost 10 o'clock. Outside was dark, with only the dormitory building faintly lit. On her way back, she passed by the practice room. As Miao Jiao Jiao approached a small practice room, she suddenly heard a tense, low voice. "Xiao Xiao, don't blame me. I had no choice. Don't worry, after this, I will definitely marry you." Miao Jiao Jiao frowned. Suddenly, she thought of something bad. She quickly pushed open the door of the practice room with a loud bang and turned on the light. Inside, she saw a tall figure in the corner pressing a girl and nibbling on her neck. Her pupils shrank, and her eyes flashed with anger as she rushed forward. She kicked the tall figure. "Zhang Teng, are you looking for death?" Zhang Teng was kicked several meters away and lay on the ground, stunned. "Miao Jiao Jiao, what are you doing?" Zhou Xiaofang was shy, closing her eyes and waiting for Zhang Teng's next move. "I didn't expect to be interrupted so soon by Miao Jiao Jiao's sudden appearance. I was very angry inside. Last night, Zhang Teng said Xiao Xiao would get drunk if she drank alcohol. He asked her to go to his dorm that evening, secretly mixing rice wine into her water cup for her to drink. Then he pretended to invite Xiao Xiao to the small practice room to chat for a while. Without thinking much, Zhang Teng had a plan. She had waited patiently for the two of them to be apart, and she wouldn't just go along with it. So she pretended to agree, but secretly came here alone that night. Fearing trouble, Zhang Teng didn't dare turn on the lights and drank a little wine to boost his courage. This worked in her favor. As soon as she entered, she pretended to walk unsteadily, not making a sound. Zhang Ting thought she was Xiao Xiao and eagerly pulled her toward the corner. When he said he would take responsibility for her, Zhou Xiaofeng felt very happy. As for him discovering later that she wasn't Xiao Xiao, that didn't matter. She had already been with him, so he would have to take responsibility. Later, she planned to cry a little and lie, saying Xiao Xiao refused to drink water, and she came here to explain the situation. But he wouldn't listen to her explanation and just went ahead with it. This matter was not honorable, and Zhang Ting probably wouldn't ask Xiao Xiao for details, so she could only let it go. In this way, she was completely tied to Zhang Ting. She had seen this method before when she went to the scrap yard to find study materials, by chance, on a storybook. Out of curiosity, she flipped through it casually. It told a story from ancient times about two sisters who both liked a wealthy young man, but he only liked the older sister. So the younger sister got him drunk and forced him into a relationship, leading him to marry her instead, leaving the older sister disappointed. In the end, the sad older sister found love with a scholar, and they later reconciled with her sister and brother-in-law. At that time, she looked down on the younger sister, thinking her actions were too sneaky and heartless. But now, after what happened to her, she suddenly understood. Anyway, she and Xiao Xiao weren't really sisters, and Xiao Xiao didn't like Zhang Teng that much now. So doing this for love didn't seem so bad. But she had planned everything carefully. Yet, unexpectedly, Miao Jiao Jiao suddenly appeared. This woman is really annoying. She ruined the rare opportunity she had. It's so frustrating. Is that you? Miao Jiao Jiao's mouth twitched. So, after all, she saved the wrong person? Seeing Zhou Xiaofeng's expression, it seemed she was quite willing.
So,
did she ruin someone's good thing? Considering what Zhang Teng said earlier, and having watched many palace dramas, she quickly understood. It turns out Zhang Teng wanted to do something bad, but Zhou Xiaofeng, who knew the truth, interrupted him. It's me, who else? Zhou Xiaofeng was about to explode with anger. How was she going to explain this to Zhang Teng later? Since things didn't go as planned, Zhang Teng would be angry, and he might take it out on her. If she had been hurt, he might feel sorry for her a few times. But now, after being caught by Miao Jiao Jiao, he probably hated her. Miao Jiao Jiao raised an eyebrow and looked directly at Zhou Xiaofeng's furious gaze, unfazed, and said coldly, Zhou Xiaofeng, you should be glad you didn't help Zhang Teng do that dirty thing, or I wouldn't be talking to you so nicely now. You. Zhou Xiaofeng suddenly felt guilty, and her words got stuck in her throat. By this time, Zhang Teng had already covered his chest and stood up. His face was so dark it looked like ink was about to drip from it. He spoke with disbelief. Xiaofeng. How come you're here, Brother Teng? Zhou Xiaofeng looked anxious, trying to think of an explanation. Seeing her like this, Zhang Ting thought it was because of Miao Jiao Jiao being present, so he didn't say much. He turned to look at Miao Jiao Jiao, his face darkening. Miao Jiao Jiao, last night you kicked me. I didn't pursue it because I saw you saved Xiao Xiao. But tonight, you hit someone again without reason. That's just unreasonable. I won't let this go. Please leave quickly. Xiao Fong and I still have things to talk about. Huh. Miao Jiao Jiao sneered coldly. In the middle of the night, you two alone, hiding in the practice room and messing around, do you think that's okay? Right now, the team is strictly enforcing rules. If this gets out, what do you think the leaders will say? You're not allowed to talk nonsense. Zhang Ting's face turned red and he gritted his teeth. Xiao Fong and I are dating. It's not messing around. Oh, Miao Jiao Jiao pretended to be surprised, glancing at Zhou Xiaofeng, who was overjoyed nearby. She sneered and said, You guys are pretty quick. Last night, you were begging Sister Xiao for forgiveness by the river, and today you're already with Zhou Xiaofeng. No wonder Sister Xiao doesn't like you. You're such a scumbag. You should have dumped him a long time ago. Who are you calling a scumbag? Zhang Ting suddenly became furious. He hated being doubted about his character the most. Things that happened these past few days had already made him irritable. Tonight's plans were disrupted, and he was even more annoyed. Hearing Miao Jiao Jiao's words now, he completely lost his temper. Grinding his teeth and swinging his arm, he wanted to slap Miao Jiao Jiao. Miao Jiao Jiao was deliberately provoking him so she wouldn't let him get his way. With a cold glare, she controlled his arm with her left hand and quickly punched him with her right.
Bang! Bang!
Bang! A series of hits to his face turned Zhang Teng into a pig-headed mess. Zhang Teng was beaten so hard, he kept retreating, finally covering his face and crying out in pain. Zhou Xiaofeng, who wanted to help, was completely stunned. Is it still possible to run now?
Looking
down at him coldly, she said in a very icy tone, Zhang Teng, you're dead meat. Using such despicable methods to deal with someone you once loved shows that this person has no heart. Letting him go once, he would do it again next time. So, it's better to just completely destroy him. Hearing this, Zhang Teng trembled all over. His lips trembled as he asked, You. What are you going to do? Miao Jiao Jiao's lips curled into a bloodthirsty smile, tilting her head and smiling sweetly. Guess, when Miao Jiao Jiao returned to her dormitory, she was expressionless. Seeing her come back so late, Meng Baobao quickly stepped forward and said, Jiao Jiao, go take a shower quickly. The lights will be turned off soon. As she got closer, she noticed that Jiao Jiao's face looked unusual. Meng Baobao worriedly asked, Jiao Jiao, what's wrong? At this moment, Zhou Xiaofeng appeared at the door looking very discouraged. She said, Miao Jiao Jiao, can you? No. Miao Jiao Jiao grabbed Meng Baobao's hand and headed to the next dormitory. Let's go. We need to talk to Xiao Jie about something. After they left, Zhou Xiaofeng collapsed on the ground, looking very defeated. Lu Xian was sitting on the bed, wiping her face. Seeing her, she asked curiously, Zhou Xiaofeng, what's wrong? You look like you've lost your soul. Zhou Xiaofeng didn't answer. She kept muttering, It's over. It's over. Lu Xian rolled her eyes and said, You're so silly. Miao Jiao Jiao took Xiao Xiao to the corner of the corridor. Xiao Xiao asked, Jiao Jiao, what's wrong? Is there something important tonight? Miao Jiao Jiao looked at her and said, Xiao Jie, I need to tell you something. Please don't get too upset. Xiao Xiao looked a bit confused. Go ahead. Meng Baobao was also curious. Jiao Jiao, what's going on? Miao Jiao Jiao took a deep breath and slowly said, When I came back from outside, I passed by the small practice room. I saw two figures inside. Who is it? Xiao Xiao frowned, looking worried. Although she didn't want to continue her relationship with Zhang Teng, she couldn't forget about her feelings quickly. She had been feeling pretty down these days. Seeing Jiao Jiao's serious expression, she suddenly guessed something. It was about Zhang Teng and Zhou Xiaofeng. They were. Miao Jiao Jiao quickly told her what she saw and shared her guess. When I was outside the door, I heard Zhang Teng apologize to Xiao Jie and talk about things like cooked rice, a phrase implying a relationship. But when I burst into the room, I found Zhou Xiaofeng being bullied. Also, Zhang Teng looked surprised when he saw Zhou Xiaofeng. Zhou Xiaofeng was angry when she saw me come in, looking like she was furious because I might have ruined her plans. So, I think Zhang Teng was about to do something to you, but Zhou Xiaofeng interrupted him. After hearing this, Xiao Zhao's face turned pale. She trembled, seeming unable to believe it, and asked again, Are you sure? You heard him say those things. Miao Jiao Jiao nodded seriously. I'm sure. Hearing this, Xiao Zhao's eyes suddenly turned red. She shook her head with disappointment and said, Sigh. I really misjudged him. Yes, she couldn't help but imagine that he would come back to her. But she never expected that the person who used to be polite and respectful would, one day, try to keep her with such a mean and dirty method. At that moment, her heart felt as if it had turned cold and dead. She was originally thinking of forgiving him and letting go of the past.
But now,
this person is worse than an animal. Meng Baobao trembled with anger. Miao Jiao Jiao looked at Xiao Xiao and said, Sister Xiao, I think it's necessary to tell the leaders in the group about this. People like him shouldn't stay. If we don't, he might come up with more bad tricks to hurt you. What do you think? I'll let him go, but he won't let me go. Xiao Zhao's eyes grew colder. If that's the case, I won't hold back. I'll report this first thing tomorrow morning. Okay? Miao Jiao Jiao exchanged a look with Meng Baobao and nodded. Then we'll go with you tomorrow. Xiao Xiao looked at them gratefully. Thank you. Back in the dorm, Zhou Xiaofeng sat on her bed, looking lost and sad. When she saw Miao Jiao Jiao and Meng Baobao come in, she hurriedly stepped forward and said anxiously, Miao Jiao Jiao, please don't let Zhang Teng get away this time. He really knows he was wrong. If you go and complain, his future will be ruined. Go away, Meng Baobao glared at her. Zhou Xiaofeng, what you're saying is really funny. Is that beast Zhang Teng really remorseful? If he really succeeded, then Xiao Jie's future would be ruined. Do you have the nerve to say that? No, he won't succeed. Zhou Xiaofeng's eyes showed more worry when she heard this. I will stop him. She just saw Miao Jiao Jiao's expression and knew she guessed the reason behind it. That's what she and Zhang Teng were most afraid of. If the leaders found out about these dark, dirty things behind the scenes, they would definitely be criticized and dismissed. Zhang Teng had finally established himself in the group, and he still had to take the city group exam next year. How could he cause trouble now? So before returning to the dorm, he kept begging her to make sure Miao Jiao Jiao kept quiet and didn't say anything. But she simply couldn't stop him. Miao Jiao Jiao appears to be smiling and polite on the outside, but in reality, she is difficult to get along with. If you upset her, she definitely won't let it go. She has repeatedly seen Liu Xian being treated badly by others. Thinking of this, Zhou Xiaofeng hesitated, but then knelt down in front of Miao Jiao Jiao. Please, Jiao Jiao, just this once, please let us go. If she and Zhang Teng were fired because of this, it would be a huge that she couldn't handle. Meng Baobao raised an eyebrow. What are you doing? This is the new society. No more of that old stuff. Miao Jiao Jiao crossed her arms and said coldly, kneeling won't help me. If I knew it would come to this, I wouldn't have done it in the first place. Liu Xian was sitting at the head of the bed, cracking sunflower seeds. Seeing the scene, she said with some dissatisfaction, Miao Jiao Jiao, Meng Baobao, what's going on? Why did you make Zhou Xiaofeng kneel? Her tone seemed caring but also a bit gloating. Meng Baobao rolled her eyes at her. Mind your own business. You'll see tomorrow. Humph. Acting like you care, Liu Xian snorted. Zhou Xiaofeng usually looked honest, but she was quite scheming. She didn't care for the straightforward Meng Baobao. Seeing no one paying attention to her, Zhou Xiaofeng could only stand up angrily. That night was destined to be a sleepless one. The next morning, Xiao Xiao, Miao Jiao Jiao, and Meng Baobao went to the leader's office. After Miao Jiao Jiao explained what she saw and her suspicions, an angry shout came from inside the office. Absolutely disgraceful. Let's go talk to some teachers and confront the person face to face. 10 minutes later, the 3 leaders, several teachers, and the 3 girls, including Miao Jiao Jiao, gathered and headed forcefully toward the singing team practice room. Inside the singing team practice room, Zhou Xiaofeng and Zhang Ting both had huge dark circles under their eyes. Zhou Xiaofeng looked distressed.
Tengye.
What should we do? Miao Jiao Jiao definitely went to see the leaders. Zhang Teng sighed and hesitated, then said, Xiaofeng, maybe you should just say that it was your idea. What do you mean? Zhou Xiaofeng suddenly jumped up, gritting her teeth.
It was clearly your bad idea.
You want to blame everything on me? Zhang Teng also got angry. How can you say that? I told you to call Xiao Xiao earlier, but you kept hesitating until so late. And you didn't do what I asked, or else this wouldn't have happened. Then, suddenly, the front door was kicked open with a loud bang. A group of angry-looking people stood outside. Zhang Teng and Zhou Xiaofeng both froze in shock, their eyes wide. Wu Laoshe from the singing team looked cold and disappointed. Zhang Teng, I really misjudged you. To do such a terrible thing makes me ashamed as your teacher. Teacher Wu, Zhang Teng opened his mouth but couldn't say anything. Miao Jiao Jiao turned to Director Wei and Deputy Director Sun and asked, 2 leaders, how should we judge Zhang Teng's malicious actions of hurting team members and damaging others' reputation? Director Wei's face darkened like a black pot. Expel him, never to be employed again. Meng Baobao blinked curiously. And what about people like Zhou Xiaofeng, who help the wrongdoer and know about it but don't report it and behave improperly? Deputy Director Sun said coldly. Expel her too. People like that cannot be kept. They are a danger to everyone. Hearing this, Zhang Teng and Zhou Xiaofeng both went blank and trembled all over. The entrance was crowded with some members of the arts troupe watching the scene. Everyone heard just a few words and felt confused. Then the leaders held a meeting with everyone. After hearing the full story, everyone looked at Xiao Xiao with a bit of pity. Some thought she was too ruthless, but most supported her decision. Afterward, Zhang Teng and Zhou Xiaofeng were dismissed. When they left, they started blaming each other. Zhang Teng couldn't hold back and suddenly beat Zhou Xiaofeng up. Finally, the old man at the door, unable to watch anymore, reported them to the police. The two were immediately taken away for 3 days because they were seen as influencing social morals. When Zhang Teng's parents heard the news, they rushed to rescue him. As soon as they met, Zhang's mother started scolding Zhou Xiaofeng loudly and was very aggressive. Zhou Xiaofeng was scratched all over her face, with blood marks, her hair messy like a chicken coop, crying in tears at the police station. But no one showed her any sympathy. Zhou Xiaofeng's parents thought it was shameful and didn't come to pick her up. In the end, she quietly went home alone. What awaited her at home would be a difficult time she couldn't predict. Back to that morning. After the meeting, Zhang Teng and Zhou Xiaofeng were dismissed. Teacher Chen couldn't help but talk to Wang Rong. I've looked at your performance carefully these past 2 days. I think something is missing. If we add a few more people, it might be better. Let's put our personal issues aside for now. The most important thing is the competition in the city. What do you think? Wang Rong smiled with a hint of pride and nodded. Sure, I think the same. Actually, the leaders had discussed this with her a couple of days ago. They were just waiting for Teacher Chen to soften up. She wasn't a petty person, so she decided to be generous this time. Hearing this, Teacher Chen sighed in relief. Thanks. In the following days, everyone started training even harder. No one was allowed to take leave, and there were no holidays. Everyone was busy every day. Soon, time flew by. Finally, it was July 20th. On the bus heading to the city, Miao Jiao Jiao was closing her eyes and dozing when Meng Baobao excitedly said nearby, Jiao Jiao, Jiao Jiao, wake up. We're here. Stop shaking me. You're about to shake my head off. Miao Jiao Jiao said with a mix of laughter and frustration, stopping her hand and stretching widely. You really can sleep. You slept over 4 hours, Meng Baobao pouted. Jiao 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 fell asleep as soon as she got on the bus, and Sister Xiao Xiao was in a bad mood. Because of that, she didn't say a word the whole trip. Miao Jiao Jiao smiled and pinched her little face. All right, once we settle in, we'll go shopping with you. Don't be mad. Hee hee. You promised. Meng Baobao immediately beamed with happiness, very excited. Miao Jiao Jiao chuckled and shook her head. This girl's emotions come and go quickly. She's really a lively spirit. Just now, she was pretending to sleep, busying herself in the spirit spring space with her mind. Over the past month, she's been practicing her routines nonstop and hasn't had much time to take care of her space. So, when she had a free moment, she took the chance to tidy things up. Now, she's trading mainly grains, fruits, and meats with Hao Ge. The sales are quite good. She's been with the county art troupe for over 4 months. During this time, she's planted several batches of grains and fruit trees in her space. Just now, she planted another batch, and by the end of the month, she'll harvest a lot of supplies. The bus stopped at the city art troupe's entrance. There were staff members there to greet them, and they led them to a meeting room to store their things. It was almost noon. After settling in, the staff took everyone to the city troupe's cafeteria for a meal. Meng Baobao kept marveling as they walked. It's clear that the city troupe is much better decorated than their county troupe. If it were a provincial or military troupe, it would probably be even more impressive. Xiao Xiao looked very tired and listless. Seeing her like this, Miao Jiao Jiao could only comfort her, saying, Xiao Jia, it's been a long time since everything happened. You should let it go. 20 days ago, after the embarrassing incident involving Zhang Teng and Zhou Xiaofeng in the practice room, the troupe members discussed it privately for several days. As expected, most supported Xiao Xiao. But a few thought Xiao Xiao also had some responsibility. Otherwise, why would Zhang Teng react so aggressively? However, the troops' leaders clearly said no more discussion about this matter, so it didn't affect Xiao Zhao's life much. Xiao Xiao sighed and said, "Don't worry, I've already let it go. I told you before about how the city troop teacher liked me last year. I actually feel guilty about rejecting her so decisively back then. If I meet her again later, should I say hello?" Miao Jiao Jiao smiled and said, "Just say hello. Maybe she didn't care much about it anyway. Don't overthink it." Xiao Xiao nodded, "All right." After finishing their meal at the cafeteria, the three of them went for a walk nearby before heading back. To keep the event a surprise, each team didn't rehearse on stage. Instead, they practiced quietly in their own meeting rooms a few times. Soon, at 5 p.m., the competition began. This time, the city leaders attached great importance to the event. They selected the best performance from one city team and 5 county teams to perform at the provincial military arts troupe. There will also be other performances chosen from different cities, along with acts from the provincial troupe and military arts group, totaling over 10 performances. If our team doesn't do well, it would be a big embarrassment for all of Yun City. In the past, city leaders would usually pick the city team's performance directly. But this time, no one wanted to cheat. They would choose the best performance honestly. Most people still believe the city team had the best chance because their quality was higher. The county teams probably couldn't compare. Before the show started, some city leaders and visitors from the provincial troupe whispered among themselves, "I think the city team's performance is the best among these 6. Yeah, I just watched their rehearsal. It was really impressive. The other county teams probably won't be as good. They keep doing the same old acts." Hearing this, the teachers from the city team sitting in the back looked proud. The teachers from the county teams looked a bit upset. This time, Miao Jiao Jiao and her team came to compete, led personally by Director Wei. But because Yunshan County's team ranked lower, they were seated in the corner to watch. Next to Director Wei was the leader of Yunshui County's team. He sighed and said to Director Wei, "Old Wei, it's probably not even worth comparing. Looks like our 2 county teams will be at the bottom again." Director Wei didn't reply, just gave a polite smile. In his mind, he thought, "Humph, old man, don't pretend in front of me. Every time, you act useless on purpose, but secretly prepare a lot. You always use this trick and I'm tired of hearing it." Since he didn't respond, the Yunshui County leader said again, "Hey, old Wei, why aren't you talking? How's your team's performance? Still at the bottom like last time?" Director Wei raised an eyebrow and teased, "You'll see later. I'm afraid you'll be so surprised when you see it. Their group is aiming for first place this time." "Oh, haha, so mysterious," said the person, with a slight smirk, but a quick flash of pride in their eyes. No matter how weak their group is, this competition has the Yunshan County group as the last team, so there's no need to feel too upset. The order of performances starts with the city team, followed by several county teams. There's no special final act. In this kind of competition, the later teams tend to perform worse, usually the cultural groups. As expected, Yunshan County's team, where Miao Jiao Jiao is the last to perform. Soon, the announcer's voice announced the start, and the city team went on stage first. Their performance was a song called "Sing a Mountain Song for the Party." With loud singing and music, the performers in costumes began to dance on stage. To be honest, the city team's performance was quite good, thanks to their good training. Miao Jiao Jiao and the others had already put on makeup and were waiting backstage. Since they were the last to perform, everyone was feeling pretty relaxed, so they secretly went to watch the other team's performances. Watching the city team perform, everyone compared their own team. Meng Baobao leaned close to Miao Jiao Jiao's ear and whispered, "Jiao Jiao, if it weren't for that clever idea you had, our performance probably wouldn't be as good as the city team's." "Yeah, the city team dances really well," Xiao Xiao nodded and said with a smile, "but we're not bad either. Jiao Jiao's dance skills are really impressive." Lu Xian, standing nearby, pursed her lips but didn't say anything. What could she say? When she first joined the team, she was confident and wanted to compete with Miao Jiao Jiao. She practiced hard every day, hoping to surpass her someday. When Jiao Jiao decided to practice both dancing and singing together, she was pretty angry. She thought Jiao Jiao was wasting her good dance talent by doing two things at once. But soon, she was proven wrong. She didn't know how Jiao Jiao learned so quickly. Not only was she talented in dancing and singing, but she also had a good way of rehearsing performances. Her new ideas and creative suggestions made the whole show much more eye-catching. Recently, everyone has been practicing performances together. She often secretly compares herself to others. Gradually, she realized that her skills seemed to be quite behind. For example, with the same difficult dance move, spinning on tiptoe, she can only spin about 10 times before getting tired, but Miao Jiao Jiao can spin around 20 times easily without panting. Miao Jiao Jiao is also very flexible, able to do all kinds of difficult moves easily. Even her usually proud aunt, Teacher Chen, often secretly praises her. All of this makes her face a harsh truth. It seems she can no longer catch up with Miao Jiao Jiao. She hasn't even competed yet, but she already feels defeated. Oh, she's really timid. After the city troops' performance, loud applause filled the stage. Many leaders and teachers nodded in approval. Everyone secretly thought this might be the best performance of the day. Soon, other county troops took the stage one after another. As the performances went on, everyone felt more confident that the city troop might win. Near the second-to-last performance, the person next to Director Wei started talking again. "Hey, I'm nervous about our troops' performance. I'm just worried we won't do well in front of the leaders." Director Wei twitched his mouth. "I don't believe you. You're such a sneaky old fox." Next, please enjoy the dance performance "I Love My Country's Blue Sky" by the Yunshui County Art Troupe. Let's give a warm round of applause. After the dance, the applause was still quite lively, even louder than for the previous two performances. The leader of Yunshui County beamed and said, "Old Wei, how about it? Our young performers did pretty well, right? Look at how satisfied the leaders seem." Director Wei smiled slightly and chuckled. "Not bad, not bad." Sure enough, he's a clever fox. He was just pretending in front of him. The other person continued, "It's almost your turn. Hope you won't let me down." This time, Director Wei smiled happily. "Haha, just wait and see." Yunshui County's leader thought, "Old Wei seems a bit strange. Maybe he's worried because the performance was not good enough?" The final performance was a song and dance show called "Who Doesn't Say Our Hometown is Beautiful," brought by the Yunshan County Art Troupe. It symbolized our love and longing for our hometown. Everyone, please give a warm round of applause. The audience below was a bit surprised. A song and dance show. They're singing and dancing at the same time? Suddenly, on the far left side of the seats, a girl with bright eyes and a cheerful smile stood up quickly. This girl was Xiao Xiao. Everyone looked confused, but she picked up a pair of clappers and smiled. Her clappers and voice started at the same time. Mountains are connected one after another. White clouds circle around the peaks. Terraced fields stretch in layers. Songs are carried by the wind. After saying this, Xiao Xiao closed her small mouth and paused for a moment. She looked around with bright eyes, shining with a happy smile. Then she lively and clearly said the next line. "Who doesn't say? Our hometown is wonderful." Her voice was cheerful and crisp, making everyone feel warm inside. Then she paused and gestured to the person sitting next to her, inviting him to sing the next part. She looked at him with bright eyes, meaning for him to continue. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Dr. Liu blushed deeply. He was a doctor from the city troupe, here to watch the show during his free time. Actually, he had noticed Xiao Xiao earlier. She looked a bit unfamiliar, but very gentle and lovely. For some reason, he felt a strange feeling in his heart. Now she was asking him to sing. Seeing her smiling at him, he felt his face burn and his heart race. "Comrade. Comrade. Please continue singing the next line," Xiao Xiao softly reminded him when he froze. "Oh, okay." Dr. Liu cleared his throat and loudly sang, "Yes, yes, ear, ear." Right after he finished, Meng Bao Bao, sitting on the far right, stood up. Her innocent, rosy face was full of a shining, happy smile. She played the clappers quickly and then started singing the second half. When she reached the part, "Hey, who doesn't say, our hometown is wonderful," she also asked the person next to her to continue singing. Everyone saw how Dr. Liu sang just now. So, the invited person quickly stood up and happily shouted, "Yay, ear!" As he finished, the curtain on the stage slowly opened. The musicians in the corner began to play their instruments. Along with the music, a clear, melodious girl's voice softly rang out. One mountain connected to another, her voice was as pure as a bubbling spring, touching everyone's heart. Before anyone saw her, her singing filled the entire hall. Everyone was drawn in by her voice and looked toward the stage. They saw a group of performers dressed in costumes, holding props. They tiptoed happily from both sides of the curtain and entered the stage. When everyone gathered together, they suddenly stopped. All at once, they raised their paper umbrellas. In that moment, the stage was filled with images of green mountains. The mountains layered and lush, beautiful and lively. Everyone saw this, and their eyes widened in surprise. Can paper umbrellas be used like this? It's truly wonderful. The girl's voice sang again. One mountain connected to another. The paper umbrellas formed a mountain range that rose and fell with the song. The crowd was dazzled and amazed. At some point, Xiao Xiao and Meng Baobao had already come onto the stage and stood on the left side. They looked at each other, then started singing. One white cloud circling the mountain. While singing, the dancers in the center of the stage suddenly closed their umbrellas. They turned in unison, taking small steps to gather together. The audience then realized that their costumes and backs formed a picture of clouds circling the mountains. Seeing this, everyone couldn't help but nod in admiration. This wasn't just a singing and dancing performance. It was like a painting of mountains and water brought to life. It was both surprising and innovative, completely unexpected. From the audience, admiration and envy could be seen in their eyes. Director Wei and several teachers had smiles that almost reached their ears. Seated next to Director Wei was the leader from Yunshui County, who looked at him with a complicated expression. He said meaningfully, "Old Wei, your team is really hiding its talents. How come I never noticed before?" Director Wei quickly waved his hand and modestly replied, "Just admit it. I hope I haven't let you down." The other person felt like a lump of old blood stuck in his throat, looking very upset. His face looked as uncomfortable as someone with constipation, very unpleasant to see. Seeing this, Director Wei raised his eyebrows proudly. Finally, he felt relieved. He was very happy inside. His eyes turned to the stage, watching the lively figure dancing. Director Wei sighed softly. Such talented people. Their county team just can't keep them. But they also gained something from this. After this performance, who would still say their team was the worst? The show on stage continued. Everyone had watched Xiao Xiao and Meng Baobao perform a quick rhythm act earlier. Because of that, whenever the two sang, "Hey, who doesn't say, our hometown is great," before anyone could invite them, the crowd eagerly sang along loudly. Yes, yes, yes. After singing, everyone exchanged glances and smiled happily again. Plus, the new and creative dance moves made everyone praise again and again. The atmosphere became lively and energetic, with applause ringing continuously. As the performance neared its end, the singing stopped, but the music kept playing. Miao Jiao Jiao performed a solo dance in the center of the stage. This idea was actually suggested by Teacher Chen, who usually didn't get along with Teacher Wang Rong. When she first proposed this idea, everyone was a bit surprised. Who would have thought that the usually petty Teacher Chen could be generous sometimes? But thinking about it, she did it for the good of the team, so they let Miao Jiao Jiao try it as she suggested. Once she tried, everyone looked at her with approval, and their opinion of Teacher Chen improved a little. I have to say, Miao Jiao Jiao's final dance was like the finishing touch of a painting. It was eye-catching and outstanding, leaving a deep impression. When the performance at the provincial military team was over, everyone burst into thunderous applause. Many people couldn't take their eyes off the bright, beautiful stage. The show wasn't finished yet. Leaders and teachers from other groups started asking around, eager to find out the name of the girl who was dancing. As expected, the Yunshan County Art Troupe, where Miao Jiao Jiao performed, won the competition with a surprising and clever performance. When the team members heard the news, they were all very happy and excited. They hugged each other and cheered loudly, almost causing a commotion behind the scenes. Other groups' performers looked at them with envy and a bit of bitterness, especially the young girls from the city's art troupe who were upset and wiping away tears. They had thought winning was certain, but unexpectedly, a dark horse appeared in the middle of the contest. Thinking about how their team was overshadowed by a small county troupe made them feel very frustrated. If other city teams found out, they would surely laugh at them. But there was nothing they could do. They simply weren't as skilled. Ahead, Director Wei and several teachers were surrounded by a group of people. "Old Wei, congratulations. Your performance was amazing." "Yes, it was dazzling. I was stunned. By the way, who came up with this idea? It's so different from your usual style. Was it a new teacher you hired? Why not introduce them to us?" Director Wei smiled broadly, looking a bit mysterious. "I think you'll never guess who this person is," he said. "Who is it?" Everyone asked curiously. Director Wei puffed out his chest proudly. "A few teachers asked me about the girl who danced last. Her name is Miao Jiao Jiao, and she's the star of our troupe. Most of the creative ideas for this performance came from her. Isn't that impressive?" Many people present were quite surprised to hear this. "Is that young comrade? I didn't expect her to dance so well and have such ideas. She looks so young. Is she really that smart? Truly impressive for someone so young. Did she sing those lines on stage just now? Her voice was amazing. That girl is really talented. Old Wei, why didn't we see this girl last year? Did you just recruit her this year?" Director Wei proudly boasted. "Yes, she's very talented. She has never had formal training in singing or dancing, but in just a few months with the group, she's become so good." When he said this, many people felt a strange sourness in their mouths. Old Wei really got lucky to find such a talented girl. Some were curious about Meng Bao Bao and asked, "That round-faced girl who is rapping looks unfamiliar. Is she also new? Her voice is pretty good." Director Wei looked at teacher Wang Rong with admiration and nodded, saying, "Yes, that girl is Meng Bao Bao. She's with Miao Jiao Jiao. Both were found by our teacher Wang in the countryside." Hearing this, someone immediately asked, "Hey, which countryside did you find them in? Maybe I should try my luck too." Everyone chuckled, unable to hold back their laughter. If such talented girls were really easy to find, they wouldn't be so worried. They really wanted to bring these two girls over, but it seemed that only the city group might be interested. Other county groups probably wouldn't care. At this moment, a teacher from the city group, following the leader's instructions, also spoke up. "Director Wei, these two girls are very talented, especially the one called Miao Jiao Jiao. You shouldn't overlook such talent. Maybe I can find some time to talk to them later. What do you think?" This meant openly asking to take them for himself. Director Wei wasn't upset and continued to smile warmly. But his words made the city group's teacher very angry. "All right, if you want to talk to them, I have no problem. But I want to give you a heads up. These two girls have big ambitions. They plan to take the exam for the Beijing Military District Art Troupe next year. So they might not be interested in your city group." He didn't continue speaking after the second half of that sentence. Everyone present was very sharp and understood everything. Although this was true, hearing Director Wei speak like that, others couldn't help but feel a bit of disdain. Is it really so easy to get into the military art troupe in Beijing? Although these two girls are indeed talented, they shouldn't boast so much. But even if they look down on them, they can't show it openly. Maybe, just maybe, these two girls will get in. Actually, most people are secretly jealous. If it were them, they would probably refuse to let go, just like Director Wei. After all, they haven't seen such promising talents in many years. Hearing Director Wei's words, the teachers from the city troupe felt a little annoyed. But to complete their task, they forced a smile and said, "Having ambition is good, but I still need to talk with them first." "Okay, I'll arrange that." Director Wei turned to Wang Rong and said, "Teacher Wang, go backstage and call those two kids." Suddenly, the city troupe teacher remembered something and added, "Oh, and Xiao Xiao, come along too. Last year, she had talked with her, but unfortunately, she was rejected. Today, during this performance, that girl also did well. However, most people's attention was on Miao Jiao Jiao and Meng Bao Bao, so they were overlooked. Wang Rong nodded. Okay, wait a moment. After 6 performances, less than an hour had passed, and it was almost 6 p.m. Some of the farther county troops had already left, preparing to go home by bus. Only 2 closer county troops remained on site, including one from Yunshui County, the one who kept bothering Director Wei earlier. Now, his eyes looked at Director Wei with envy, jealousy, and hatred. He had been so proud before, but now he's faced with a big reality check. Although his team didn't rank last in today's competition, he wasn't happy at all. He felt it was even worse than being second to last. When he saw someone starting from the same line suddenly running in first place, while he was still standing still, that feeling was truly heartbreaking. The results of the communication between Miao Jiao Jiao and the city troop teachers came out quickly. Apart from Xiao Xiao, who agreed to join the city youth group in September, the other 2 refused. Their reasons were the same as Director Wei explained. They wanted to take the military exam in Beijing next year. Although the city youth group teachers promised to help them get recommendation slots when the time comes, and that they could stay in the city group for half a year, they still refused. First, Miao Jiao Jiao and Meng Bao Bao are very grateful to teacher Wang Rong. Without her, they might still be farming in the countryside. So, they had already decided that no matter what, they would stay in the county youth group for at least a year to repay teacher Wang's kindness. Second, they only have half a year left, and moving to a new environment might be hard to adapt to. It's better to stay where they are and work training, which might be more beneficial. Third, Miao Jiao Jiao cares about the elderly in the thatched hut and the educated youth courtyard, while Meng Bao Bao worries about her uncle's family. If they join the city youth group, they will be far away, making visits difficult. Staying in the county youth group makes everything much easier. When teacher Wang Rong heard their thoughts, she felt very pleased. She knew she hadn't misjudged these 2 girls. They are really good. After this competition in the city, the Yunshan County Art Troupe finally broke their losing streak and became a popular team. A few days quickly passed. Finally, Miao Jiao Jiao and the others got the chance to perform at the Provincial Military District. On the evening of July 29th, around 7 o'clock, the members of Yunshan County Art Troupe, after a day of train travel, finally arrived at the guest house near the Provincial Military District. After settling their things, Director Wei took everyone to a nearby state-run restaurant for a meal. The county leaders were very happy about the opportunity to perform at the Provincial Military District. After Army Day, Yunshan County might become famous throughout the city. To celebrate, the county leaders generously allocated funds, allowing Director Wei to treat everyone to good food and drinks to boost their spirits before the performance. Director Wei was generous, ordering several hearty dishes at the restaurant. Everyone enjoyed the meal, satisfied and happy. After eating, they returned to the guest house, washed up, and went straight to bed. The next morning, on the 30th, after finishing breakfast, everyone packed up and headed to the Provincial Military District Art Troupe Auditorium. This year's Army Day performance included 12 acts, 2 from the Provincial Military Group, 1 from the Provincial Troupe, and 9 from various city districts. Each act had 1 hour of rehearsal on the big stage. Since there were 12 acts, it meant 12 hours of rehearsals, starting at 7 a.m. and ending around 9 p.m., with a 2-hour lunch break. The rehearsal order matched the performance order. Yunshan County's troupe was lucky. They were scheduled to perform fourth. This was probably because the city judges liked their act when they selected the programs earlier. While rehearsing on stage, members of other groups sometimes stayed to watch. When they saw Miao Jiao Jiao and her team perform, many people's eyes widened in surprise. Afterward, news spread that Yunshan County's program was very impressive. Miao Jiao Jiao and her team practiced several times until around 11 a.m. After lunch, Director Wei, who was visiting the provincial capital, suggested that those who wanted to go shopping could do so in the afternoon. But they should not go too far and needed to return early in the evening. Tomorrow morning, All the acts would have a joint rehearsal, so everyone needed to rest early to be energized. Xiao Xiao didn't sleep well last night, so she went back to the guest house for a nap in the afternoon. Miao Jiao Jiao and Meng Bao went out together. First, they visited the provincial department store. It was late July, the summer was hot but refreshing. Miao Jiao Jiao wore a simple white dress with lace trim at the neckline, reaching her knees, paired with black leather shoes. From afar, she looked elegant and pure, like a fairy. Meng Bao wore a light yellow pleated dress. Miao Jiao Jiao had styled her hair into 2 buns. She looked cute and playful. Walking down the street, they attracted a lot of attention. At the department store, Meng Bao pulled Miao Jiao Jiao toward the jewelry section. "I want to buy some hairbands. Can you help me pick out some styles?" she asked. Miao Jiao Jiao nodded. "Sure." The clerk at the counter was very aloof. When they approached, she didn't even lift her eyes and kept knitting a sweater. Meng Baby chose several hairbands, and Miao Jiao Jiao also picked a few. They planned to give them to Lin Ju and others when they returned to the countryside. Just after they finished paying, an elderly woman with gray hair approached. Although she was dressed neatly, her clothes had several patches, showing she was a thrifty old lady. The old woman said, "Young comrade, please show me a few hairbands." Her granddaughter's hairband was broken, and she came specifically to buy a new one for her granddaughter. But she was old and couldn't see the styles clearly, so she asked to see several to choose from. The sales clerk raised her nose slightly, glancing lightly. When she saw the old woman's clothes, she snorted and didn't reply, instead lowering her head to knit a sweater. Seeing this, the old woman shrank her shoulders and said carefully, "Young comrade." The sales clerk impatiently said, "What are you shouting for? Don't you know you should pay first when buying things?" Meng Baby couldn't stand it and said, "Hey, you're so rude. Can't you speak nicely?" The sales clerk glared at her. "What's it to you? Mind your own business. You're meddling too much." Meng Baby clenched her teeth and said fiercely, "It's wrong to bully the elderly." Miao Jiao Jiao coldly said from beside her, "You should look at the items before buying." "Madam, are you planning to force her to buy something? You're talking nonsense." The sales clerk blushed with anger. "I didn't force anyone to buy anything. She was only about 30 years old. How could she be called an aunt? This girl's eyes are really bad." Miao Jiao Jiao raised an eyebrow. "Since that's the case, just reach out and show her the hairbands." "It's no problem." The sales clerk crossed her arms and snorted. "I won't take them. If you want to buy, buy. If not, forget it." Meng Baby was about to speak, but the old woman quickly stopped her. "Forget it, young comrades. I won't buy anymore. Sorry to trouble you." The old woman sighed, hunched her back, and turned to leave. "Old lady, wait a moment." Meng Baby stepped forward, took some hairbands from her pocket, and said, "I just bought a few hairbands. Pick one. I'll give it to you." The old woman quickly waved her hand. "That's too kind of you. It's nothing." Meng Baby took one of the red hairbands and handed it to her, smiling. "I bought too many, so I'll give you one. It doesn't cost much." "Thank you so much." The old grandmother wiped her tears and expressed her gratitude repeatedly. Not far away, Miao Shubai, who was with his friend, saw this scene. His eyes showed surprise, and he thought to himself, "How is this so coincidental?" He happened to see the 2 girls from before, but that round-faced girl seemed quite kind. She was completely different from the girl who had been pulling hair and fighting earlier. Next to him, his friend Zhou Yuan casually said, "Shubai, what are you looking at?" Following his gaze, he curiously looked over. When he saw the girl in the white dress, his eyes suddenly brightened. "Wow, that girl is really pretty. Shubai, do you know them? Maybe go say hello." Seeing his friend almost drooling, Miao Shubai couldn't help but frown. For some reason, he didn't like the way his friend was looking at them. So he turned around directly and said, "I don't know them. Let's go to the 2nd floor. You said you wanted to buy something, right?" "Hey, wait a minute," Zhou Yuan quickly followed. Meanwhile, Miao Jiao Jiao and Meng Baby left the department store. Meng Baby complained, "Jiao Jiao, I really can't stand that sales clerk earlier. Her attitude was so bad and no one said anything." Miao Jiao Jiao replied, Some people think their work makes them better than others, and they act like they're above everyone else. Others don't see anything wrong with it, Meng Baby said. Yeah, that's true, but I still feel pretty uncomfortable. Miao Jiao Jiao comforted her. Even though we can't do much, it's good to help when we can. You did really well just now, don't be upset. It's rare to keep your original kindness and stay good-hearted. Although she might not always manage it, Meng Baby probably can. Sometimes, she even feels a bit jealous of her. After being praised by Jiao Jiao, Meng Baby's face lit up with a big smile. Really? Hee hee, I'm so happy, carrot carrot. Miao Jiao Jiao couldn't help but laugh and shake her head. But this girl is basically a walking bundle of happiness. Miao Jiao Jiao and Meng Bao Bao were happily chatting. Both dressed beautifully, smiling like flowers, creating a lovely scene. From a small alley courtyard, a thin middle-aged man stepped out. By chance, he caught sight of two figures on the street. His eyes suddenly froze. He stared intently at the round-faced girl among them. His gaze grew deep and cold. His voice was hoarse and unpleasant, like a rusty bellows.
Ha ha ha.
What a coincidence. On the road, Meng Bao Bao looked ahead curiously. Jiao Jiao, why are there so many people up front?
Let's go see.
Not far away, a group of women was crowded around a shop, shouting and arguing. When they got closer, they saw it was a meat shop. It seemed new pork had just arrived, which was why so many people were rushing to buy. Miao Jiao Jiao said, "Let's go. There's nothing interesting. We'll walk around a bit more, and then head back." Okay, sure, Meng Bao Bao nodded. Suddenly, she felt a figure bump into her side.
Hey.
Why are you bumping into people? She said. Miao Jiao Jiao looked at her with concern. Are you okay? I'm fine. Meng Bao Bao shook her head. But suddenly, she felt something was wrong. She patted her pocket and turned pale.
Jiao Jiao.
I lost my wallet. It has over 20 yuan and a photo of us inside. Miao Jiao Jiao saw the figure turn into a small alley and frowned. It's probably the person who bumped into you just now. They stole your wallet. Wait here, I'll go after them. Meng Bao Bao looked worried. Maybe I shouldn't. What if something happens? Miao Jiao Jiao reassured her. Don't worry. I run very fast, and you've seen my strength. Just stay at the meat shop entrance and don't run around. I'll be back quickly. Meng Bao Bao nodded obediently. Okay. Be careful. Miao Jiao Jiao gave her a reassuring look and then ran after the thief. Meng Bao Bao waited at the shop entrance for a while. Suddenly, a scruffy, thin middle-aged man approached her. He wore tattered clothes and had a bandage over one eye, looking a bit frightening. His eyes kept staring at Meng Bao Bao, making her feel uneasy. Meng Bao Bao clenched her fingers and glared at him. Why do you keep looking at? Before she finished speaking, she froze. She hadn't looked carefully at this person before. Now she could see clearly what he looked like. She felt as if icy water had poured over her entire body. This person is actually the bandit Mingo who kidnapped her a few months ago. Wasn't he caught? Why is he here? This person exudes a disgusting smell. His gaze is as dangerous as a venomous snake. He sneered, "Little girl. Long time no see. You're not being obedient." Hearing this, Meng Bao Bao's pupils shrank suddenly. She suddenly remembered something he had said to her before. I had a first love who betrayed me. I used a fruit knife to cut her and her lover's flesh piece by piece. If you're not obedient and want to leave me, I wouldn't mind starting over again. Thunder rumbling thinking of that terrible experience, Meng Bao Bao's mind went blank. A cold shiver ran down her spine, and her whole body trembled uncontrollably. What should I do? What should I do? Now, Jiao Jiao isn't here either. She completely lost her sense of direction, filled only with fear. Actually, if she had been calmer, she could have shouted for help on the street. The nearby women buying pork would surely come rushing to help.
But
Meng Bao Bao's thoughts were already completely chaotic. She is only 17 years old, a naive and innocent girl. Her mind was so muddled, she couldn't think clearly. All she wanted now was to escape.
Why you?
Don't come any closer. After saying this, she ran forward, without caring about anything. She wanted to get away from this terrifying person. Ming Ji's eyes were deep and cold, with a bloodthirsty smile, and he followed closely behind. Meanwhile, Xiao Shubai and her friend had just come out of the department store. Her peripheral vision caught sight of a familiar figure hurriedly hiding into an alley. Behind her, a strange middle-aged man was also following. Xiao Shubai frowned and said, "Zhou Yuan, you go back first. I have something to take care of," and quickly followed. This person, why are they so nervous? Ming Yuan shook his head and decided to leave first.
Deep inside the alley,
Meng Baobao was trembling and hiding behind a tall bundle of straw. Her eyes were filled with tears, and she was silently crying, biting her lip. She dared not make a sound. Clack, 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 the sound of shoes deliberately stomping heavily on the ground. It was like a death knell, slowly approaching the straw. Meng Baobao shivered and curled up tightly. She silently prayed, "Please don't find me. Please."
"Ah,
"You're here." Mingu pushed aside the straw, wearing a wicked smile. "Little girl, you're really disobedient." He reached out and suddenly grabbed Meng Baobao's arm, pulling her up. "Let me go. Let me go." Meng Baobao was anxious, her face turning red, but she couldn't break free.
heh."
"I love seeing your scared face. It's so cute." Ming Ji's eyes narrowed slightly as he reached out with his left hand to touch Meng Baobao's face. Smack. Seeing him try to take advantage, Meng Baobao dared not hesitate. She clenched her teeth and slapped him. But after the slap, seeing his darkening expression, she felt scared. Her legs trembled involuntarily. In her heart, she silently shouted, "Oh no! Jiao Jiao, Jiao Jiao, come save me." "Are you scared now?" Ming Ji's face turned pale as he gritted his teeth. "You little brat, how dare you hit me?" He raised his hand and swung it down fiercely.
"Ah."
Meng Baobao screamed in fear, closing her eyes instinctively. "Stop!" Suddenly, a loud shout rang in her ears. Meng Baobao was overjoyed and quickly opened her eyes, calling for help. "Comrade, help. This person is trying to hurt me." When she saw who was coming, her eyes widened in surprise. "It's you. It's me." Miao Shubai nodded at her, gripping Ming Ji's raised left hand tightly, and said coldly, "Comrade, bullying a woman in broad daylight. Do you think that's acceptable?" Mingo was very annoyed after being slapped by Meng Baobao. He wanted to fight back but was blocked, making him even more unhappy. And when he realized these two knew each other, handsome men and beautiful women standing together looked so perfect. Suddenly, memories of the past flash through my mind. In an instant, a wave of anger rises in my eyes. His gaze at Meng Baobao is like he wants to eat her. He angrily shouts, "You shameless person! How dare you?" Meng Baobao is so frightened by his look that she quickly breaks free from his hand and hides behind Miao Shubai. Miao Shubai's eyes darken. He steps forward and says coldly, "Watch your words. Get lost." Mingu glares at him angrily, pulls out a small knife from his pocket, and stabs forward. Meng Baobao notices this and quickly warns, "Be careful. Miao Shubai has been trained since he was young." Although his family is involved in politics, his father never relaxed on their fighting skills. Every year, they are sent to military camps for training. Moreover, his second older brother is in the army. Whenever he returns, the three brothers practice fighting together. Seeing the knife coming, Miao Shubai quickly sidesteps. At the same time, he swiftly reaches out with his right hand, grabs Ming Ji's arm, and pulls hard. The small knife drops with a clink. He then delivers a quick side kick directly to Ming Ji's chest. Unfortunately, Mingge is also skilled and manages to dodge agilely. Miao Shubai raises an eyebrow, steps forward, and fights him again. The two exchange blows fiercely. Meng Baobao stands on the side, helpless and very anxious. She really wants to cheer for Miao Shubai. But, she doesn't know his name. By the end of the fight, it's clear that Miao Shubai has the upper hand. Just as Meng Baobao is happy about his victory, Mingus suddenly uses a sneaky trick. He pulls out a bag of chalk powder from his pocket and throws it. Miao Shubai is caught off guard and gets a face full of chalk dust. Cough, cough. He steps back a few paces, coughing uncontrollably. He inhales a lot of chalk dust through his nose and mouth. His eyes instantly become unable to open. Bang, bang, bang. Minggu takes the opportunity to punch him several times, hitting his face. Miao Shubai can't dodge and is struck without any chance to fight back, falling to the ground. You scoundrels, I will make sure you suffer forever. Ming Ji's eyes are bloodshot, and he has completely lost his mind. He suddenly jumped onto Miao Shubai, acting like he was crazy, and started hitting him quickly with his fists. Stop fighting. Meng Baobao was so worried she almost cried. By now, it was probably too late to find someone to help. She wiped her tears and looked around quickly. Seeing a large stone nearby, she looked at someone facing away from her with a fierce look in her eyes. She grabbed the big stone, clenched her teeth, and rushed forward to smash it to his head. Minggu didn't expect this little girl to attack him suddenly. He was hit, and a bloodstain appeared on his head. He covered his head, turned around, and glared at Meng Baobao. Blood streaked across his gloomy eyes, making him look very scary. He gritted his teeth and said, "How dare you?" Before he finished, Meng Baobao opened her big, innocent eyes, trembling, and hit him again. Minggu was stubborn and didn't faint from that. His eyes flashed with anger, and he gritted his teeth, saying, "Try hitting me again." Meng Baobao was confused. She couldn't believe someone would ask to be hit on purpose.
So she did as he asked.
Bang! This time, she hit him much harder than before. Ming Ji's head spun, and he was dazed from the. He couldn't even stick out his tongue properly. After swearing a lot of nonsense, he finally fell to the ground and fainted. Phew! Meng Baobao let out a big sigh of relief. She put the big stone aside and quickly helped Miao Shubai up, saying, "Let's go. I'll take you out." Miao Shubai, with his eyes barely open, said, "Take me to the river. The lime in my eyes needs to be washed out quickly." "Okay," Meng Baobao nodded. They left the alley and soon reached a small river nearby. When they arrived, Meng Baobao used a handkerchief to dip in water and handed it to Miao Shubai. "Here, quickly wipe your eyes." "Thank you." Miao Shubai took it and wiped his eyes. After doing this 5 or 6 times, his eyes finally opened a little. He walked to the river himself and washed his face 2 or 3 more times until all the lime was completely washed away. Meng Baobao looked at him gratefully and said, "Thank you today. If it weren't for you, I might have been in serious trouble." "It's okay." Miao Shubai looked at her. "Are you hurt? Did you get injured?" "No, he just caught me, and then you came." Meng Baobao shook her head and looked at him. Seeing his face all bruised and purple, she felt even more guilty. "Sorry, if it weren't for me, you wouldn't be hurt." Miao Shubai smiled softly. "It's okay. I have my own problems too." He didn't expect that person to attack unexpectedly. If this girl hadn't been clever, he might have been caught. No wonder his older brother always said he was too simple and didn't see the dangers of the world. From now on, no matter what happens, he needs to be more careful. "Thanks for earlier. You were very brave," Miao Shubai said with a bright smile to Meng Baobao, then continued, "Let's get to know each other. My name is Miao Shubai. What's yours?" I'm Meng Baobao." She was very happy to be praised. But why does her heart beat so fast whenever she sees a smile? Honestly, she was quite surprised when he suddenly appeared today. Last time, she hit his sister, but he didn't hold a grudge. And this time, he even came to save her. Meng Baobao felt a little guilty inside. She shyly said, About last time. Baobao, why did you come here?" Before she finished, Miao Jiao's voice came from nearby. Hearing her voice, Meng Baobao suddenly felt a bit wronged. Her eyes turned red in an instant, and she ran over to hug Jiao, sobbing. Sniff, sniff. "Jiao, I thought I wouldn't see you again. I was so scared." "It's okay now, it's okay." Miao Jiao saw she was unharmed and finally relaxed. Earlier, she had chased after the thief, turning left and right, and found Meng Baobao's wallet in a corner. When she picked it up and saw everything inside was still there, she suddenly had a bad feeling and hurriedly ran back. By the time she reached the meat shop's entrance, Meng Baobao was gone. Her heart skipped a beat, and she quickly looked around, finally finding her. Miao Jiao Jiao said, "Why did you run around? Didn't I tell you to stay at the door of the meat shop?" Meng Baobao shyly wrinkled her nose and said, "Do you remember that tough robber named Minge? I don't know how he escaped, but he kept following me. I was scared, so I—" Then, she hesitated and wanted to ask how she managed to escape. Suddenly, she saw Miao Shubai standing not far ahead. Meng Baobao quickly said, "Jiao Jiao, this is Comrade Miao Shubai. He is the one who saved me. Yes, I was in a hurry to rescue him earlier. The person was knocked out in an alley by a stone I threw. Let's hurry and catch him now, and take him to the police station." "Thank you for saving Baobao," Miao Jiaojiao said, then turned and said, "Baobao, let's go. You lead the way, and we'll get there quickly. We must catch this tough robber Mingo, or else more trouble might happen later." "Wait," Miao Shubai called out to stop them. "I'll go with you." "Okay, let's go," Jiaojiao said without stopping, pulling Meng Baobao as they hurried toward the alley. When the three arrived, Mingo was still lying unconscious on the ground. Seeing all the blood on his head, Jiaojiao raised an eyebrow and glanced at Meng Baobao. Surprisingly, this girl was quite brave. Meng Baobao shyly scratched her head and said, "I was too scared at the time. I just wanted to knock him out first." "Good job knocking him out." Jiaojiao kicked the man on the ground twice. Seeing he was unresponsive, she looked up at Miao Shubai and said, "Comrade Miao Shubai, please go to the police station with Meng Baobao. Bring some police officers to take this person away." Miao Shubai shook his head. "Why don't you two go?" "I'll stay here." The man on the ground was very fierce and cruel. If he woke up halfway, a delicate girl like her wouldn't be able to handle him. Jiaojiao didn't realize she was underestimated. She noticed the bruises and swelling on Miao Shubai's face and guessed he had fought a tough battle with Mingo before. Thinking that his skills matched the opponent's, she felt staying here might be dangerous, so she suggested he take Meng Baobao to find the police. Jiaojiao looked around and then glanced at his waist. "Can I borrow your belt?" Miao Shubai was slightly surprised but immediately understood her meaning. "Okay." He quickly untied his belt, then tightly bound Ming Ji's hands behind his back. He looked up and said, "You all go ahead. I'll watch over him." "All right." Miao Jiao nodded. "Just be careful." She then hurriedly left with Meng Baobao. At the Provincial City Public Security Bureau, in the office, the old director looked grim, with furrowed brows, scolding the people standing in front of him. "How are you supposed to do your jobs? You let such a dangerous person escape. We've been searching for 2 days and still haven't found him. What are you good for?" A middle-aged man in uniform looked bitter and said, "Director, this is partly our fault, but the criminal called Minge is really too clever. On the way from the city, he said he needed to use the bathroom at midnight, then got out of the car and took the chance to hurt our officers, which allowed him to escape." Another person nodded and said, "Yes, he's very skilled. He even injured Xiao Li's eye, almost killing him on the spot." The old director raised his eyebrows and said seriously, "Didn't you search him when he got into the car?" The middle-aged man sweat coldly on his forehead. "We did, but we don't know where he's hiding." Bang! The old director slammed the table hard, glaring angrily. "That was your mistake. Not only did you endanger your colleagues, but you also let him run away. Find him. Go look for him. Such a reckless criminal must be caught by strong measures. Otherwise, if something happens, no one can take responsibility." "Yes, yes. We'll send more people to find him." The middle-aged man quickly nodded. Just as he was about to send people out, the door of the meeting room was pushed open. A young police officer burst in with a happy face and said, "Director, Captain Wang, we've found the troublemaker." "Really?" The old director's face lit up with joy. He stood up from his chair. "Let's go, let's see." A group of people headed to the service hall and saw 2 lively young women standing there. The old director looked around and frowned, asking, "Where are they?" The young police officer brought over Miao Jiao and Meng Baobao, introducing, "Director, these 2 women found him." Miao Jiao nodded at Meng Baobao, who then briefly explained what had happened earlier. After hearing this, everyone present was a bit surprised. It turns out that this tough criminal used to know these 2 women? Luckily, A male comrade appeared halfway through to save the day, or the situation could have been much worse. The old director looked at the two of them, stopping at Miao Jiao Jiao. This young woman stood tall, with clear and firm eyes. She clearly had training. He paused and asked, "I heard from my team that a young male and female comrade together caught the criminal. The female comrade's name is Miao Jiao Jiao. Is that you?" Miao Jiao Jiao was momentarily surprised, then nodded. "Yes, that's me, young comrade. You're really impressive." The old director nodded happily. Then he looked at Meng Baobao. "So, from what you say, you hit him with a stone to knock him out before catching him?" Meng Baobao proudly puffed out her chest. "Yes, that's right. Good job." The old director smiled warmly and said to both of them, "You two are brave and capable, much better than some others." The group of men who had been called losers looked embarrassed. This was so embarrassing. Grown men couldn't compare to two young girls. It was really shameful. Miao Jiao Jiao exchanged a glance with Meng Baobao, feeling a bit awkward. Miao Jiao Jiao reminded her, maybe we should go." "Yes, okay." The old director had just smiled at her a second ago, but then he suddenly looked serious and glared at the others. "What are you all waiting for? Hurry up and go catch the person." Miao Jiao Jiao. This old man changes his mood so quickly. Then everyone hurriedly headed to the scene. When they arrived, the criminal Mingge had just woken up. He was glaring at Miao Shu Bai with a knife-like stare. Suddenly, a group of uniformed officers walked over behind him. His face turned pale. Seeing the round-faced girl in the crowd, his eyes immediately turned red. He gritted his teeth and said, "You betraying me again." Meng Baobao was a bit confused. "Jiao Jiao, what is he saying?" This person always said strange things she couldn't understand, and they sounded really annoying. Miao Jiao Jiao's eyes turned cold. She shook her head and said, "It's nothing. This person is crazy and just talking nonsense." Based on what the baby previously told her, she could roughly guess what this person meant. It's just that he got stuck in the past betrayal by his first love, and now he's become obsessive and crazy because he couldn't win her over. This kind of person is just foolish, thinking he's so impressive. In the end, Brother Ming, the bandit, was caught by the police. To prevent any trouble, he was publicly executed by gunfire 3 days later. Later, the old director even specially sent a banner to praise Miao Jiao Jiao and her team. That's a story for another time. On August 1st, Army Day, early in the morning, the Yunshan County Art Troupe and others packed up and headed to the Provincial Military District Art Troupe's auditorium. All the performances needed a rehearsal in the morning, and then they would do makeup and wait for the show in the afternoon. The schedule was tight. When Miao Jiao Jiao and her team arrived, many other groups had also come. As soon as they saw her, some people whispered, "Is that their group? I heard their performance is really good." A girl excitedly said, "Yeah, did you see the girl in the white shirt? She's so pretty, and her dancing was amazing." I was stunned. Someone nearby scoffed and said, "Really? I heard they're not from the city troupe, but from the county troupe. If that girl was really that talented, she wouldn't be stuck in a small county troupe." This time, only the performances from Yunshan City were from the county troupe. The other 8 cities groups won the competition. So, when people heard that Yunshan County's troupe was performing, they found it hard to believe. Yesterday, during rehearsals, some people even waited to see their performance. Most of these people were just curious or waiting to laugh. But after watching, everyone was speechless and couldn't help but admire them. Some even became fans of Miao Jiao Jiao on the spot. That's how the news spread yesterday that Yunshan County's troupe performed quite well. However, since only a few watched yesterday, most people didn't have the time or patience to see the performance. So, it's normal for some to doubt it. And sure enough, some echoed, "They're just pretty. What's so impressive about that?" The excited young fan heard this and quickly replied, "Don't doubt it. Just wait and see." The others grew impatient and said, "Oh, what's all the fuss about? We can check it out during the rehearsal later." We'll see about that." Meanwhile, Miao Jiao Jiao was chatting with Meng Baobao and others. Unaware, a small argument had started in another corner because of her. At 8 a.m., once everyone arrived, the rehearsal began. The first performance was from the provincial military team. They opened with the song, Red Flowers Blooming Brightly. The song was full of emotion, with a beautiful melody, and it moved everyone present. Miao Jiao Jiao couldn't help but admire. Surely, the military team is really talented. Next, 2 lively dance performances followed, creating a festive atmosphere. Soon, it was time for the Yunshan County Arts Troupe to perform. In the audience, Zhou Yuan nudged Miao Shubai's arm and asked, "Shubai, what exactly did you do yesterday afternoon? Why does your face look bruised and swollen?" Miao Shubai raised an eyebrow and smiled. "I was saving someone." Zhou Yuan's eyes widened. "Really?" Miao Shubai nodded. "Yes, really." Curious, Zhou Yuan quickly asked, "Tell me more. What exactly happened?" Miao Shubai glanced at the stage. "Aren't you going to take photos? The fourth performance is about to start, so hurry and find a good angle." Zhou Yuan was the photographer for the provincial military team, responsible for taking pictures during the performances. Miao Shubai was skilled at calligraphy and writing articles, working as a publicity officer in the Beijing military team. Zhou Yuan and Miao Shubai had been friends for many years. This time, he specifically invited Miao Shubai to come from Beijing to help with writing articles. Of course, not everyone in the military team was involved in these tasks. Miao Shubai had some matters to attend to here, so it was a good coincidence. Hearing this, Zhou Yuan had no choice but to give up. "All right, after the rehearsal, when we go to eat, you better tell me everything, okay?" Miao Shubai nodded. Just as they finished talking, Miao Shubai felt someone sit beside him. He turned his head and made eye contact with the other person. "Is that you?" Miao Shubai asked in surprise. "Why are you here?" Meng Baobao was also a bit confused. Yesterday afternoon, after they took the bandit Ming Ge to the police station, they didn't talk much and parted ways. Unexpectedly, they met again early this morning.
It really seems to be fate.
Miao Shubai, I was invited here to write an article. What about you? I don't have time to explain now. Later, you can help me with something, Meng Baobao said, then looked to the side with an excited expression. Miao Shubai didn't understand and followed her gaze. He saw a female comrade stand up and start clapping. Mountains are connected tightly. When she sang, "Hey, who doesn't praise our hometown?" A matching voice came from nearby. Yes, yes, right after singing, Meng Baobao stood up happily and started clapping along. Miao Shubai raised an eyebrow, surprised that she was part of the cultural troupe. So, the request for help earlier was for him to continue singing that line? That felt quite new. When the girl made a gesture asking him to join, Miao Shubai slightly smiled. He calmly sang a line. Yes, yes, after finishing, Zhou Yuan, standing beside him, winked and said, "Xiaobai, I saw you talking with that girl just now. Why did you join her singing? Do you like her?" Miao Shubai rubbed his forehead, a bit amused and helpless. "Where are you getting this from? We just know each other." "Don't talk nonsense. Watch the performance." I don't believe it." Zhou Yuan snorted, then turned his attention to the stage. The performance on stage had already begun. A clear, pure singing voice sounded, and the dancers held paper umbrellas as props and entered the stage. With the music, the umbrellas transformed into images of mountains, and sometimes they revealed clouds and mountains from behind, creating beautiful scenes. These stunning scenes shifted with the music and instruments. Everyone watching, including other rehearsal members and teachers, was amazed. At first, Zhou Yuan was a bit indifferent, but as he watched, he became more and more captivated. Especially when he saw a familiar figure on stage, his eyes lit up. "Hey Shubai, that woman standing in the middle looks so familiar. Isn't she the one we saw yesterday afternoon at the department store?" He then looked at Meng Baobao singing nearby and suddenly remembered. That little girl with the round face was standing next to her yesterday, the one who was talking to you just now. You were just chatting happily with her, and yesterday you said you didn't know them. Stop arguing, watch the performance first. Miao Shubai's attention was fully on the stage, and he only gave a perfunctory response. The performance was nearing its end. The singing stopped, and all the lights went dark. Suddenly, a spotlight shone on the center of the stage. A graceful figure appeared. Accompanied by music, she began to dance skillfully. After a dance, the show finally ended. Great! That was wonderful. Zhou Yun excitedly stood up from his seat, clapping loudly. That girl danced so beautifully. He couldn't even find the words to describe it. Others also couldn't help but applaud along. People who had been dismissive and watching with amusement earlier fell silent. Honestly, this performance was truly amazing. Whether it was the quick-paced interaction at the start, the scenery blending into the song and dance, or the final solo dance. Each part had its own unique style, fresh and surprising. This was the first time he had seen such a performance. Although a few of the backup dancers had minor flaws, the brilliance of the show completely overshadowed those shortcomings. At this moment, members from other city troops also understood why Yun City chose a small county troops performance. If they took their program to compete in their city, they probably wouldn't be able to compare. Thinking this way, they felt quite lucky they hadn't gone up against it. Miao Shubai's mood was now a bit complicated. His younger sister, Miao Shuyu, loved dancing since she was young and had studied under famous teachers. But unfortunately, her talent was average. However, she worked very hard, and her dancing improved with practice. 4 years ago, she was preparing to join the dance team of the Beijing Military District Art Troupe. However, during the process, the tragic incident involving the Han family occurred, which resulted in Han Lingji injuring her ankle. Although her parents found the best doctors to treat her external injury, the damage to her meridians meant she could never dance again. Later, my younger sister changed her exam subject to the instrument team, violin, and successfully got in. Despite that, for a long time afterward, she was very sad and discouraged because she lost her ability to dance, and she was unhappy every day. Because of this, the family rarely talked about dance anymore. Unexpectedly, through twists and turns, Han Daeja's girlfriend, Miao Jiao Jiao, turned out to be able to dance. And she dances very well. If she knew about this, it would probably cause a big fuss again. Talking about my sister, Miao Shubai often sighs. He is losing patience with her more and more. The phrase, spoiled and proud, really fits her well. But there's nothing he can do, since their Miao family has only one girl in 3 generations. Growing up spoiled and pampered, it's normal for her to be a bit childish and impatient. However, in recent years, their parents have started to set limits on her, hoping it will have some effect. Thinking of this, Miao Shubai's gaze naturally falls on Miao Jiao Jiao, who is stepping off the stage nearby. Every time he sees her, he feels a strange, subtle emotion in his heart. He inexplicably feels very comfortable when he sees her. Of course, he knows very well that this is definitely not romantic liking. Could they have known each other before? Miao Shubai thought carefully. Miao Jiao Jiao's face is very beautiful and distinctive, but in his memory, there doesn't seem to be anyone familiar who looks like her. Maybe he's overthinking it. Little goldfish. Many people don't look like their relatives, I do. Raise my paw. So I don't plan to recognize relatives based on looks. As for how the story unfolds, stay tuned. The rehearsal continued. After Miao Jiao Jiao and the others left the stage, they went backstage to pack up. Zhou Yuan greeted Miao Shubai. Then he slipped to the backstage door, planning to take the chance to have a chance encounter with Miao Jiao Jiao. 10 minutes later, Miao Jiao Jiao and Meng Baobao came out hand in hand. A young man in a green military uniform, with shiny hair parted to the side and a handsome face, was leaning against the doorframe. He was wearing a camera around his neck and was busy adjusting it at the moment. When they came out, his eyes lit up and he stepped forward saying, "Hello, ladies. Can I take a photo of you?" Nearby, a familiar member of the cultural troupe overheard and teased, "Hey, Zhou Yuan, you're so unkind. Just now, I asked you to take a picture of us, and you were reluctant. Now, when you see 2 ladies, you rush over eagerly to take photos. Do you like how they look, or are you thinking something inappropriate?" he joked. "Go away, I'm busy," Zhou Yuan replied thick-skinned, not upset by the teasing. He then turned to Miao Jiao Jiao and said, "Hello, comrade. My name is Zhou Yuan, and I am a photographer with the Provincial Military Group. I saw your dance today, and I was truly amazed. You were incredible. Thank you, Miao Jiao Jiao replied politely. My name is Miao Jiao Jiao. This is Meng Bao Bao. Could you help us take a few photos? She wanted to ask him to take several pictures so she could send more to Han Lingji, letting him see everything at once. Zhou Yuan grinned widely and nodded happily. Sure. Stand over there and I'll take a group shot of you. Okay? Miao Jiao Jiao pulled Meng Bao Bao over to the plants, and the two posed for a photo. Very good. Your smiles are great, Zhou Yuan continued. Now, change your pose. Hold hands and look at me. After taking 2 photos, Miao Jiao Jiao asked him to take a few more individual shots. Of course, Zhou Yuan agreed cheerfully. After finishing, Zhou Yuan said the photos would be developed in a week and sent to Miao Jiao Jiao's troupe. She nodded and said, Thank you, no problem. Zhou Yuan waved with a smile. When you perform tonight, I'll take some more photos for you. Remember to come find me. He loved capturing and recording all the beautiful moments. Since these 2 ladies looked so lovely, he wanted to take more pictures for himself to enjoy later. Miao Jiao Jiao and Meng Bao Bao nodded in agreement. Thanks. The morning flew by quickly. After lunch and rest, Miao Jiao Jiao and her friends went backstage to start their makeup. This performance is very important, so the makeup is not as casual as before. Everyone's makeup takes at least half an hour to finish. After finishing, Miao Jiao Jiao and the others found a quiet spot to rehearse their act.
Soon it was 6 p.m.
The performance for the August 1st Army Day by the Provincial Military Group was about to begin. That evening, many people came to watch the show. Backstage, Meng Bao Bao curiously looked outside. She saw a crowd dressed in military green uniforms, sitting neatly together. The whole scene was very quiet. She turned to Miao Jiao Jiao and said, Jiao Jiao, this is our first time performing in front of so many people. It's so strange. I'm not scared at all. Actually, I feel excited. Am I super brave? That's because you've performed so many times before, Miao Jiao Jiao teased with a smile. Remember when you first went on stage and your legs were shaking? You forgot. Meng Bao Bao blushed shyly. She huffed. Humph, silly Jiao Jiao, you just like to tease me. Xiao Xiao laughed and came over. What are you talking about? Come on, the teacher is calling us to gather. Today, the backstage team was led by Teacher Wang Rong and Teacher Chen. Director Wei and other teachers were sitting at the front. Seeing everyone gather, Teacher Chen looked at Teacher Wang Rong and signaled her to speak first. Teacher Wang raised an eyebrow, a bit surprised. But thinking about how Teacher Chen hadn't argued with her much lately, she suddenly understood. Because of this performance, their relationship had improved a lot. Hopefully, it will stay that way. Teacher Wang said, This performance is very important. It's not only about the reputation of Yunshan County's team, but also represents the whole Yun City. Everyone must relax and perform at their best. Don't be afraid or hold back. Show your best side. Yes, Teacher Wang. Everyone nodded seriously, their eyes shining with determination. Teacher Chen continued, This is the first time our Yunshan County team is performing on such a big stage. I know everyone is very excited. So keep that excitement and energy and perform with all your might. Don't make mistakes. Understood, Teacher Chen? Everyone present nodded seriously. Wang Rong smiled and looked around. All right, take a break now. You'll go on stage soon. At the front desk seating area, Director Wei sat happily, feeling very pleased. He was surrounded by other city group leaders, while he was only from the county group. Although some looked down on his background and didn't talk much to him, he didn't mind at all. When their group's performance started and they received loud applause, he would be happy no matter what. Suddenly, there was a commotion at the hall entrance. More than 10 people appeared all at once. Director Wei stretched his neck to look. When he recognized some of their faces, his eyes widened. Aren't those some senior leaders he had seen in the newspapers? He had never seen them in person before. What a great luck!
He was so excited.
After the top leader gave a speech, the celebration for Army Day officially began. The announcer's excited and loud voice rang out. The first performance is from the Provincial Military Group, titled Red Flowers Bloom Brightly. Beautiful singing and wonderful dancing filled the stage, and everyone in the audience smiled and watched intently. The first performance was very good, and the applause was thunderous. A few senior leaders nodded with smiles, clearly very satisfied. The show continued, and soon it was the turn for the fourth performance. Who doesn't say our hometown is beautiful? When the announcer said this name, many people in the audience paused slightly. Hometown? It had been a long time since they visited. They wondered if their parents and elders were healthy, if their wives and children were safe. Suddenly, their thoughts drifted away, and their eyes turned red. They started to miss home. Mountains are connected closely. White clouds circle around the mountains. With the rhythm of the clapper, a clear and cheerful voice suddenly sounded throughout the hall. Everyone looked surprised. Why was the performer coming down from the stage? When she sang the line, "Hey, who doesn't say our hometown is beautiful," and paused, everyone's mind unconsciously thought of the next line. While thinking about this, a loud, excited voice suddenly rang out from the seat. "Hey there."
Ear.
Ear. At this sound, others who knew the person whispered to each other, "Hey, isn't that Wang Ergo? Why is he suddenly singing loudly without warning? Did you see the pretty lady next to him? She invited him to sing, so he should show off a bit. Wang Ergo is really lucky. He's not good-looking, but he still gets this chance. Look, over there, another beautiful lady is standing with a tambourine. Maybe she wants someone to sing that song." Everyone's attention quickly turned to her. They saw a cute, round-faced girl quickly tapping the tambourine and singing. Next to her sat a strong, dark-faced young man, whose face was now flushed red. When the second program started, Meng Baobao quietly sat down beside him. She whispered a greeting and asked him to help sing a line later. At first, he didn't understand, but when he heard Wang Erga's voice earlier, he suddenly got it. Since Meng Baobao started talking to him, he felt very nervous. He had never sat so close to a girl and talked before. This girl was really pretty, especially her eyes. They sparkled as if they could talk. He had never been in a relationship before and didn't know how to act. He was so nervous and confused that he didn't know where to put his hands. When the girl sang the line, "Hey, who doesn't say our hometown is good?" her bright eyes looked at him, encouraging him to sing along. His mind went blank, and he accidentally changed the lyrics. He loudly sang, "Son, daughter." When he finished, the room suddenly fell silent for a few seconds. Then, bursts of laughter erupted from the crowd. It almost caused the whole auditorium to shake. "Ha ha ha ha, oh my, he even sang it wrong, ha ha, help. I can't breathe from laughing. Chandali, you coward, you can't even sing properly. Look at you, so silly, ha ha. Dali is staring at the girl so hard he's lost his mind, ha ha. Chandali, better find a hole to hide in, ha ha." Don't mention others, even a few usually serious senior leaders couldn't hold back. They covered their faces, held their stomachs, looked up, and all laughed loudly. These bursts of laughter made the usually serious and quiet scene lively. The whole atmosphere became lively and happy. Zhou Yuan held his camera, laughing so hard he nearly fell over. "Haha, Shu Bai, this is so funny." Miao Shu Bai slightly smiled and reminded him, "Stop laughing, take a few more photos of the scene. Later, they'll be perfect to put next to my article." He wasn't sure where to start writing about this performance, but now he had plenty of material. Zhou Yuan winked at him and said, "I'll take a few more pictures of that girl named Meng Baobao. In a few days, I'll develop them and bring them to you." During lunch, Shu Bai told him briefly how he met those two girls. But he didn't expect their meeting to be so coincidental. The first time was a misunderstanding, the second was a hero saving a damsel, and then the damsel saved the hero. As a good friend, Zhou Yuan was happy to help, hoping his friend could solve his single status soon. Don't think too much. I have nothing to do with her." Miao Shu Bai felt a bit speechless. What was this guy thinking? Although he didn't have a good impression of that girl at first. But after meeting her unexpectedly these past 2 days and seeing her kindly help an elderly person, and later, when they encountered the tough bandit Mingge, she didn't run away in fear when he was attacked but bravely saved him. After experiencing these things, his opinion of her had greatly changed. However, they weren't very close yet, and he wasn't thinking about that now. Even if he developed some feelings later, it probably wouldn't work out. Because Meng Bao Bao and Miao Jiao Jiao were very close, like sisters. And his little sister's relationship with Miao Jiao Jiao was awkward and difficult to mend. As a brother, he could only choose to stand with his little sister and stay away from these people. Hearing this, Zhou Yuan pouted. You don't even know when you'll start caring about these things. Miao Shubai raised an eyebrow. You should take care of yourself first. You're 2 years older than me, and your parents must be worried. Zhou Yuan shrugged and said, What's the rush? There's no point. I won't marry someone I don't like just to continue the family line. Let's leave it at that. While they were talking, the laughter from the audience kept going. Chandali, who was being laughed at, looked very embarrassed. He hung his head like a quail, too afraid to look up. Next to him, Meng Baobao really wanted to laugh, but she held it in. She still had to go on stage to sing, so she couldn't let herself get discouraged. The most difficult were Miao Jiao Jiao and the others. They were all ready to go on stage and dance. Suddenly, this unexpected situation caught them off guard. Everyone was laughing, and it seemed awkward to just go on stage and dance now. Teacher Zheng from the musical band was standing in the corner near the instruments. Seeing this, he quickly played a short, cheerful tune to match the laughter. After about 2 minutes, the laughter gradually stopped. The band then started playing the opening song. Seeing this, Miao Jiao Jiao cheered up immediately. She cleared her throat and began to sing the first line, Mountains, closely connected. As she sang, the curtain on the stage slowly opened. Performers dressed in costumes carried paper umbrellas, took small steps, and happily stepped onto the stage. They lifted their heads and straightened their chests, showing their beautiful faces and lively, expressive eyes. They gathered together and looked into the distance, as if sharing 1,000 words. Clap! Everyone opened their paper umbrellas in perfect unison. Almost instantly, images of green mountains appeared on the stage. The audience, who had just been laughing, looked at this scene with surprise and open mouths. But it didn't stop there. Green mountains, white clouds, terraced fields,
Wheat.
anything mentioned in the lyrics could be shown. The performers on stage used different poses and props to bring these scenes to life. This was the result of a whole week of hard work by the logistics team of the Yunshan County Art Troupe. Of course, it also depended on the dancers practicing tirelessly to make everything perfect. These beautiful landscape images blended seamlessly with the singing and music, creating a wonderful harmony. Everyone below the stage watched with full attention and great interest. Whenever the song reached the line, "Hey, who doesn't praise our hometown?" there was no need to pause. The soldiers below cooperated by singing the next line. Yay! I-oh. At first, the first 2 times were fine, but on the 3rd time, someone playfully shouted out loudly, "Son, daughter." Everyone burst into laughter. From then on, each time that part was sung, others would smile and join in teasing. Son, daughter. What was supposed to be a serious Army Day performance turned into a funny scene. It seemed the soldiers had been holding back for a long time and took this chance to have fun. Since so many people were shouting together, the leaders couldn't pick out just 1 or 2 troublemakers. Besides, the top officials sitting in the front row were already laughing so hard that they wouldn't pursue it further. The soldier responsible for this funny moment, Chandali, initially felt guilty. But now he was completely letting loose, shouting happily along with everyone. Honestly, acting so freely in front of the leaders and officers felt really exciting, kind of refreshing, haha. Soon, the performance was coming to an end. The singing gradually stopped, but the music kept playing. Suddenly, all the stage lights went out with a loud bang. The scene was pitch dark. Then, a spotlight lit up in the center of the stage. Under the light, a graceful figure was dancing beautifully. She wore a green dress, with long hair tied back, revealing a smooth, fair forehead. Her face, glowing with a healthy pinkish hue, was adorned with bright red lips. Her dance was light and elegant, her figure slender and charming. truly beautiful and refined. Everyone watched in awe, almost holding their breath. To match the theme of the song, when the music played the part about a bountiful harvest, the girl joyfully jumped and spun. When thinking about being far from home, she looked into the distance with deep emotion, making a gentle, longing gesture with her hand. Every expression and movement was performed with great feeling and skill. Between her eyebrows and eyes, there is a clear expression of love and longing for her hometown. This scene deeply touches everyone present. Many people feel overwhelmed with emotion and sadness. Suddenly, she really misses home. When the last musical note stops, the girl suddenly stops dancing. She looks into the distance with tears in her eyes. Softly and choked, she says, "Dad,
Mom,
I miss you so much. Are you both doing well at home?" This moment instantly breaks everyone's heart. Suddenly, many people start crying. Sniff, sniff. Ah, ah, wah, wah. I really want to go home. Side note. The collective crying sounds. Little fish are crying loudly. What about you? This method is great. It instantly ignited the entire atmosphere at the scene. Even the previous performances by the troupe couldn't compare. He thought about trying this in the next city troupe show. But it's best to have a surprise effect. Otherwise, it might seem too fake. I have to say, today's performance was very successful. Director Wei wasn't upset when he heard this. He smiled and said, "How could that be? This is our troupe's first time performing in the military and no one knows us. I guess the male comrade was too nervous and forgot his lines, so that's why." Not getting the answer he wanted, the person on the right said, "The young comrade who danced last has a lot of talent. Can I talk to her later?" The person on the left quickly added, "I also want to talk to her." Before Director Wei could speak, someone nearby continued, "Give me a little time too." Director Wei's mouth twitched, and a dark line flashed across his face. Wow, these city troupe leaders are really shameless. They even tried to steal her right in front of him, without any shame.
Haha. Thank you all for liking Comrade Xiao Miao.
But she told me before that she plans to take the Beijing military troop exam next year, and she isn't considering other groups. Humph, that must really annoy you. Oh, but isn't there half a year left? Staying in your county troop is such a waste of talent. Exactly. Director Wei, you're just not willing to let her go, using this as an excuse, right? Director Wei waved his hand. I really didn't lie. She definitely won't go to your troop. At first, everyone was a bit doubtful. But after the performance ended, both the provincial troop and the provincial military troop sent people to talk to Xiao Jiao Jiao, and she refused both. After hearing this, everyone who was eager to act backed down. Ah, what a pity. That night, the Yun City Yunshan County Arts Troupe's performance became famous throughout the entire Lake Province. And Xiao Jiao Jiao's name also made all the leaders of the Lake Province Arts Troupes remember her. Because of this, after she returned, Director Wei generously rewarded her with many things. On the night of the performance, Xiao Jiao Jiao, Meng Baobao, and Xiao Xiao specifically found Zhou Yuan to help take a few photos alone. Coincidentally, Xiao Shubai was also present, and Zhou Yuan initially wanted to take a photo with him and Meng Baobao. But Miao Shubai refused stubbornly. In the end, somehow, he took a group photo with Miao Jiao Jiao and Meng Baobao. After they left, Zhou Yuan grinned and said to Miao Shubai, I told you, you weren't interested in Meng Baobao. You liked someone else. Miao Shubai was a bit confused and didn't quite understand. What are you talking about? Zhou Yuan shot him a dissatisfied look. Don't pretend you don't know. I asked you to take a photo with Meng Baobao, but you refused. You were happy to join in when Miao Jiao Jiao was there. Tell me, are you really interested in her? Are you crazy? Miao Shubai suddenly got angry. There's no way I like her. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll punch you. Anyone is fine, but Miao Jiao Jiao is not. For some reason, a voice kept reminding him of this in his mind. It was a bit strange, but it seemed there was no way to solve it. Zhou Yuan shrank his shoulders. This was the first time he saw his friend so angry. He used to joke about Meng Baobao, but he hadn't seen him get this mad before. Cough, cough. All right, I won't tease you anymore. Forget it. Forget it. He decided to say less, or he might really get beaten. Miao Shubai's face eased a little. Yeah, just get the photos developed in a couple of days and give them to me. Zhou Yuan pouted sadly. All right. He felt like he had become a tool. 3 days later, after finishing his article and errands, Miao Shubai bought some things and took the train back to Jing City. When he arrived home, it was Sunday. Miao Shiyu was off work today and at home. Seeing him return, she happily ran over. Third brother, did you buy me any gifts from Lake Province? Seeing his lively and spoiled little sister. After several days on a hard-seat train, Miao Shubai's tired face couldn't help but show a smile. Yes, I bought you a scarf. I heard it's from Hong Kong City. Oh, really? Let me see. Miao Shiyu's eyes lit up instantly. She excitedly took a black briefcase from him and pulled out a sky-blue scarf. As soon as she took out the scarf, a photo slipped out and fell to the ground. Hey, what's this? Miao Shiyu squatted down curiously, ready to pick it up, but Miao Shubai stopped her. I'll do it, he said. He quickly bent down, picked it up, and tucked it into a notebook nearby. It's nothing, just a photo a friend gave me. He didn't want his little sister to see it, or she would make a fuss again. Oh, okay, Miao Shiyu said casually. Her attention was already on the scarf. It's so pretty. Thank you, third brother. I'll go try it on. With that, she ran upstairs to look in the mirror. Miao Shubai sighed, took the notebook into his room, and placed it on his desk. After washing up, he lay down and soon fell fast asleep. By evening, Miao Shiyu knocked on his door. Third brother, dinner's ready. There was no response for a long time. She guessed he must still be asleep after the long train ride. But skipping dinner wasn't an option, so she pushed the door open to wake him. As she walked to the desk by the window, she noticed the notebook had been blown open by the wind, revealing the corner of a photo. Curious, Miao Shiyu pulled the photo out. When she saw the people in it, her face suddenly turned pale. Miao Shiyu's face was pale, and her heart felt heavy. Didn't her brother say this was a photo from a friend? Why was he with someone like Miao Jiaojiao? Besides, her brother was supposed to be working with the military group in Husheng, while Miao Jiaojiao was still in the countryside. How could the two of them have met? She glanced at her sleeping brother, then looked back at the photo. In the picture, her brother stood on the left, Miao Jiaojiao was in the middle, and on the right was that rude girl who had once pulled her hair and scratched her face. The three of them stood together, smiling brightly at the camera. That smile made Miao Shiyu's chest tighten with anger. She couldn't believe her brother had lied to her for an outsider. Her eyes fell on Miao Jiaojiao again, and a wave of anger rose inside her. So, Miao Jiaojiao, you troublemaker. First, you tried to get close to Brother Han, and now you want to get close to my brother too? Don't even think about it. So, what if you have a pretty face? Someone like you will never be part of the Miao family. This Miao Jiaojiao is someone who falls in love easily. Otherwise, how could she suddenly go to the provincial city to meet her third brother? Because the photos are in black and white, the costumes and makeup she wore in the performance can't be seen clearly, so Miao Shiyu naturally misunderstood her. Of course, even if Miao Shubai personally explained it to her, she probably wouldn't believe it. Right now, she is full of resentment towards Han Ling. She thinks he was definitely fooled back then. But she can't tell him this face to face. Thinking of this, Miao Shiyu suddenly feels a bit frustrated. She recently found out that Brother Han has been back in the capital for several months. If she hadn't accidentally overheard her second brother talking with their parents, she would have been completely in the dark. She heard her second brother say that Brother Han is very brave and active in the army, and in less than half a year, he became a squad leader. Hearing this news, she was overjoyed and wanted to find him the next day. But back in March, because she went to the countryside to find someone, her third brother was accidentally injured, and she was punished for half a year, not allowed to go anywhere except the cultural troop. Now, still within that half-year period, she has no chance to go out. And whether Brother Han will see her is still uncertain. Last time, he was so cold to her and even tried to cut her face with a knife. Honestly, she felt her heart turn cold. She really wanted to give up with dignity, but she just couldn't do it. Someone she has known since childhood, over 10 years of affection. How can she just give up? She really doesn't want it to end like this. Miao Shiyu's eyes flickered with determination. No matter what, she must find a way to be with Brother Han. He was originally her fiancé. Why should she give him to someone else? Biting her lip, Miao Shiyu angrily tore the photo into 2 pieces. Just after tearing it, a surprised voice came from behind. Xiaoyu, what are you doing in my room? Miao Shiyu's face froze. Coincidentally, her third brother had just woken up at this moment. She can't let him see that she tore the photo. Thinking this, Miao Shiyu quickly hid the photo behind her back and turned around with a smile. Third brother, you're awake. I didn't do anything. I came to wake you up for dinner. Miao Shubai noticed her small movement. What are you hiding behind your back? A flicker of guilt flashed in Miao Shiyu's eyes. She shook her head quickly. And nothing. Let me see. Miao Shubai lifted the blanket, got out of bed, and walked toward her. There's really nothing. You're awake now, so go eat. I'll go first. Miao Shiyu's eyes twitched, and she hurried toward the door. But she was still a step too slow. Miao Shubai had already grabbed her arm. His face was serious. Take it out. When he saw that the notebook on the desk had been opened, he already had a guess about what she had taken. Third brother. I didn't mean to. Miao Shiyu knew she couldn't hide it anymore. Carefully, she took out a torn photo, split into 2 pieces. Miao Shubai frowned deeply and took the photo from her. When he saw the tear running between him and Miao Jiaojiao in the picture, he immediately understood what had happened. He looked up and scolded, Why did you tear my photo? I told you I didn't mean to. Miao Shiyu bit her lip, her eyes turning red with frustration. Third brother, I'm your sister. How can you be so harsh to me because of an outsider? Miao Shubai felt a surge of anger. He took a deep breath and said through clenched teeth, You went through my notebook without permission, tore my photo, and then tried to cover it up. Do you think you can lie and throw a tantrum, but I can't even raise my voice? You did something wrong, yet you still think you're right? And no, that's not it. Seeing that her brother was truly angry, Miao Shiyu quickly tried to explain. When I came in, the wind had already blown your notebook open. I went to wake you up and accidentally saw the photo. Miao Shubai looked at her with disappointment. Then tell me, why did you tear my photo? Don't tell me it wasn't on purpose. Hearing his stern tone, Miao Shiyu grew upset. Fine, I did it on purpose. But you lied to me first. You said the photo was a gift from a friend, so why are Miao Jiaojiao and that girl in it with you? Miao Shubai rubbed his forehead helplessly. If I told you it was just a coincidence, would you believe me? Miao Shiyu glared at him. Of course not. It must have been that Miao Jiaojiao trying to get your attention on purpose. What do you want me to explain to you? Miao Shubai sighed, really not wanting to continue talking with his sister. He definitely wouldn't tell her about the work in the art troupe. Otherwise, with his younger sister's personality, there would be another big fight. He doesn't regret taking that photo, but he regrets not handling it better, which caused unnecessary arguments. He didn't expect his sister to hate Miao Jiaojiao so much that she wouldn't even let a photo go. If she were here in person, she might do something even more extreme. This can't go on. Sooner or later, something serious will happen. He needs to have a serious talk with his parents. At this moment, Miao Shiyu didn't notice his strange expression. She was still complaining. I just want to know why she took pictures with you. Third brother, you know she stole Honda from me, and I hate her so much. And yet, you're still laughing happily with her. That really hurts my feelings. Hearing this, Miao Shubai's face darkened, and he said angrily, What nonsense are you talking? What do you mean stealing? Han Lingji has never liked you. Miao Shiyu, what you promised your family a few months ago, have you forgotten? Miao Shiyu shrank her shoulders. Yes, I said I wouldn't cause trouble anymore, but I never said I would give up on Honda. Hearing this, Miao Shubai twitched a few times. It turns out the things her family told her before didn't work at all. She still naively dreams of Han Lingji. It's simply unbelievable. He pinched his forehead and gritted his teeth. You've done so many wrong things, and now he almost wants to kill you. Xiaoyu, what are you still dreaming about? Can't you wake up? Third brother. Miao Shiyu's eyes turned red, and her words caught in her throat. She really didn't expect that just because she tore a photo, her third brother would get so angry. He helped an outsider scold her, making her feel very frustrated inside. What hurt her most was that everyone was advising her not to pursue Han Lingji anymore. But they never considered her feelings. Is it wrong for her to seek her own happiness? Why is everyone blaming her? At that moment, she suddenly felt very upset. Tears streamed down her face as she sobbed. Wah. I'm so sad.
You all don't love me.
You don't understand what I want. As she spoke, Miao Shiyu covered her face and ran out crying. Only Miao Shiyu remained, standing there with a pale face. He looked up at the ceiling and sighed deeply. He wasn't sure where she learned it, but this little sister has always liked to solve problems by crying and throwing tantrums. When she was young, her family didn't mind much. But now that she's older, it just makes things more complicated. Actually, the Miao's family is quite strict with the younger generation. They are a little more lenient with her, but not overly spoiled. However, he didn't expect that as she grew up, she became more and more stubborn. Honestly, if she weren't his sister, he sometimes really felt like giving her a good scolding. When Miao Shiyu calmed down and went downstairs, dinner was already being served. When he saw a tall, strong young man sitting at the table, his eyes lit up. Second brother, are you just back? Are you taking tomorrow off? He asked. Yes, Miao Shukai, who was usually quiet, simply nodded. Miao Shukai is only 23 years old, but already a company commander in the military district of Jing City. He's brave and clever. Most of the family was there for dinner, except Miao Shiyu, who was hiding upstairs. Li Jia looked upstairs and then turned to Miao Shubai, saying, Xiaobai, Xiao Yuan to call you for dinner, but she hasn't come down yet. Miao Shubai paused and said, Mom, go ahead and eat. If she doesn't come down, forget it. I have something to talk to everyone about after dinner. Hearing this, the others looked a little surprised. The eldest, Miao Shulang, with his shiny glasses, blinked twice. He seemed to have heard some arguing upstairs earlier. The head of the family, Miao Yinghao, spoke up, Let's eat first. Don't wait for her. Since the third brother had spoken, it was probably something else happened. The family lost their mood and quickly finished eating before sitting in the living room to chat. Miao Shubai first explained how he met Miao Jiao Jiao and Meng Baobao and their relationship with Han Lingji. Coincidentally, that woman is also named Miao. She is someone brother Han met in the countryside. Earlier, Xiaoyu and I went to a friend's wedding. She secretly slipped away to the countryside without telling me and met those two women. After that, he explained in detail what happened upstairs. A few days ago, I went to the military office in Lake Province for some work. I happened to see them performing there. I found out they are part of the county's cultural troupe, and we happened to take a photo together. Unexpectedly, Xiaoyu saw this photo just now in the room. Without my permission, she tore it into 2 pieces. I asked her why she did that, and she... At this point, Miao Shubai paused for 2 seconds. What did she say? Mother Li Jia, usually the most caring, looked very upset. 4 years ago, when the tragic incident involving Han's youngest sister happened, she was very hurt and upset after losing her close friend. When she found out that her daughter was involved, she almost broke down. Initially, she and her husband took their daughter to Han's house to apologize many times. But each time, the head of Han's family refused to see them. He only said one sentence roughly meaning, no meetings, no forgiveness, no contact forever. Since it was so clear, they felt ashamed to go again. After that, the relationship between the Miao family and Han family was never the same. At first, when this happened, honestly, she almost didn't want to acknowledge her daughter. But after all, her daughter was born from her own pregnancy, and she had been close to her since childhood. She couldn't bear to give up on her. So, she could only be stricter with her in her education. Over the years, her daughter's temper has improved a lot, though she still sometimes cries and throws tantrums, which she can tolerate. She thought everything was heading in a good direction. But a few months ago, she found out her daughter secretly went to see Han Lingji. This even caused her third child to get injured. She was very angry that time and punished her accordingly. Later, She privately talked to her daughter and clearly told her that there was no future with Han Lingji and asked her not to think about it anymore. Her daughter promised obediently at that time, and she remembers that well. She didn't expect that today the other person would do something irrational again because of Han Lingji. This is simply too disappointing for her. Miao Shubai pursed her lips, hesitant to speak, and she said she wouldn't give up on Han Ling, and she also said we don't understand her. Nonsense. Absolutely nonsense. Miao Yinghao frowned and patted the table, then said to the eldest Miao Shulang, Shulang, go upstairs and call Xiu down, okay? Miao Shulang looked unhappy too. He responded and went upstairs. At this moment in the room on the second floor, Miao Shuyu was sitting on the bed, wiping tears. When she heard the knocking, she bit her lip and reluctantly opened the door. I don't want to eat. Seeing who was at the door, her face changed and she weakly called out, Big brother. Miao Shuling glanced at her face. Seeing her eyes red, he raised an eyebrow and said, Come downstairs. I have something to talk to you about. Hearing this, Miao Shuyu suddenly felt uneasy. Big brother, I don't feel well. Not feeling well? Miao Shuling adjusted his glasses and said calmly, Go downstairs first. Later, I will take you to the hospital for a checkup. Miao Shuyu. Maybe it's better not to go to the hospital. It's not that serious. Miao Shuling seemed to see through her thoughts and gave a faint smile. Then let's go. Everyone is waiting for you. When Miao Shuyu went downstairs, her heart was uneasy. She actually regretted what she had just said to her third brother. Among her brothers, although she was closest to the third, he was also the one who disciplined her the most. Sometimes, when they argued and she was upset, he would go and tell their parents, which always led to her being scolded. No need to guess, this time he probably said something to their parents again. Dad, Mom. Miao Shuyu smiled and walked over casually. What do you want to talk to me about? I wasn't feeling well earlier and was about to take a nap. Miao Shulang, with his hands in his pockets, followed slowly behind her. Hearing her words, his dark eyes flickered slightly. Just as Miao Shuyu was about to sit on the sofa, her mother, Li Jie, called her back. Stand there. We have something to ask you. Miao Shuyu paused and obediently nodded. Okay, Li Jie said coldly. I'm asking you, are you still thinking about the Han family? Miao Shuyu bit her lip and lowered her head without answering. Seeing her like this, Li Jie understood clearly. She looked disappointed and said, It seems you didn't listen to what I told you before. You're really a big letdown for us, Mom. Miao Shuyu looked up with tears in her eyes and a sad voice. There's nothing wrong with liking Brother Han. Why do you have to force me? Force you? Li Jie felt heartache when she heard this. The Han family made it clear long ago that they won't have anything to do with us anymore. Do you think her wishful thinking will help? If you hadn't done that foolish thing back then, our relationship with the Han family wouldn't be like this. Xiao Yu, why don't you ever reflect on your own problems? Is this how I raised you, Mom? I know I was wrong. Tears welled up in Miao Shuyu's eyes as she looked pitiful. But I just can't control my feelings. What can I do? You must control your feelings no matter what. Miao Yinghao looked at her seriously, then turned to his wife and said, Xiao Jie, in a few days, it will be Xiao Yu's 19th birthday. She's not a child anymore. At that time, you should start arranging things, help her meet some good marriage prospects, and set a date early. Yes, okay, I understand. Li Jie nodded. Originally, she was reluctant to part with her daughter and wanted her to stay for another 2 or 3 years. But now, she and her husband share the same idea. Find a good family for her to marry into early, have children sooner, and help her settle down so she won't keep having wild thoughts. When she heard this, Miao Shuyu immediately jumped up in anger. No, I won't marry. If I marry anyone in this life, it will only be Brother Han. I won't consider anyone else. That's not up to you. Miao Yinghao glared at her sternly. Don't think that because you're the darling girl of the Miao family, you can do whatever you want. Ugh.
Dad.
Mom. Miao Shuyu used her old trick again, kneeling on the ground and crying loudly. I know I was wrong. Please forgive me just this once. I swear I won't think about Brother Han anymore, and I won't look for him again. I wish I could stay at home for 2 more years to show my respect to you. Are you really willing to marry me off so early? Miao Hao exchanged a glance with Li Jie, both of them sighing inwardly. Maybe before, they might have been soft-hearted, but after hearing so many promises like this, they no longer believed them. Li Jie looked cold and said untruthfully, "Of course, I am willing." Even if she felt reluctant inside, she couldn't keep indulging her anymore. This daughter kept hurting their hearts again and again. Sometimes she wondered if she had done something wrong in her past life. Why did she have to suffer through such troublemaker children? Sniff, sniff.
Mom.
I was wrong. Miao Shiyu crawled to Li Jie's side, clutching her clothes with teary eyes, crying out, "You said before that you wouldn't marry me off until I was at least 22. I don't want to leave you so early, Mom." Hearing her daughter's desperate crying, Li Jie, as a mother, felt upset inside. She could only turn her face away, trying not to look at her. Seeing this, Miao Shiyu crawled over to her father, Miao Hao, and begged, "Dad, Dad, you said I was your good girl and that you would love me forever. Do you really want to send me away so soon?" Although Miao Hao was a strict father, he was the most indulgent to Miao Shiyu at home. Seeing her pitiful look now, he felt very complicated and a bit bitter. Unable to bear his daughter's tears, he picked up a nearby newspaper. He looked down at the paper, pretending not to care at all. Seeing his reaction, Miao Shiyu's eyes filled with despair. She could only turn her head to look at her brothers. Miao Shuling, the eldest, was the smartest and most rational. Since she was young, Miao Shiyu liked to use crying and fussing as a way to get attention, and he had seen through that long ago. He didn't dislike or like his little sister, so her crying didn't affect him at all. Right now, he was leisurely drinking tea, acting as if he hadn't heard her crying. Miao Shukai, the second brother, looked cold and quiet on the outside, but inside, he was very sensitive. He had trained in the military since he was young and was often away from home, so his relationship with his little sister was quite distant. And he had once been very close to Han Lingji. This caused the tragedy in the Han family and led to the loss of his close friend. He didn't blame her, which was already very kind of him, and he didn't even give her a look. Finally, it was the third sibling, Miao Shubai. Usually, he had the best relationship with Miao Shiyu. They had played together since childhood, and Miao Shiyu was quite clingy to him. Now, seeing his younger sister like this, he felt uneasy inside. But there was nothing he could do. All of this was her own fault because she refused to learn from her mistakes. So, Miao Shiyu knelt down. But no one spoke or begged her to stop. It just felt like she was kneeling in vain. Thinking about how soon she would have to go on a blind date and marry someone she didn't love made her anxious. Her whole body suddenly felt like it was surging with blood. She became dizzy and heavy-headed. Then she fainted. Everyone gasped in shock. Xiaoyu. Miao Shiyu was rushed to the hospital. A few hours later, she slowly woke up. She heard her mother's nervous voice above her. "Xiaoyu, you're awake. Are you feeling better? You scared Mom to death. If you really don't want to marry so early, that's okay. But you have to promise Mom that you will forget Han Lingji quickly. In a year, I'll help you find a good match, and you can marry happily. Okay?" Miao Shiyu relaxed a little and gave a weak smile, nodding and saying, "Okay, thank you, Mom." Little goldfish. Don't worry, the matchmaking won't happen so fast. The main story will continue after the heroine goes to the military group in Jing City. I've already planned the story, so please be patient. Since August 1st, when the military day performance ended and they returned from the provincial military group, Miao Jiao became the most popular person in the county's cultural troupe. Wherever she went, people would smile and come to greet her. Meng Baobao, as her little follower, naturally also received many envious looks. Earlier, the leaders from the provincial troupe and military group had come to talk with Miao Jiao, and many people saw it. It looks like next year, Miao Jiao is definitely going to get into the Jing City military group. Meng Baby also has a good talent for singing, so she is likely to succeed in the future. Director Wei and several teachers have been in a good mood these days. When the county leaders heard that the performance at the provincial military troupe was very successful, they quickly asked Director Wei to arrange a free show at the county auditorium. This was a way to show care for the people and promote Yunshan County. However, a single performance was too short, so Director Wei also arranged a singing show and 2 dance performances, led by teacher Wang Rong and teacher Chen. On the afternoon of August 6th, the Yunshan County Arts Troupe's auditorium was already crowded before the show started. Most of the audience came from the county or nearby towns. After hearing that the Yunshan troupe performed brilliantly in the provincial capital, everyone came proudly and happily to support. The seats were full, with some bringing small stools, squeezing into chairs or the aisles. Some people stood nearby, stretching their necks to see better, and others stood behind their own seats, which were far away but higher, so they could see more clearly. To keep everyone excited, the best performances were saved for last. The most popular was the song and dance show, Who Says My Hometown Is Not Beautiful. The audience cheered and clapped loudly until the end of the show. Miao Jiao Jiao, who was the most outstanding performer, was remembered by many people. Because of this, she was often recognized when shopping in the county town, and a group of enthusiastic aunties would gather around her to chat. The topics of their conversations were usually like this: "Young comrade, do you have a boyfriend? My older sister's son is single. He's handsome and works at the textile factory. You two would be a good match. Young comrade, I want to tell you, my son is in the army and he earns 20 yuan a month. What do you think? Would you consider it? Young comrade, look at me." Miao Jiao Jiao was surrounded, her face stiff and awkward. In those days, it was common for strangers on the street to try to set up matches. Actually, not only these unfamiliar aunties, but many people in the arts troupe also had similar ideas. However, when Miao Jiao Jiao first joined the county arts troupe, she had already made it clear that she was in a relationship. This was a well-kept secret of the county art troupe, so others stopped trying to find out. As for the enthusiastic aunties on the street, Miao Jiao Jiao always spoke up first before they could ask. Yes, I have it. No need. Thank you. She said it as if she were pregnant. Having it. Being popular is also a bit stressful. Little follower Meng Bao bowed. I suspect you're showing off, but I have no proof. Soon it was the weekend. Because they had been busy practicing their performances, the art troupe hadn't had a break in a long time. This time, Director Wei generously waved his hand and gave everyone 2.5 days off. Miao Jiao Jiao and Meng Bao Bao naturally packed their things and quickly went back to the countryside. It had been over a month since their last visit. When everyone saw them return, they were all quite happy. At the youth commune courtyard, Miao Jiao Jiao took out several hairbands from her bag and handed them to Lin Ju and others. Look, I bought these at the department store in the provincial capital. They look really nice. Thank you, the 3 girls said together with smiles. Lin Ju looked at the hairbands in her hand, turning them over, then nodded. These styles are quite new and really good. Huang Daidi carefully touched the hairbands and sighed. I've never been to the provincial capital before. That's so nice. I'll try it. Ma Fong, with a smile in her eyes, untied the black hairband from her hair and then tied on the pink one that Miao Jiao Jiao gave her. After finishing, she quickly looked in the mirror, then blushed shyly and left the room. Lin Ju saw this and nudged Miao Jiao Jiao's arm. She signaled with her eyes for her to look outside the door. Look, that girl is going to find Jiayu again to show off. Ma Fong and Jiayu were already openly dating in the youth commune courtyard. Both of them had a bit of selfishness and pettiness, but they got along quite well, sharing the same quirks. Now, they often openly show affection in front of everyone. And surprisingly, after they got together, the atmosphere in the youth courtyard became more warm and friendly than ever. Hearing Lin Ju say this, Miao Jiao Jiao chuckled softly. She deliberately teased her. Sister Lin, I can sense a bit of sourness in your words. Are you jealous? Lin Ju's eyebrows lifted suddenly, and her ears turned slightly red as she said, Do I really need to envy others? Hearing this, Miao Jiao Jiao raised an eyebrow and looked at Huang Daidi beside her. The latter covered her mouth and smiled, saying, Sister Lin is just watching someone now. Miao Jiao Jiao's eyes lit up. Really, Sister Lin? How is that person doing? Lin Ju thought for a moment and replied, He looks honest and simple, SOSO. Huang Daidi chuckled and added, Not just a so-so, Sister Lin is being modest. I heard that he works as an assistant to the head chef at the town's state-run restaurant. That's quite respectable. That's indeed good, said Miao Jiao Jiao curiously. Sister Lin, how did you two meet? Recalling their encounter, Lin Ju looked a bit shy. Before, Dai Di and I went to the town's supply and marketing cooperative to buy things. It was so crowded that he accidentally stepped on my shoe, and then they just looked at each other and felt a connection. Lin Ju didn't want to say more, but Miao Jiao Jiao guessed it. Nowadays, dating and choosing a partner are very serious matters, but it seems many fall in love at first sight. Fate really is a strange thing. Miao Jiao Jiao smiled. Congratulations. That means good things are coming. Lin Ju shook her head.
Not yet.
Jiao Jiao, you're thinking too far ahead. We're still trying to get to know each other. No rush. That's true, said Miao Jiao Jiao, nodding. Anyway, don't fall behind in your studies. I heard some rumors from the cultural troupe. Things are loosening up at the top. Maybe the college entrance exams will resume soon. Really? Lin Ju and Huang Daidi exchanged surprised looks, their eyes shining. If that's true, then we have hope to return to the city. Miao Jiao Jiao waved her hand. That's just my guess. Studying more is never wrong. You should also remind Wang Ge and the others. Yes, yes. Got it. The two nodded in agreement. At noon, everyone in the youth commune gathered to eat. During the meal, Jia Yu suddenly remembered something. Miao Jiao Jiao, is your birthday tomorrow? I think you mentioned it when we first arrived last year. Huh? Birthday? Miao Jiao Jiao was slightly stunned. She recalled the memories of the original owner and thought that her birthday was indeed on August 10th. Last year at this time, she was out in the countryside with Jia Yu. The original owner had just turned 18, but no one knew. So she went to the town and bought some hard candies to share with everyone, hoping to get along better with them. Later, she saw Bai Yan giving out white rabbit candies, which made her feel a bit inferior. She didn't share her candies and ended up giving them all to Jia Yu. Yeah, I would have forgotten if you hadn't mentioned it, Miao Jiao Jiao said softly, feeling a bit touched. She couldn't believe she had been in this world for almost a year. Time really flies. She's now 19 years old. Thinking about her complicated relationship with Jia Yu, it seemed like a long time ago, almost forgotten. Ma Fong remembered everything clearly. She glared at Jia Yu with a hint of jealousy. You have a good memory.
Cough cough.
Don't be mad. I just suddenly remembered, Jia Yu said, now acting more like a obedient husband, no longer the confident man he used to be. Since the incident with the mountain bandits last year, he didn't know why, but he suddenly liked Ma Fong. He couldn't be firm with her in front of others, often following her lead. Sometimes he felt like a girl, and Ma Fong seemed more like a boy.
Could it be
the after effects of that close call? Thinking of this, he felt a chill and a bit awkward. But since then, Ma Fong never mentioned that incident or showed any dislike toward him. This made him feel more at ease. I forgive you. Ma Fong pouted, a small smile of pride on her face. She liked Jia Yu's obedient attitude. If it were another guy, he probably wouldn't tolerate her fiery temper. Seeing the couple showing affection openly, except for Miao Jiao Jiao, who felt a little uncomfortable, everyone else was completely unaffected, clearly immune to their love display. Lin Ju suggested, Dai Di, tomorrow morning, the two of us will ask the village chief for half a day off to go to the town and buy some ingredients to celebrate Jiao Jiao's birthday. Ma Fong raised her hand. I want to go too. Huang Dai Di clapped happily. Great, that will make it more lively. Wang Gang exchanged a look with Cui Dazhuang. Let's finish work early this afternoon and go to the foot of the mountain to gather some firewood. Jia Yu said, I'll go fetch water from the well. Thank you, everyone. Miao Jiao Jiao smiled and looked at the group. Previously, Han Lingji taught me how to hunt. Tomorrow morning, I'll go into the forest to look for wild game to add some meat for everyone. Coincidentally, she still had a wild rabbit in her space, a gift from Han Lingji before he left, which she hadn't been willing to eat. If she can't find any wild game in the forest tomorrow, she'll bring out this rabbit and share it with everyone. That's great. We'll have meat to eat. Everyone looked at each other and smiled happily. Although Miao Jiao Jiao was skilled, whether she could catch wild game was still uncertain. For some reason, everyone trusted her completely, as if she was sure to succeed. After dinner, Miao Jiao Jiao went to visit Meng Baobao's uncle in the neighboring village. Tomorrow was her birthday, so she naturally invited Meng Baobao to come and eat with her. When Meng Baobao heard this, she nodded quickly. Okay. I'll come early tomorrow and go shopping with Sister Lin and the others at the supply store. Her birthday was in May, and last time, Jiao Jiao and Shao Jia celebrated it with her in the group. Back then, Jiao Jiao gave her a lipstick. Now, for Jiao Jiao's birthday, she also needed to think about what gift to give her. All right, remember to get up early, Miao Jiao Jiao said with a greeting, then went to visit the 3 elders in the grass shed. Since Han Lingji went to Jing City, he had been sending 2 letters each month, one to the elders in the grass shed, and one to Miao Jiao Jiao. She received letters from her grandson every month, and she often visited them, so the elders were in fairly good health. Every time Miao Jiao Jiao visited, she secretly poured some spiritual spring water into their water tank, which helped improve their health a little. Seeing her come, the elders were very happy, gathering around her and asking about the fun stories from the art troupe and whether she was doing well. Looking at their kind faces, Miao Jiao Jiao felt very warm inside. Having never had family, she now felt what it was like to have loved ones here. After chatting for a while, Miao Jiao Jiao said goodbye to the elders. When leaving, Grandpa Wu gave her a grass carp caught with a fishing net at the river to take home and eat. Grandma Wu also gave her a box of snacks, saying they were sent from Jing City by Lingji. They couldn't finish them and would just waste them, so she thought it was better to share with the people in the youth commune. Reluctant to refuse, Miao Jiao Jiao happily accepted. On her way back, she took a small path and stopped by Aunt Lu's house. Aunt Lu was very happy to see her and quickly filled a big bowl with sour radish and sour beans, then handed them to Miao Jiao Jiao. When she returned to the youth commune, Miao Jiao Jiao carried a fish tied with a grass rope on her arm, held a box of snacks in her left hand, and a jar of pickled vegetables in her right, appearing in front of everyone. Jiao Jiao, you went out and brought back so many things. Lin Ju and others smiled and came forward to help carry her things. Miao Jiao Jiao smiled and said, maybe it's because I'm too popular, Ma Fong whispered, bragging, but she was secretly very jealous. Oh, people are just so frustrating. Forget it, sighing won't help. After all, Miao Jiao Jiao is so amazing. If her teeth hurt, so be it. I'm used to it anyway. That night, right after dinner, Wang Dinyo happily ran over. Jiao Jiao Jia, you're back. Dinyo, long time no see. It looks like you've grown taller. Miao Jiao Jiao smiled and reached out to pat her head. How have you been lately? Yes, very good. Wang Dinyo nodded obediently. My mom had a baby sister recently. I'm so happy. Now I have a little sister. A sister? Miao Jiao Jiao raised an eyebrow. And your dad? Wang Dinyo blinked and giggled. My dad didn't say much. Now, my mom makes all the decisions at home, and he doesn't dare to cause trouble. That's good. How about the trick I taught you before? Show me how you've practiced it, Miao Jiao Jiao said.
Wang Dinyo nodded proudly. Yes.
I'm so good at it. Now, the boys in the village don't dare to mess with me. Hee. That night at the youth commune, Miao Jiao Jiao slept very soundly. In the middle of the night, she half closed her eyes and went to the outdoor toilet near the wall. Just as she was about to head back, she suddenly heard sounds outside the yard. Miao Jiao Jiao frowned. Late at night, why would anyone be passing by? She curiously walked over and peeked outside through the gate. She saw a figure leaning at the door. Under the dark night sky, a bright moon was hanging. Using the moonlight, Miao Jiao Jiao carefully looked at that person's side face. A sharp, handsome face, high nose, thin lips. Why does this person look more and more familiar? Miao Jiao Jiao was still leaning forward, peering through the door. Suddenly, the person shifted their gaze and looked over. When their eyes met, Miao Jiao Jiao was instantly filled with joy. Han Lingji, is that you? The next second, she opened the door latch and threw herself into his arms. Looking up at him, she said in disbelief, "Am I dreaming?" Han Lingji smiled gently, holding her tightly. He looked down at her tenderly. "Jiao Jiao, this is not a dream." Miao Jiao Jiao's eyes sparkled. "How did you come here?" "Tomorrow is your birthday, of course I had to come," Han Lingji said with a slight smile. Seeing her confused look, he continued, "When you went to the village chief to transfer your household registration, I followed you. I saw your birth date then, so I remembered it." Miao Jiao Jiao felt touched inside. "But why did you come here in the middle of the night? Why not go back to sleep?" Han Lingji looked into her eyes and smiled. "By the time I reached the county town, it was already evening. Grandpa and Grandma were asleep in the shed, so I didn't want to disturb them. I also wanted to see you early tomorrow, so I came." Miao Jiao Jiao was stunned and asked softly, "Did you take a few days off?" Han Lingji paused slightly. "A week." Hearing this, for some reason, Miao Jiao Jiao's nose suddenly felt sour. It was late at night in the county town, and there was no bus back to the town. He must have walked for hours to get here. From Beijing to here, it would take at least 3 days and 3 nights by train. A round trip would take 6 days. So, the only time Han Lingji could really spend with her was just tomorrow. Thinking about how he traveled so far just to celebrate her birthday, Miao Jiao Jiao felt a bit upset inside. Her voice suddenly choked up. "Han Lingji, your kindness to me makes it hard for me to leave you. Then don't leave." Han Lingji lowered his head to her neck, his loving voice echoing in her ear. "Jiao Jiao, I miss you so much." "Yes, I miss you too." Miao Jiao Jiao tightly buried herself in his arms, feeling happiness and sweetness fill her heart. The two embraced silently for a long time. After a while, Miao Jiao Jiao looked up and said, "It's late, and the weather is cool. Lying at the door isn't a good idea. Let's go. You can stay in the tool shed in the backyard tonight. I'll bring you a blanket and a straw mat, and you can make a simple bed." Originally, Han Lingji could have slept in the men's youth village house, but it wouldn't be polite to disturb them so late. Han Lingji nodded. "Okay, sounds good." He wasn't really tired. Seeing Jiao Jiao made all his fatigue disappear. He also wanted to talk with her more, but was worried she might stay up late and hurt her health, so he decided to wait until morning. Although Miao Jiao Jiao hadn't lived in the tool shed in the backyard for a long time, Lin Ju and others still cleaned it regularly, so it was always quite tidy. In the dark, Miao Jiao Jiao took a blanket and straw mat from the women's youth house, and also brought a kerosene lamp from the living room, lighting it. "Set up your bed yourself. I'll go get a bowl of water for you to drink," she said, then turned and headed to the kitchen. When they were hugging earlier, she saw that his lips were dry and chapped. Just then, she had brewed half a bowl of tea in the evening, adding a little spring water, and now she carried it to the tool shed. When she returned, Han Lingji had already tidied up the bedding. Miao Jiao Jiao handed him the water. "Here, drink it. I added a little sugar, so it's a bit sweet." Han Lingji took the bowl, took a big sip, and smiled. "It's very sweet." "Jiao Jiao, thank you. Drink quickly," Jiao Jiao urged. "Finish it and go to sleep. We can talk about anything tomorrow." After 3 days on the train, he must be very tired and needed good rest. "Okay," Han Lingji said, finishing the water in one gulp. "You go to sleep. I'll wash my feet in the kitchen and then sleep." "Good night," Jiao Jiao replied, resisting the urge to hug him again, and turned to leave. When she lay on her bed back in her room, her heart was still very excited. A smile unconsciously appeared on her face, and she slowly drifted into sleep. The next morning, Miao Jiao Jiao was awakened by Lin Ju. "Jiao Jiao, sleep a little longer." Meng Bao Bao came over, and Dai Di Ma Fong and the others went to town to buy things. Miao Jiao Jiao sleepily rubbed her eyes, then suddenly remembered something and jumped out of bed. She dressed quickly and just reached the yard when she saw Han Lingji chopping firewood with an iron axe. "You're awake." Seeing her gaze, Han Lingji smiled and greeted her. Miao Jiao Jiao pouted and walked over. "Why don't you sleep a bit longer?" Han Lingji paused his work, his dark eyes flickering. "I couldn't sleep because I was thinking of you." Miao Jiao Jiao. That sounds a bit like a cheesy romantic line. This person really knows how to flatter. Miao Jiao Jiao looked around and noticed that the other people in the youth commune courtyard were not there. Probably Lin Ju and the others went to town, and Wang Go and the others went to work. Miao Jiao Jiao asked, did Lin Jie and the others look surprised when they saw you? Han Lingji nodded. It was okay. I explained things to them. Then you go ahead. I'll go to the kitchen and make something for you to eat, Miao Jiao Jiao said, heading to the kitchen. She cooked half a pot of porridge in a clay pot, stir-fried a small plate of greens, and added some pickled radish. Breakfast was ready. At the table, Miao Jiao Jiao was surprised to see Han Lingji finish the porridge in just a few sips. Have you not eaten for days? Why are you eating so fast? Han Lingji replied, because it's delicious. He hadn't eaten her cooking for several months, so naturally, he missed it. Really, hearing him admit her cooking skills, Miao Jiao Jiao felt very happy. I'll make a big feast at noon, and you can eat as much as you want. Han Lingji smiled with his eyes. Sounds good. After breakfast, Han Lingji took the initiative to clean up the dishes. Then they went together to the grass shed in the neighboring village. When the three elders saw Han Lingji, they immediately teared up and said, Lingji, you're back. When they heard that today was Miao Jiao Jiao's birthday, Grandma Wu quickly went into the grass hut and took out a wooden box from under the bed. After opening the box with a key, she also opened the hidden compartment on the left side and took out a jade bracelet. Grandma Wu held up the jade bracelet and smiled kindly, saying, Jiao Jiao, I don't have many good things to give you for your birthday. This is a jade bracelet I used to wear often. I hope you won't mind. It was a jade bracelet, clear and shiny, clearly valuable. Jiao Jiao quickly waved her hands and said, Grandma, this jade bracelet is too precious. I can't accept it. Please keep it for yourself. You'll have a chance to wear it someday. Forget it. Old people don't care much for jewelry, Grandma Wu said without giving her a choice. She gently put the bracelet on Jiao Jiao's wrist and smiled. Look how fair your skin looks with this. It's better for young girls like you to wear these. Just take it. All right. Thank you, Grandma, Jiao Jiao said a bit helplessly. She didn't really like wearing jewelry, but she kept a lot in her space for future value. Since Grandma and Grandpa wished for her to have it, she couldn't refuse anymore. Later, when Grandma and Grandpa returned to Beijing, she would pick out a nice bracelet or jewelry from her space to give to Grandma. After Han Lingji finished his work, the two of them said goodbye to Grandma. Han Lingji carried the bow and arrow he had made earlier, and Jiao Jiao held a slingshot, and they went into the forest to find game. Today, luck was on their side. In less than an hour, they caught a wild chicken. Jiao Jiao seemed to have a special connection with wild chickens. Every time, it was so coincidental. But with Han Lingji's hunting speed, the wild chickens in this forest were probably almost all caught. Han Lingji suggested, It's still early. Shall we go further inside? Jiao Jiao nodded. Sure, let's go. On the way, they looked for game and chatted. Jiao Jiao asked, Last time you wrote that you became squad leader? That's impressive. New soldiers usually need to be selected by the deputy squad leader, and only after showing outstanding performance for a year can they run for squad leader. I didn't expect Han Lingji to become one in less than half a year. Miao Jiao Jiao let out a small hum and said skeptically, You should take care of yourself in the army too. Don't always work so hard. After a few months apart, he looked a bit darker and thinner, clearly from frequent training. Yes, I know, Han Lingji replied, secretly reaching out to hold her soft, delicate hand. Miao Jiao Jiao. She glanced upward, pretending not to see. After walking for a while, she spoke again. By the way, I have something to tell you. She was about to be honest with him about her family situation. Since they are dating and might get married someday, he will find out eventually. Han Lingji looked at her. What is it, Miao Jiao Jiao? Last year you sent me a wild chicken. When I returned with chicken soup to the barn, I asked Grandpa Wang to help check my pulse. Do you remember? At that time, I asked him about something important related to my family, but I didn't tell him the full truth. Then, Miao Jiao Jiao briefly explained the matter about the pills. After hearing this, Han Lingji's eyes flashed with anger. How could a mother be so cruel and wicked? As soon as he finished speaking, his face darkened even more. Coincidentally, his biological mother was also like that. Miao Jiao Jiao patted his hand. Don't be angry. Look at me now, I'm fine. It's not worth hurting yourself over those people. Han Lingji's expression softened a little. He looked at her with concern. Jiao Jiao, I didn't expect your life to be so hard. She had gained weight because her mother had caused her to be overweight, and she had been disliked by her family since she was young, often hungry and forced to work. Thinking about all this made Han Lingji feel very upset. You want to go back and find out the truth, right? When do you plan to go home? I can ask for leave to go with you. Miao Jiao Jiao shook her head. Probably at the end of November. By then, the team won't be busy, so I can take a few more days off. You don't have to. The army is busy, and it's hard to get leave. If anything happens, I will write to you immediately. Okay. Han Lingji agreed verbally, but in his heart, he was determined to go with her no matter what. Having such family members is important. If Jiao Jiao encounters danger when she goes back, it's not good if he's not around. However, Han Lingji's eyes showed a hint of doubt. Jiao Jiao is cheerful by nature, so she would normally fight back if bullied. Why has her personality changed so much after coming to the countryside? From what she said before coming here, she accidentally saved an old man with a white beard. He saw her talent and taught her martial arts moves. That's why she practiced every day, lost weight, and became more skilled. This reason might seem believable to most people. But him. Noticing that Han Lingji looked a bit uneasy, Miao Jiao Jiao pursed her lips. He is so smart and sharp. He probably suspected something long ago. But since she was reborn into this era with a spiritual spring space, she wouldn't tell him. After all, it's her secret. If she accidentally revealed it and was taken for research, it would be terrible. Although she trusts Han Lingji not to talk nonsense, people are unpredictable. Maybe one day he might change. In the end, she still doesn't fully trust Han Lingji. As for her reasons for losing weight and becoming more skilled, whether he believes it or not, she will just explain it this way. Do you think I've changed a lot? She still had to tell a little lie. When I first came to the countryside, I once went to pick mushrooms in the woods. I accidentally stepped on a branch and hit a tree, fainting for a while. At that moment, I suddenly understood many things. Before, I was too oppressed and humble at home, never resisting. So, I made a vow in my heart. From now on, I have to live for myself. Since then, my thoughts changed. Han Lingji's black eyes flickered slightly, and he nodded gently. Yes, you're good now. I like it. No matter what Jiao Jiao said, he would believe her. Loving someone means respecting them. She didn't want to share her secret, and he wouldn't force her. At least, now in front of him, she is the real her. At noon, in the youth camp courtyard, everyone sat around the table with smiles in their eyes. A table was filled with delicious dishes. Thank you all for helping me celebrate my birthday today. I am very happy. Come on, let's toast. Miao Jiao Jiao was the first to pick up the bowl filled with sweet syrup, smiling happily. Come on, happy birthday. Everyone cheered together happily. Today's lunch was very rich. Stewed wild chicken with mushrooms, braised fish fillets, tofu balls, egg drop soup, and more. All the dishes were cooked by Miao Jiao Jiao. She added a little bit of special spring water while cooking, making the flavors taste excellent. Everyone enjoyed the meal very much today, and the atmosphere was warm and cozy. After finishing and cleaning up the dishes, Meng Baobao secretly approached Miao Jiao Jiao and gave her a red leather shoulder bag. I heard from the shop assistant that this bag is a new style just shipped from the city yesterday. It will look great on you. Miao Jiao Jiao slung the bag over her shoulder and looked around. Thanks, it's really nice. I'm glad you like it. Meng Baobao hugged her arm and nuzzled her. Jiao Jiao, I suddenly feel a bit jealous of you. Miao Jiao raised an eyebrow. Curious. Why do you say that? It's nothing. Meng Baobao sighed. I was surprised to see Han Lingji here early this morning. I didn't expect him to come all the way from Jing City just to celebrate your birthday.
Such a guy is really rare.
I wonder if I'll ever find someone like that.
You.
Meng Baobao pinched her chubby cheek and smiled. You're so cute. You'll definitely find a good partner. Don't worry. Hopefully so. Meng Baobao looked a bit distant suddenly, her eyes dimming. Seeing her mood change, Meow Jiao Jiao quickly asked. What's wrong? Meng Bao Bao bit her lip and hesitated. Well, don't laugh at me if I tell you.
Tell me.
Meng Bao Bao scratched her head awkwardly. Last time we performed in the provincial capital, didn't Miao Shu Bai save me from the bandits? Lately, I don't know why, but whenever I have free time, I keep thinking about him. Jiao Jiao, am I sick? I feel so strange.
Bao Bao.
Miao Jiao Jiao's eyes widened. She looked directly into her eyes and said seriously, So, you probably like him, right?
Huh?
Like him? Meng Baby blinked her eyes and suddenly opened them wide, saying, No way. We've only met a few times. Why not? Some people fall in love at first sight. Miao Jiao Jiao smiled. If you like someone, you can't help thinking about them. I feel like you're in that kind of state right now. Maybe so. Meng Baby tilted her head and thought for a moment, then suddenly grinned and hesitated before saying, But I don't even know where he lives. How can my mom go find someone to talk about marriage? Huh. Miao Jiao Jiao was drinking water and spat it out all at once. This girl, she thinks so fast. She's so innocent, it's a headache. Miao Jiao Jiao sighed and couldn't help but scold her. Meng Baby, you're too impulsive. You haven't even figured out his personality or background, and you're already thinking about marriage? You're going to make me angry, Meng Baby chuckled. Jiao Jiao, don't be mad. Just listen to my analysis first. Think about it. He's so handsome, dressed nicely, and he's honest and kind. Someone like that, how bad could his personality or background be? Miao Jiao Jiao, it sounds somewhat reasonable. Miao Shu Bai does seem pretty good, and he looks like a good person. But the Miao family and the Han family have a complicated relationship, and there's also Miao Shuyu, who is quite difficult. Thinking of this, Miao Jiao Jiao's brows twitched involuntarily. She still needed to explain to Meng Baby to prevent other problems later. Actually, I haven't told you something. In March, Miao Shuyu, Miao Shubai's sister, came to the countryside to find Han Lingji, right? You even fought with her back then. She used to be Han Lingji's fiancé. Their families were close, but a few years ago, something happened that tore them apart, and they haven't contacted each other since. Miao Shuyu is quite stubborn and unreasonable, not easy to get along with. Miao Jiao Jiao didn't say more. She believed Meng Baby would understand. If Meng Baby really gets together with Miao Shu Bai, and the Miao and Han families still haven't resolved their issues, her relationship with Meng Baby would be quite awkward. And in the middle, there's Miao Shuyu. Both Meng Baby and the other person have quick tempers and don't like each other. If they start arguing, would the Miao family support their biological daughter or daughter-in-law? The weight of the situation is easy to understand. When arguments happen too often, even the strongest feelings can fade. As a good friend of the baby, she really didn't want to see this scene. After listening to Jiao Jiao's explanation, Meng Bao Bao's face immediately fell. Oh, I forgot. That annoying Miao Shuyu is actually his sister. Miao Jiao Jiao looked at her and said, Think about it yourself. If you're confused, just ask me. Forget it. Meng Bao Bao pouted and shook her head. I think I was just imagining things. Whether they like each other or not, I shouldn't worry about it. Besides, you're my best friend. I don't want our relationship to become distant. Jiao Jiao is her best friend, and she wouldn't drift apart just because of a man. Hearing this, Miao Jiao Jiao felt a warm feeling inside. Bao Bao, you're also my best friend for a lifetime. Meng Bao Bao was so happy she hugged her arm and shook it. Really? Then I'll stick with you from now on, okay? Miao Jiao Jiao laughed happily. Sure. After chatting with Meng Bao Bao, Miao Jiao Jiao was called over by Han Lingji. The two went for a walk down to the foot of the mountain. When they arrived, Han Lingji took out a small box from his pocket. Jiao Jiao, this is your birthday gift. Open it and see. Curious, Miao Jiao Jiao took the box and opened it. Inside was a necklace. A shiny silver chain with a small pendant hanging in the middle. She opened the pendant and found a tiny, cut-out portrait inside. It was her photo, smiling like a flower. Do you like it? Han Lingji asked. I like it, Miao Jiao Jiao said, holding out the necklace with a slight smile. Help me put it on. A smile appeared in Han Lingji's eyes. He nodded. Okay, He took the necklace and walked behind her. He gently moved her hair to one side. Then, he quickly put the necklace on her. "They're all done." Miao Jiao Jiao turned and smiled. "Does it look good?" "Yes, it looks great," Han Lingji said softly, his voice warm and deep, meeting her starry-eyed gaze. He asked gently, "Jiao Jiao, can I kiss you?" "Miao Jiao Jiao. This person just kissed me already. Why ask so many questions?" It made her feel quite shy. Miao Jiao Jiao's eyes flickered. It seemed he was the one who usually took the initiative to kiss her before. This time, maybe she should try a surprise attack. Thinking this, Miao Jiao Jiao tiptoed. Quickly, she touched his lips with hers. Smack! A mischievous glint flashed in her eyes. She was about to sneak away. "All right, I kissed you." She was smiling happily. Before she could react, Han Lingji's cool lips pressed against hers. "You want to run after kissing me, huh?" As he spoke, he held her tightly in his arms. His big hand lifted her chin, making her open her mouth slightly. He kissed her passionately and intensely. Her red lips were sealed tightly. In just a minute, she almost couldn't breathe from the kiss. "Han Lingji, that's enough," she gasped, protesting weakly. But the man who hadn't kissed her in a long time wouldn't let go easily. He didn't answer her, only slowed down his kisses, gently taking his time. Finally, Miao Jiao Jiao was so overwhelmed she collapsed into his arms, catching her breath for a while. "Next time, you're not allowed to kiss me like that," she said breathlessly. Han Lingji's eyes sparkled with a faint smile. He nodded, "Yes, okay. Next time I won't do that." Miao Jiao Jiao. It feels like I've been tricked. Good times always pass quickly. A day went by, in the blink of an eye. The next morning, Miao Jiao Jiao, Meng Bao Bao, and Han Lingji set off together to the county town. At the train station, Miao Jiao Jiao and Han Lingji waved goodbye. As they turned to leave, Miao Jiao Jiao felt a strange, bittersweet feeling in her heart. It was easier when they weren't together. Now that they had met again, they had to part again immediately. It was hard to feel good about it. In half a year, she would be able to take the exam to go to Beijing. For him, and for herself, she would work hard. In the following days, Miao Jiao Jiao's life in the art troupe was very busy. During the second half of their tour, from September to November, they traveled to various towns and city districts to perform will acts. Therefore, they needed to rehearse their shows carefully during most of August, so they could perform better later. Even on weekends when they had time off, Miao Jiao Jiao and Meng Bao Bao didn't go home. They practiced tirelessly every day. During this time, Miao Jiao Jiao also took the chance to sneak out and trade with He Shi Haoge. Now, she has saved up a lot of money and is waiting to buy a courtyard house in Beijing. From September to November, during their performances everywhere, the program Miao Jiao Jiao created, called Who Doesn't Say Our Hometown is Beautiful, became the audience's favorite. Every time they performed, the crowd was very excited. Everyone clapped so hard their hands turned red, but they still felt happy. The Yinshan County Art Troupe's will performances were very successful this time, earning praise and support from the county leaders. The county leaders were so pleased that they generously allocated more funds, and Director Wei rewarded everyone. Director Wei held a special meeting to praise Miao Jiao Jiao again. Everyone looked at her with admiration and envy. Miao Jiao Jiao became not only the most popular person in the troupe, but also the favorite of everyone. From leaders to the cafeteria aunties, everyone smiled and talked to her whenever she came by. By the end of November, when Miao Jiao Jiao asked the leaders for a half-month leave to visit her hometown, Director Wei readily agreed. Meng Bao Bao was very sad when she heard that Miao Jiao Jiao would be gone for half a month. Since they became good friends, they had never been apart for so long before. She hadn't told Meng Bao Bao about her family situation yet. The girl was impatient. If she told her, she might want to go along too. So, she decided to wait until she figured everything out and found a good time to explain. Unexpectedly, Meng Bao Bao, who had been crying, stopped and looked relieved. After 2 days on the train, at the station exit, she saw a familiar figure again. Miao Jiao Jiao's eyes widened in surprise. Han Lingji, why are you here? In front of her, a man held up a big sign that read, Jiao Jiao, I'm here to pick you up. He was tall and stood there holding the sign high, as if afraid others wouldn't see it. Feeling the curious and strange looks from the people around her, Miao Jiao Jiao blushed. Let's go, we'll talk outside first. On the way, Miao Jiao Jiao asked curiously, How did you come so suddenly? Han Lingji replied, I received your letter last month. You said you planned to take leave and go home on November 25th, so I booked my leave early and took the train here. All right. If I had known, I wouldn't have told him the exact date, she thought with some frustration. You promised me you wouldn't come, so why did you come after all? Honestly, she didn't really want him to come. In the army, taking leave often isn't allowed, and it might not be good for his future. Han Lingji understood what she was thinking and softly said, Don't worry. I was on duty during holidays before, but this time I took a day off normally. Okay. Miao Jiao Jiao raised her eyebrows and looked at him. Next time, don't do this. If you need to do something, tell me in advance. Although she was happy, being kept in the dark made her uncomfortable. Yes, okay. Han Lingji nodded. Let's go. First, we'll go to the guest house. The two went to the guest house, showed their invitation letters, and booked 2 rooms. It was already evening. They ate at a nearby state-run restaurant and then returned to the guest house. After sitting on the train for several days and feeling tired, they didn't talk much. After washing up, they each went to sleep. Miao Jiao Jiao's hometown is a small town in the southern city. Her father, Miao Wei, works at the only canning factory in town, and her mother, Li Qin, is a nurse at the local health clinic. Her grandmother, being old, does some chores at home, and her younger brother, Miao Ziliang, is 14 and in middle school. In fact, her family situation is quite good for the town. But her father, Miao Wei, is very timid and obedient to his wife. Her mother, Li Qin, is sharp and harsh. Her grandmother is biased against girls, and her brother never pays much attention to her. So, none of her family members truly treat her well. Before coming, Miao Jiao Jiao had already thought about how to investigate the situation with the pills. She planned to start with her younger brother, Miao Ziliang, who is the family's golden boy. If she could catch him, Li Qin would definitely reveal her true colors. Soon it was the next day. This day happened to be a Sunday, a day when everyone was resting. Miao Jiao Jiao finished breakfast with Han Lingji and slowly headed towards the Miao family's apartment building. In the apartment building, at the Miao family's place. Early in the morning, a sudden clattering sound came from the kitchen. Li Qin was sleeping peacefully when she suddenly heard the noise, and her eyebrows furrowed instantly. She turned over and continued sleeping, but the sound from the kitchen kept going. She pulled the blanket over her head to block out the noise, but the sound only grew louder. With a sudden rush, she threw off the blanket and shouted at the man sleeping beside her, who looked like he was dead. Miao Wei, why is your mom so annoying? I finally get a day off, and she makes such a big fuss early in the morning. Who is she doing this for? Miao Wei was gentle and a bit of a pushover. When he heard his wife was upset, he immediately rubbed his eyes and tried to calm her down. Qin, don't be angry. My mom didn't do it on purpose. She's just getting old and her hearing isn't very good, so she acts like that. Huh? Li Qin snorted, feeling very frustrated. Your mom is only about 60. What do you mean getting old? A few days ago, we were arguing quietly in the room, and she heard everything clearly in the living room. She's just doing it on purpose. If she doesn't want to make breakfast, just say so. Why cause trouble so early in the morning? It's so annoying. Miao Wei patted her back in an attempt to soothe her. All right, I'll talk to her later. Don't be mad. Li Qin shot him a look. Say what you want. Every time I rest, she does this. She just can't stand to see me relax. You've said it many times before. She promises to change when she's in front of you, but then she does the same again. You don't understand. This old wife is very clever. She often pretends one thing in front of you and does another behind your back, and she looks down on me. Hearing his wife criticize his mother, Miao Wei felt somewhat helpless. My mom is like that. She's been through a lot in her life. If you just give her a little leeway, it would be fine. And besides, Xiao Liang is already 14 years old. My mom has been living with us for over 10 years. You've gotten used to it long ago. Why argue about this again? Li Qin is a sharp and stubborn woman. When she heard this, she immediately got angry. Miao Wei, are you speaking human words? Why should I let her? I worked hard for this family for many years. Everything bought at home was paid for by me. When she gets older, she doesn't have to do anything. Just cooking and cleaning, and she complains? The housekeeper's wife is over 80 and still stays up late making hair accessories. That old woman is never satisfied. I spit on her. Keep your voice down. If my mom hears you, the whole family will be in trouble. The neighbors might laugh at us, Miao Wei said with a worried face, trying to calm her down. I'll talk to my mom later. Please stop causing trouble. Am I the one causing trouble? Li Qin shouted back, feeling upset and not giving him any face. It was clearly your mom who was fussing in the kitchen early this morning and making a lot of noise. Miao Wei, you're such a coward. You don't even stand up for your wife. I've really had enough of you. When I was young, I was blind to marry you. If it weren't for your family named Miao. She suddenly stopped, a sour feeling rising in her heart. She was supposed to be a wife of a government official, waking up every day in a big room. If it weren't for that mean woman Li Jie stealing her man and ruining her chance, she wouldn't be fighting over trivial things every day. Thinking of this, she felt a wave of resentment. But at least she had taken her revenge. Li Jie probably never thought that her own daughter had been tormenting her for so long. The fat pig had gone to the countryside for over a year, taking so many poison pills, and she was probably close to dying from poisoning. Just thinking about it made her feel happy. Suddenly, the door was slammed open with a loud bang. An old woman, thin and with sharp eyes, holding a spatula, stormed in fiercely. You wicked woman! Who told you to yell at my son like that? She shouted, swinging the spatula directly at Li Qin. She was caught off guard, and, after being hit twice suddenly while sitting on the bed, she immediately lost her temper. She quickly grabbed her mother-in-law's spatula and angrily swung it at her head. Come on, old woman. Let's see who can beat who today. Next to her, Miao Wei saw this, and his pupils shrank. He hurriedly rushed forward and used his back to block the ouch. He cried out. That hit really hurt. Seeing her son being hit, the mother-in-law immediately stepped forward and asked with concern, Son, are you okay? Li Qin felt a bit guilty and put down the spatula. Although Miao Wei was a bit weak, he had been genuinely good to her over the years. She was never soft when hitting her mother-in-law, but when it came to hitting him, she felt a little guilty. The mother-in-law brushed her son's back and, upon seeing a large bruise, immediately got angry. You wicked woman, how dare you hit your husband like that? Do you still want to stay in this house? Hearing this angry remark, Li Qin's guilt disappeared and she crossed her arms proudly, saying, Old woman, you want to drive me away? Humph, not a chance. Who do you think pays for the household expenses? Your son's job at the canned food factory was arranged by me years ago. Otherwise, he would still be an useless little carpenter. Seeing her mother-in-law's face turn sour, Li Qin sneered and said contemptuously, When your son wasn't working at the factory, you deliberately lowered yourself in front of me. Now look at him. He's successful, and you're showing off in front of me? I've disliked you for a long time. If you don't like me, just get out. Don't stay here and embarrass me, you. The mother-in-law's face turned pale with anger, and she clutched her chest, gasping for breath. She turned to Miao Wei and cried, Son, are you going to let this woman bully your mother like this?
Wah!
I can't go on living. There are such wicked people in the world. I want to drive the mother-in-law away. Shao Qin. Miao Wei held back his frustration and sighed. Stop saying so much. Look at how angry you made our mom. The neighbors heard it. Seeing her husband like this, Li Qin pursed her lips. If she wasn't worried about her reputation for being unfilial affecting her work, she really wanted to drive this mother-in-law away. Although her words earlier were just out of anger, she still felt uncomfortable inside. Li Qin glared at the old woman and said, Next time you dare to come into my house without knocking, I will just hit you. The old woman saw that her son wouldn't help her and that her daughter-in-law was so fierce. She didn't dare to cause trouble anymore. She wiped away her tears and hurried out. Sniff, sniff. I can't go on. I raised my son to be ungrateful. He helps outsiders, but not me. Although they had a big argument, they still had to eat breakfast. The old woman changed her gloomy face and smiled as she carefully placed a fried egg into Miao Ziliang's bowl. Xiao Liang, eat quickly. Grandma specially fried this for you. I don't want to eat. Every day, you make me eat eggs. I'm sick of them. 14-year-old Miao Ziliang was in his rebellious phase. His personality was already proud and stubborn, and now he was even more defiant. He didn't like what his family liked and refused to do what they asked. He just liked to do the opposite. He used to love eating runny fried eggs, but now he looked at them with disgust and didn't want to see them at all. Li Qin deliberately looked fierce and said, "You little brat, you won't eat such a precious egg? What do you want to eat then?" Although her son was her treasure, she couldn't spoil him all the time, or he would become uncontrollable. "I just don't want to eat." Miao Ziliang loudly drank a few sips of plain porridge, then threw his bowl and chopsticks on the table. "I'm done. I want to go back to sleep. It's so noisy in the morning. I didn't sleep well." When he said this, the three people present looked uncomfortable. Li Qin exchanged a glance with the old woman, then both looked away in disdain. Miao Ziliang looked impatient, stood up, and walked straight toward his room. He slammed the door shut with a loud bang. Li Qin took a bite of vegetables and frowned, saying, "That brat." Miao sighed and said, "Mom, daughter-in-law, you two should argue less in the future. The final exams are coming soon, and Xiao Yang needs to focus on studying. You can't keep fighting with him." The old woman felt a bit frustrated and said, I understand." She was still clear about her grandson's matters. Li Qin snorted and said, "As long as no one deliberately argues with me, I won't." Hearing this, the old woman's face darkened, and she didn't reply. Seeing that her mother and daughter-in-law finally stopped fighting, Miao Wei felt relieved. He changed the subject and said, "Xiao Qin, I just saw that the rice at home is almost gone. Later, go to the supply store and buy some more." "How can we eat it so fast?" Li Qin said with some frustration, glancing at Mother Miao. "I just bought some not long ago. There are only a few people in this family. I really don't know who can eat so much." Mother Miao paused her big spoonful of porridge. She always had a good appetite and could eat anything. Maybe because she had endured hard times for so long, now that life is better, she still eats grains and such without hesitation. It was obvious that her daughter-in-law was talking about her. She didn't want to argue anymore, so she just sighed. When people get old, their children can't be relied on. Anyone can bully them. This made Miao Wei blush with embarrassment. He had always been filial to his mother, but his wife was too fierce, and he couldn't control her. He felt very guilty. "Xiao Qin, say less." "Xiao Liang is still sleeping," he said, trying to change the subject to his son to calm his wife. "If you don't run the household, you won't know how expensive rice and grains are." Li Qin snorted, then suddenly her eyes lit up. "Hey, it's been a long time since Miao Jiao sent a letter home, right? She doesn't eat much either. Maybe I should write her a letter and ask her to send some of her share of the grain. Since they were both facing death, it would be a waste not to send anything." "That's a good idea. The girl doesn't eat much anyway. Hurry up and write to her." Mother Miao agreed wholeheartedly. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law agreed on how to handle Miao Jiao. However, Li Qin simply enjoyed teasing her, while Mother Miao looked down on her, thinking she was a money loser and not worth it. Miao Wei frowned. "That might not be a good idea. I heard that the young people working in the countryside are very tired, and Jiao's health is so poor. If she doesn't eat enough, what if she gets too weak to recover?" Although he was influenced by his wife and didn't like his daughter much, she was still his own flesh and blood, and he couldn't bear to see her suffer. Li Qin rolled her eyes. "She's so fat, full of meat. Not eating enough is just a good way for her to lose weight." Mother Miao also said, "Exactly. Son, you shouldn't worry about her. That girl is unfilial. She hasn't thought about home for over a year, and she doesn't even send a letter. Why are you bothering with her?" Miao Wei moved his mouth, wanting to say something more, but was interrupted by his wife, Li Qin. "If you really want to help her, then just take out money to buy food. From now on, I won't care about the family. Miaowei was speechless. His salary was always handed over immediately, so he had no money left. Seeing her husband's frustrated expression, Li Qin pursed her lips. Miao Jiao Jiao was not her biological daughter. Besides her, no one knew this secret. She knew her husband's personality well. Outwardly, he was kind, but in reality, he was weak and timid. If the truth about this ever got out, it might cause big problems. Moreover, this involved a love dispute from many years ago, and talking about it could hurt their marriage. Fortunately, her husband listened to her. If he had truly favored that fake, she would be so angry she couldn't stand it. Now, her precious daughter was living happily in the Miao family in Jing City. Just thinking about it made her feel good. She wondered how Li Jie, that unkind woman, would react if she knew she had been raising someone else's daughter for over 10 years. Sigh, just thinking about it made her want to see her good daughter. But for her daughter's future, she had to put this idea aside. Maybe someday, mother and daughter would meet again. After breakfast, Mrs. Miao went to the kitchen to wash the dishes. Li Qin returned to her room to write a letter. Miaowei went out to meet his friend. They had planned to go fishing by the lake today and probably wouldn't return until evening. Following her memory, Miao Jiao Jiao took Han Lingji to the apartment building. At the entrance, a group of women was sitting and chatting. An elderly woman, over 80 years old, was also there. Previously, the original owner often went to her at night to help make hair accessories to earn tuition money. The old woman was kind and treated her well, sometimes giving her sweet syrup to drink. As they approached, they overheard the group whispering, "Hey, did you hear? That old Miao family was arguing again early this morning. They argue every few days." "Yeah, I heard." The noise was loud, sounded like a fight. TSK. Oh my, that Miao grandma is really fierce. She dared to oppose Li Qin. She might get scolded. It's so early in the morning, and everyone is still sleepy. Old Miao seems so helpless, letting a woman sit on his head and boss him around. Exactly, and he's so loud without worrying about others laughing at him. Hearing this, Miao Jiao Jiao raised an eyebrow. In her memory, her mother and grandmother usually argued, but they never fought physically. Maybe their conflicts built up over time, and they finally couldn't hold it in anymore. She arrived just at the right moment. So, let the conflicts become even bigger. Miao Jiao Jiao's eyes flickered, and she suddenly had an idea. She smiled gently and walked forward, greeting the housekeeper woman at the door. "Grandma, I'm back. Are you feeling better?" Who are you?" The housekeeper squinted and looked at her for a long time, but didn't recognize her. Other women nearby also looked curiously. When they saw the pair standing in front of them, everyone was stunned. Wow, this woman is really beautiful. Her skin is as white as snow. Look at her face. Her features. She's much prettier than those women on the calendar. The man standing next to her is also very handsome. The women's eyes immediately sparkled with admiration. Oh my, these two standing together are so pleasing to look at. By the way, where did these two come from? They've never been seen here before. Someone asked, "Young lady, whose family are you from? You look unfamiliar." Miao Jiao Jiao smiled and said to the man, "Aunt Wang, I'm Jiao Jiao from the old Miao family." What? Everyone was shocked, their mouths wide open. One aunt couldn't believe it and asked, "Are you Miao Jiao Jiao?" The little chubby girl from before? Jiao Jiao nodded. "Yes, that's me." Another aunt stared wide-eyed, "But you don't look like that anymore." What she looked like before. Everyone was a bit confused and tried to remember. It seemed she was once dark-skinned, chubby, and always looked down, not very talkative. With a gloomy face, very low presence. Now, she's radiant and stunningly beautiful. She completely looks different from her previous image. Everyone was very curious. How did you become so thin and beautiful? Miao Jiao Jiao blinked and smiled, saying, "Maybe the countryside suits me better. There, I still do farm work, but at least less than at home. I was very happy there every day. No one scolded me, and I could eat enough. When I feel good, I naturally become thinner and look better. that Han Lingji stood nearby, watching Miao Jiao Jiao lie with her eyes wide open. He slightly smiled. This girl's personality is still as clever as ever. But no matter what she is like, he likes her. Hearing her silly excuse, the older women's expressions were hard to describe. We don't read much, so don't lie to me. Working hard in the countryside and losing weight is normal. But who would become so fair-skinned? There must be something strange about it, but she didn't want to say more, and they couldn't ask further. It's really strange that this girl became so pretty. Everyone looked at her carefully again, feeling amazed. Indeed, girls change a lot after 18. It's been over a year since I last saw her, and I didn't expect such a big change. But she just said, doing a lot of chores at home, not eating enough, and being scolded. Everyone is neighbors, and if there's any noise at other houses, they all hear clearly. Suddenly, everyone remembered her previous situation at home, being beaten and scolded, doing endless chores, truly pitiful. But seeing her cheerful now, they thought she probably wouldn't be bullied anymore. It seems that her family, especially old Miao, was too harsh on her before, which made her look gloomy and unlikable. The Miao family is really unreasonable, especially Li Qin, who tortured her so badly. Fortunately, Jiao Jiao went to the countryside. Otherwise, she might have suffered even more. In an instant, everyone looked at her with some pity. Miao Jiao Jiao's lips curled slightly, feeling very happy. That was exactly the effect she wanted. Li Qin's attempt to poison her was real. So she decided to give her a little trouble first. These rumors are like a sharp sword. One day, she will use them. At this moment, the housekeeper's wife also reacted. She shakily stood up, excitedly walking over. Are you Jiao Jiao? It's been so long since you came back. Grandma has almost forgotten what you look like. Grandma, take your time. Miao Jiao Jiao quickly helped her, softly saying, Anyway, I have plenty of time today. I'll come visit you later and chat. Good girl. The gatekeeper grandma smiled and nodded. She then looked at Han Lingji with curiosity. And who is this? Miao Jiao Jiao replied, His name is Han Lingji.
He's my boyfriend.
I took leave to come home just to introduce him to my family. Han Lingji stepped forward at the right moment and greeted, Hello, Grandma. Hello. Hello. The gatekeeper grandma beamed with happiness, patting Miao Jiao Jiao's hand. Jiao Jiao, you found a good person. This young man looks so energetic. Grandma is very happy. Thank you, Grandma. I'm going home now, but I'll visit you this afternoon. Grandma's face lit up with joy. Good, good. I'll be waiting. After the two left, the women nearby started chatting excitedly. I'm honestly stunned. I can't believe how much Miao Jiao Jiao has changed. Exactly. The Miao family is really lucky. She has such a beautiful daughter and found such a handsome partner, but I wonder if Li Qin will still treat Jiao Jiao the same as before. At the door, Miao Jiao Jiao gathered her mood and raised her hand to knock. Her mother was still in the kitchen tidying up, and Li Qin was in her room writing a letter, so she didn't hear the knocking. Miao Ziliang's small room was close to the door. He wasn't asleep. Hearing the persistent knocking, he didn't get up to open it. His expression quickly turned impatient. He got out of bed, put on his shoes, and frowned as he opened the door. Who is it? Early in the morning. So annoying. As soon as he spoke, he froze in surprise. Who are you looking for? He didn't recognize these two people at all. But that girl was really pretty. He couldn't help but sneak a few more glances. Seeing his reaction, Miao Jiao Jiao smirked and said, Xiao Liang, it's been over a year. I didn't expect you to not recognize your own sister. What? You're Miao Jiao Jiao. Miao Ziliang's eyes widened in disbelief. Yes, it's me. Miao Jiao Jiao walked straight in and glanced around at the decorations. Nothing different from when I left. Miao Ziliang, standing by the door, felt a bit dizzy when he heard this. He shook his head twice and looked at her again. She was still very beautiful, completely different from the chubby girl he remembered. At this moment, Miao Posey in the kitchen and Li Qin in the room heard the noise. They both came out at the same time. Xiao Liang, who is that? Miao Jiao Jiao turned around and looked at them.
It's me, Miao Jiao Jiao.
I'm back. Smack. Meow Posy was surprised and opened her mouth wide, dropping the bowl in her hand. Who do you say you are? In an instant, Li Qin's face darkened completely. Meow Jiao Jiao sneered. What? You don't recognize your own daughter? No, that can't be. Li Qin looked her up and down with a grim face, shaking her head. You're not her. Who are you really? She couldn't believe that this girl looked so different from that terrible person and that other person. How could she be their daughter? Besides, Meow Jiao Jiao, that silly girl, had taken so many poison pills, and her body was full of toxins. No matter what, she wouldn't have lost weight. And she definitely wouldn't look this good. Hearing Li Qin's firm words, Meow Jiao Jiao raised an eyebrow. She now looked a little like her chubbier self before, just with slightly different features. If you didn't look carefully, you really couldn't tell. So, Li Qin's suspicion wasn't surprising. But her reaction seemed a bit too intense. She decided to hold back and investigate further. Once there was more progress, she would start with Meow Ziliang. Meow Jiao Jiao extended her left arm, revealing a round birthmark the size of a fingernail on her elbow. She said, You should recognize this birthmark. She wasn't sure how this birthmark had upset Li Qin. In her memory, Li Qin liked to hit her on that spot with a bamboo stick. Every time she hit her, she would curse and complain. She said the birthmark was unlucky and that she would remove it someday. When Meow Jiao Jiao stretched out her arm, Li Qin's gaze fixed on it. Seeing the familiar black, her heart started pounding. This birthmark looked exactly like the one on that person's elbow. Every time she saw her, she couldn't help but recall the past and would then scold Meow Jiao Jiao harshly. Fakes are okay elsewhere, but birthmarks definitely can't be faked. Li Qin couldn't help but look carefully at Meow Jiao Jiao again. Her eyebrows and eyes do look somewhat similar to before. So, has Meow Jiao Jiao really come back? How could someone who is supposed to die appear so well in front of her? What went wrong in this situation? The more Li Qin thought about it, the more anxious she became. She tried to hide her unease and asked, Are you really Meow Jiao Jiao? Why do you look so much thinner? Meow Jiao Jiao simply repeated the words she had just told the group of older women. Anyway, she didn't bother explaining much to people who didn't matter. No one could know her secret. Maybe her explanation would make Li Qin more confused. The matter of the poison pill was certain, but she didn't know if the Meow family members were involved. Sure enough, when Li Qin heard her say that, she frowned and scolded. Nonsense. You can't really be losing weight. You are deeply poisoned. How could your body recover and become so beautiful? But she stopped herself before finishing. What do I clearly mean? Meow Jiao Jiao smiled, but her eyes held a cold, probing look. You only like to speak half-truths. That's not a good habit. Li Qin glared at her. It's been over a year since we saw each other, and your courage has grown even more. Wasn't this girl afraid of her before? Why does she seem like a completely different person now? Meow Jiao Jiao raised an eyebrow. Yes, it's been so long since we last met. Not only am I braver, but I've also become thinner and more attractive. Haven't you all noticed? Seeing her indifferent, seasoned attitude, Li Qin felt angry. She gritted her teeth and said, Weren't you working as a young farm girl in the countryside? Why did you come back? Your family doesn't have enough food for you to eat and drink. Why didn't she die in the countryside? She was just a nuisance to her. Hearing Li Qin's accusations, Meow Jiao Jiao found it amusing. Is this how a mother treats her daughter after not seeing her for so long? Now, she was starting to doubt everything. At this moment, Mother Meow, standing nearby, spoke up. You naughty girl. You ran back without saying a word, and you wasted a bowl. Mother Meow had just overheard their conversation and believed that the person in front of her was indeed Meow Jiao Jiao. Since her biological mother had acknowledged her, there was no doubt that she was her granddaughter. Feeling sorry, she looked at the broken bowl on the ground, then scolded loudly. Did you ask for leave to come back? Taking a day off means wasting a day's food, and the train fare isn't cheap either. You don't send any money home, and you spend so freely. You're really a careless person who costs money. Hearing her mother-in-law's harsh words about Meow Jiao Jiao, Han Lingji couldn't hold back anymore. He stepped forward to protect Meow Jiao Jiao, his eyes sharp and cold as a blade, and said sternly, "This is a new society now, not the old days. What you just said involves outdated ideas. If you don't want to be taken away and put in jail, then shut up." "Why you?" "You." Mother Meow immediately backed down when she heard this, but she still stubbornly retorted, "I was just talking casually at home." Who would take it seriously? Earlier, Li Qin was so focused on confronting Miao Jiao Jiao that she didn't notice Han Lingji standing nearby. Now that he stepped forward, Li Qin was surprised when she saw his appearance. What's wrong with Miao Jiao Jiao? Not only has she become more beautiful, but she also brought back such a handsome man. Although she didn't want to admit it, the two of them standing together looked quite a good match. Thinking this, she said something that made her furious. "Miao Jiao Jiao, you're shameless. You went home and brought back a wild man to upset your grandmother. You're so unfilial." Li Qin was furious inside. The current situation completely disrupted her plans. She regretted a little for agreeing to let Miao Jiao Jiao go to the countryside. If she had stayed under her watch, things wouldn't have turned out like this. Suddenly, a loud slap sounded in her ear. Li Qin staggered and almost fell. Her right cheek suddenly felt numb and painful, and her ears buzzed. Seeing Miao Jiao Jiao raise her right hand, she finally realized she had been slapped. "Stupid girl, you've gone too far. How dare you hit me?" Li Qin's eyes suddenly filled with anger, and she rushed forward, ready to scratch and fight. Humph! Miao Jiao Jiao's face turned cold. She lifted her foot and kicked her hard in the stomach. How dare she insult Han Lingji? She must be asking for trouble. Forget about family ties. Who cared if she was her real mother? After everything this woman had done to the original person, one slap and one kick were far from enough to calm her anger. Miao Jiao Jiao hadn't come back this time to be gentle or forgiving. Instead of arguing with someone so unreasonable, it was better to settle things with action. If Li Qin wanted to go to the police, that was fine. Jiao Jiao could also tell them about the poison pills and see who would win in the end. Everything happened so suddenly. Miao Ziliang, who had been standing nearby unsure what to say, and the old Mrs. Miao, who had been muttering angrily, were both stunned. When they saw Li Qin clutching her stomach and falling to the ground, Miao Ziliang quickly rushed over and asked anxiously, "Mom, are you okay?" In the old Miao family's apartment building, Li Qin was still lying on the floor, holding her stomach and groaning in pain. Miao Ziliang stood nearby, looking worried and not knowing what to do. The old Mrs. Miao took 2 steps forward, ready to scold someone, but a sharp, cold look stopped her in her tracks. When she met Han Lingji's icy eyes, she shrank back, turned around, and quickly slipped into the kitchen. Still, she peeked out from behind the door, secretly watching. To be fair, the old woman was quite clever. She had never liked her daughter-in-law, and earlier that morning, she had already been upset with her. Now that someone else was teaching her daughter-in-law a lesson, she couldn't be happier. If it had been her son or her beloved grandson being bullied, she would have rushed out with a kitchen knife, shouting at the top of her lungs. But for a daughter-in-law, an outsider, it wasn't worth the risk. Still, Miao Jiao Jiao's actions had truly surprised her. In the past, this granddaughter had always been the one getting hit, never daring to fight back. Who would have thought that after spending some time in the countryside, not only had her looks changed, but her personality had too. It seemed that living in the countryside had made her much tougher than before. Mrs. Miao was busy sneering, completely forgetting that over 10 years ago she also came from a rural village to the town. Li Qin was lying on the ground, her face flushed red, shouting repeatedly, "Oh no, Xiao Xiao, you little brat, how dare you hit your own mother? You rebellious girl, I will report you to the local authorities." Mrs. Miao paid no attention to Li Qin's threats. She walked up to Li Qin, squatted down, looked directly into her eyes, and softly said, "Do you know why I came back this time? Because I found out there's a problem with the pills you sent me. Oh, and I still have quite a few pills left. I also kept the letter you sent. If I take these things to the police station and have someone check the pills at the hospital, guess what your outcome will be?" Hearing this, Li Qin's face turned pale instantly. "What do you mean? I don't understand." After saying that, she quickly added, "The pills I sent you were for your health. There's no way they are problematic. Li Qin tried to appear calm, but inside, she was extremely nervous. Most of the pills were supplements, and the special hormone ingredients mixed in are usually undetectable by doctors. Xiao Xiao might have coincidentally met a very skilled doctor who discovered the issue with the pills. No wonder she lost weight successfully. It turns out she had a helpful benefactor. Realizing that her own mother might be trying to harm her, she could understand why her personality had changed so much. So, this girl's return was just to confront her. Xiao Xiao, thumbs up for your imagination, great job. It was a very coincidental misunderstanding. But it also conveniently cleared Li Qin's suspicion of Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao sneered. Are you sure there's no problem? Li Qin's face showed panic. She didn't miss a thing. Her lying skills were really poor. Did she really think she was fooling anyone? Li Qin nodded firmly. Yes, no problem. You must have made a mistake. She would never admit to the pills. Even if Xiao Xiao later reported her to the police, she would insist that the pills were fine when sent out, and who knew if the other person had added anything later. Anyway, there are no such things at home, and I bought that special hormone medicine from the black market. No one can find out that she tampered with anything. All right, this is what you said, Miao Jiao Jiao said to Han Lingji, who was standing nearby. Lingji, help me out. Then she glanced at Miao Ziliang. Without needing her to give instructions, Han Lingji immediately understood her meaning. He stepped forward and, before Miao Ziliang could react, quickly restrained his hands behind his back. He didn't use much force, but Miao Ziliang still screamed loudly, What are you doing? Why are you grabbing me? Crazy girl, why are you grabbing your brother? Let him go now. Li Qin quickly crawled up from the ground, her stomach hurting again. Seeing her good grandson being grabbed, Miao's wife panicked. She hurriedly grabbed a broom from the corner and ran over, swinging it at Miao Jiao Jiao. Crazy girl, are you out of your mind? How dare you let outsiders hit your brother? Before the broom could hit her, Miao Jiao Jiao caught it with her hand. She suddenly twisted her wrist easily and took the broom away. Then she forcefully pushed the broom's head against Miao's wife, knocking her to the ground. She fell her backside, crying out, Ouch. Miao's wife sat on the ground, grimacing and shouting in pain. Li Qin wanted to make a move, but was intimidated by Miao Jiao Jiao's fierce look. None of you are allowed to move or shout. If you do, I won't be nice to Miao Ziliang. As soon as she finished speaking, Han Lingji immediately grabbed Miao Ziliang's throat with his other hand. It was as if, with just a command from Miao Jiao Jiao, he could break his neck. In an instant, both Miao's wife and the trembling Miao Ziliang fell silent. Li Qin's face turned stiff, and she whispered anxiously, Jiao Jiao, what are you doing? Xiao Liang is your brother. How can you treat him like this? I'm not doing anything, Miao Jiao Jiao said with a smile, pulling out 5 pills from her pocket, taken from her space, and looked at Li Qin. Didn't you say these pills are for healing and there's no problem with them? I happened to bring 5 pills this time. I gave them to Xiao Liang one by one to see if he would have any reaction. No way. Li Qin suddenly screamed and hurriedly rushed forward to try to take the pills from Miao Jiao Jiao. But Miao Jiao Jiao didn't let her do as she wished. Before she could get close, she kicked her far away with a swift kick. Are you scared now? Miao Jiao Jiao said with a mocking smile, sighing, It's a pity, I gave you a chance earlier. Then she walked straight toward Miao Ziliang, saying as she went, Lingji, open your mouth, ugh ugh ugh. Miao Ziliang's jaw was held, and he shook his head desperately, tears welling up in his eyes. Although he didn't know what the pill was for, he could tell from his mother's expression that it wasn't something good. Just as the pill was about to be put into his mouth, Li Qin suddenly cried out, I'll tell. I'll tell. Miao Jiao Jiao, please let go of your brother. If you do, I'll tell the truth. Miao Jiao Jiao stopped her hand and turned to look at her. Speak. Li Qin gritted her teeth and made a condition. Let go of your brother first. Don't get too cocky. Miao Jiao Jiao pulled up a chair and sat down coldly. I don't have much time. If you don't tell me now, I won't be polite. Li Qin's face froze. Her mind immediately started racing, trying to think of a way to lie her way out. Seeing her grandson being held back and looking uncomfortable, Miao Laopa couldn't take it anymore.
Li Qin,
Just tell me, she said, supporting her waist as she slowly stood up, glaring angrily. What have you been hiding? Why does this stubborn girl keep asking about the pills? Weren't you saying they were for treating her illness? Li Qin's face turned red with anxiety. Yes, they are for treating her illness. I don't know why she keeps insisting there's a problem with them. There was no evidence that the pills were tampered with. If she admitted it publicly now, she would look like a fool. She didn't want to go to jail, so she absolutely couldn't tell the truth. Miao Jiao raised an eyebrow. If the pills are fine, what are you afraid of if I give them to Xiaoliang? Li Qin opened her mouth to explain. The pill list was made by a traveling doctor before. It only suits your condition, so others shouldn't take it randomly, or it could harm their health. She conveniently shifted the blame onto the unknown traveling doctor, who knew nothing. Enough with the lies, Miao Jiao said coldly. Since you won't tell the truth, just wait and see. After speaking, she stood up and reached for the pill to give to Miao Ziliang. Stop! Li Qin's eyes widened as she quickly shouted, I will tell the truth. I will say it now. The poison in the pill isn't very strong, and only causes problems after long-term use. But her son was still young, and she didn't dare risk his life. He was her precious son. How could she bear to see him get hurt? Li Qin clenched her teeth and finally said, Suddenly, there was a knocking at the door, and an older woman's loud voice came through. Old Miao's family, is everything all right at home? The crying and shouting from inside had been loud enough for neighbors nearby to hear. Usually, the neighbors wouldn't interfere, as they were used to the family arguing. But since Miao Jiao had just returned and had greeted them earlier, everyone was curious. They remembered how Li Qin had treated Miao Jiao before. So now, hearing the commotion inside, they worried Li Qin might be hitting Miao Jiao again, and came over to check. Coming. Li Qin's eyes lit up with joy, and she quickly opened the door. Seeing 4 or 5 women standing outside, she smiled warmly and said, Sister Wang, Sister Zhang, you're here for a visit. Welcome. The women looked surprised. It was the first time they saw Li Qin so friendly, which was strange. Seeing this, Miao Jiao said, Lingji, let go now. Okay. Han Lingji released her hold, and Miao Ziliang winced as he covered his arm, quickly slipping to the side. Xiaoliang, are you okay? Miao's wife asked with concern, going over to help. Grandma will get some medicinal wine to rub your arm. By then, the neighbors had been invited inside by Li Qin, and they looked around the room. They saw Miao Jiao standing there calmly, with no visible injuries. One of the older women approached and asked, Jiao, are you all right? Miao Jiao awkwardly smiled and replied, I'm fine, Auntie. I was just playing with my little brother. Oh, that's good to hear. The women nodded, exchanging glances. Although they still felt a bit curious, they didn't ask further. After a while, the kind-hearted women left. By then, Miao Ziliang and Miao Laopa had already closed the door and gone inside to apply medicinal wine. Without the threat, Li Qin felt relieved. She didn't bother to close the door and stood casually outside, coldly speaking to Miao Jiao. I have nothing more to say to you. The medicine pill is fine. If you try to force me to admit something, I won't. Go now. We don't have much food at home, and there's no space for you to sleep. Today, you hit me, but I forgive you. I won't pursue it further. Miao Jiao. Deep breath. If the timing had been right, she really wanted to kick her a few more times. You know yourself what you've done. I will come back. Miao Jiao shot her a cold look and then, with Han Lingji, left gracefully. Once they left, Li Qin's legs went weak, almost collapsing to the ground. That look in the girl's eyes just now was too terrifying. Li Qin quickly locked the door and ran into the kitchen to pour herself a glass of water. After gulping it down, her mood slowly calmed. She clenched the porcelain cup tightly, her eyes dark with anger and frustration. Now, with the toxin in the medicine pill, the girl must have found out. She wouldn't let her go. No. Li Qin gritted her teeth. She thought that such a situation must not happen again. If something happened to her son, she wouldn't be able to live. She had to think of a way. She must get rid of Miao Jiao. After going downstairs, Han Lingji noticed that Miao Jiao Jiao looked upset and said, "It's still early. Let's go for a walk by the river." There was a small river near the inn, perfect for relaxing and chatting. Miao Jiao Jiao nodded. "Yes, let's go." The two walked silently, one behind the other, for about 10 minutes until they reached the riverbank. Looking at the shimmering water in front of her, Miao Jiao Jiao's thoughts drifted far away as she pondered for a long time. Based on today's situation, it seems that others do not know about Li Qin's secret actions. This time, besides investigating the pill issue, I also need to find out whether she is truly Li Qin's biological daughter. If she is indeed the biological daughter, she must stand up for justice and quickly find evidence to send the other person to the police. After all, if someone commits a crime, they must face punishment. If she reports Li Qin and gets her imprisoned, the rest of the Miao family will probably hate her very much. In this era, it is very shameful for a biological mother to harm her daughter. At that time, the reputation of the Miao family will likely be ruined, and many people will gossip behind their backs. This could cause the Miao family to lose face, and many people will refuse to associate with them. In such a frustrating environment, they will surely transfer their anger onto her. Who would want to stay in a family where they are constantly bullied and oppressed? So, before leaving the Miao family, she plans to cut all ties and never contact them again. After all, she doesn't owe them anything. When facing a harsh biological family, it's best to get rid of them completely. But what if she isn't the biological daughter? Then she will face another problem. Should she try to find her real family? If she is the original owner, she probably hopes to find her biological parents. But now, the soul in this body is hers. Her life is moving in a good direction, and it seems she doesn't need a family to fill the emptiness. What if the family she finds turns out to be worse than the Miao family? Thinking about this, she feels a bit conflicted. Earlier, Miao Jiao Jiao had shared some of her doubts and thoughts with Han Lingji. Seeing her worried face now, Han Lingji knows she is overthinking again. He comforted her, "Jiao Jiao, don't think too much. Things aren't certain yet. Let's wait and see." Miao Jiao Jiao softly replied, "That's all we can do now." Since she was transported into the original owner's body, every memory of the other person feels like her own experience. It's amazing. Though they are from different times and worlds, their magnetic fields seem to match. They share the same resilience and determination to achieve their goals. What's different is their family situation. She is an orphan, and the life of the original owner was even worse than that. This caused the original owner to be shy, negative, and deeply lacking love. Although she doesn't want to admit it, in modern times, because of her orphan status, she also feels insecure and unloved inside, but she always tries to act strong. After arriving in this era, her personality has become much more sensitive. When she visits her hometown, she often can't help but daydream. She feels that maybe something unexpected will happen. Oh well, just go with the flow. What is meant to come will come. At noon, the two of them went to a nearby state-run restaurant for a meal. They also went to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy some things, then visited the gatekeeper's wife at the entrance of the apartment building. The incident in the morning made Miao Jiao Jiao realize that investigating at home is not very convenient. The rooms in this apartment building are not very soundproof. If there's too much noise, it will not only attract curious people but also possibly lead to trouble with the police. In this way, Li Qin has a backup plan and won't answer honestly. Moreover, if they go again later, they probably won't even be allowed in. This isn't a good situation. So, Miao Jiao Jiao plans to talk to the gatekeeper's wife first and find out about past events. Inside the room, Miao Jiao Jiao, holding a box of egg cakes, offered it to her. "Mrs. I bought these egg cakes at the supply store. They taste very good. Please try some." The old woman waved her hand quickly, refusing. "Jiao Jiao, I appreciate your kindness, but these precious things are for you to enjoy at home. It's okay. You've taken good care of me before, so I should give you a little something." Without waiting for her to object, Miao Jiao Jiao opened the packaging and smiled. "See, I've already opened it. If I don't eat it soon, it will go bad." The old woman sighed and said, "You are a good girl. but it's a pity you were born in such a. Miao Jiao Jiao took a piece of the egg cake and handed it to her, a bitter smile on her lips. This time, I was actually bringing my partner to meet my parents, but I didn't expect they wouldn't welcome me at all, not even leaving me a meal. Grandmother, what do you think I should do? Just thinking about it makes me feel sad. Oh, don't be upset. Even parents like that are hard to change. Maybe things will get better once you have your own family. The grandmother who takes care of the house gently patted her hand, showing her helplessness. She watched Jiao grow up and liked this simple, hardworking girl very much. But unfortunately, her parents are careless and keep bothering her. She saw this clearly and felt worried. Jiao forced a small smile and shook her head. I don't expect much anymore. Sometimes I even wonder if I am really my parents' child. Grandmother, do you remember when I was little? Can you tell me about it? Although the housekeeper's grandmother was old, she was wise and had a good memory. She looked down thoughtfully and said, You are probably Li Qining's child. She was very happy when she was pregnant with you and showed you off to everyone. But as the months went by, she probably got tired of it. She often looked unhappy, like she was in pain, and no one paid much attention to her. I see. I was just complaining. Maybe my mom didn't like me because I am a girl. Jiao deliberately pretended to look sad. Seeing her like this, the housekeeper's grandmother looked at her with pity. In this era, girls really have a harder life. Jiao pursed her lips. Maybe it's also because I started getting sick when I was young, which caused a lot of trouble for my family. Hearing this, the grandmother sighed. Yes, I remember you looked so lovely and pure when you were little. It's a pity you got sick and changed. That must have been hard. She looked at Jiao again with a smile and said, Now you look thinner, and you still resemble your childhood self. But your appearance doesn't match your parents at all. Did you know? When you were little, the neighbors on both sides liked to tease you. They often joked that you didn't look like your parents, that you weren't from the Miao family. Every time, you would get upset and cry loudly. Hearing this, Jiao suddenly had a bright idea and asked, How old was I then? The housekeeper's grandmother thought for a moment. Maybe around 2 or 3 years old. Not long after, you got very sick. Hearing this, Jiao exchanged a glance with Han Lingji. So, her suspicion was correct. She really wasn't Li Qining's biological child? When the other person heard someone doubting her resemblance to her parents, she deliberately caused her to fall ill, then made her gain weight and look unattractive, so no one could recognize her. However, Miao Jiao felt a bit suspicious. Based on previous situations, Li Qin hated her fake daughter very much. If she really disliked her so much, why didn't she just accidentally let her die when she was very young? Why waste money making pills and effort raising her? So, Li Qin must be hiding something. She needs to act quickly and find out the whole truth. In the evening, Miao happily carried Tu Carp home. As soon as he arrived, he sensed something was wrong. Usually, his mother would be in the kitchen cooking, making clinking sounds. His wife would be sitting in the living room knitting, and his son would be reading the newspaper. But today, there was no sound from the kitchen and no one was in the living room. He first checked his son's room. His son and mother were sleeping peacefully together. Miao smiled and shook his head, thinking he had worried for nothing. Then he pushed open the door and saw his wife with a worried look, leaning on the table. What's wrong, wife? He asked. Li Qin looked at him gloomily. Wei Ge, that troublemaker girl is back. What? Jiao is back. Miao's eyes lit up. He looked around quickly. Where is she? Stop looking for her. Li Qin snapped, annoyed. She brought back a shady man and caused a big fuss at home. She not only had someone beat up Xiaoliang but also kicked me twice, and even your mother, who is over 60, wasn't spared. What kind of lowlife is she? Why are you so happy about this? Who knows, it's never at the guest house. The stubborn girl said she would come back, and just thinking about it made her feel very upset. This girl is really going against the heavens. I must find a way to teach her a good lesson. Miao frowned slightly. Don't do anything reckless. After all, she's our daughter. Sometimes his wife liked to exaggerate when she spoke, so he didn't fully believe her. What daughter? Li Qin glared at him. She's obviously just pretending. Halfway through, she suddenly hesitated. Just pretending what? Miaowei looked at her with a frown. Why do you always say things halfway and act so mysterious? Enough, I don't want to argue with you. Li Qin stood up impatiently. It's getting late. Today, I'll cook dinner. Miaowei nodded. I caught 2 Christian carp today. I'll make some fish soup to help our son get better. Li Qin tossed and turned in bed, unable to fall asleep. Sigh, now she regrets a little. If only she had killed that stubborn girl back then. Now, everything has become so complicated. As she thought about it, her mind drifted away, and she began to recall past events. When she was 15, she went to visit relatives in the countryside. Her cousin Li Jie took her to pick wild mushrooms in the mountains. The 2 of them unexpectedly saved a handsome man who was badly injured. When they found him, he was unconscious and completely forgot his name and where he lived. It was only when he took out a small notebook from his pocket, with his name written on the bottom right corner of the cover, that she learned his name was Miaowinghao. The notebook was torn in some places and the rest was blank, so they couldn't learn much about him. At that time, many people from the north had fled to the village to escape hardship. Everyone thought he had gotten separated from his family along the way. The village chief felt sorry for him and allowed him to settle alone in the village. From the first moment she saw him, she fell in love at first sight. But her family didn't agree for her to contact him, saying he was an orphan and wouldn't have a good life if she married him. For him, she cried and made a fuss at home for many days. Finally, she went back to the countryside. But she didn't expect Li Jie, that wicked girl, to take the opportunity to come in. Seeing them flirt in front of her, she was simply in disbelief. Later, she secretly talked to him and showed kindness to him. She didn't expect that he would forget her kindness and always treat her coldly. Instead, he was very gentle in front of Li Jie. This made her even angrier. Li Jie, a weak widow raised in the countryside. She was 20 years old and still unmarried, and she was furious that Li Jie, a scheming rural woman, was stealing her man. Since then, she stopped having any contact with her so-called cousin Li Jie. Even at their wedding a few months later, she refused to go out of anger. Later, her mother told her that the man was very talented. He was good at hunting in the mountains and also knew how to read and write. He even got a job as a primary school teacher in the town. When she heard this, she felt very upset. Later, her aunt died of illness, and they moved to the town with their children. By then, 3 years had passed. She was 18, and her family was trying to find her a good match, but she didn't like any of them. She kept thinking about him, even though he was already married with children. Coincidentally, Li Jie had a second son at that time. She took the chance to visit and congratulate them, and she started to interact more with their family. During her free time, she often went to their house to play. She would show herself in front of him and chat with him. She didn't think there was anything wrong with this. Li Jie had taken her man, so she thought it was okay to try to take him back. But she didn't expect that the man would completely ignore her because she was young and beautiful, and even scold her for being shameless. She knew that all of this was caused by Li Jie. She didn't blame him, but she still felt very sad inside. 2 years later, her family kept urging her to marry, and she had no choice but to start dating someone. Her current husband, Miaowei, was a simple carpenter in the town. He was honest and straightforward. At first, she didn't like him. But when she heard that his surname was Miao, the same as that man, Miaowinghao, she was surprised. By some strange coincidence, she agreed to date him, and they eventually got married. Since she couldn't have that man, she thought marrying someone with the same surname was a way to make up for her regret. She always thought this way. After marriage, Miaowei treated her very well, and she gradually accepted him. During quiet nights, she couldn't help but cry whenever she thought of that person. She once believed her life would stay like this forever. Unexpectedly, Miaowinghao's family came to find her. It turned out he wasn't from a poor family, but from a wealthy family in Beijing. His background was also quite impressive. He was a captain in the Security Bureau of Huagua, responsible for investigating spies. At that time, he was trying to find a spy when he hit his head during a fight and lost his memory. He accidentally ran into the forest and was rescued by her. The Miaos in Beijing searched for him for many years before finding him. This time, they came specifically to take him back to Beijing. When she heard the news, she deeply regretted her choices. If she had ignored her parents' objections and gone to the countryside earlier, maybe he would have liked her. She had the chance to marry him and enjoy a life of wealth and happiness in Beijing. But all of that was taken away by Jie. In that moment, all her frustration and jealousy overwhelmed her. At that time, she was 8 months pregnant. Coincidentally, Jie was also pregnant at the same time. Worried about complications on the way, their family decided not to return to Beijing until Jie gave birth. It was a strange coincidence. They both went into labor on the same day and were taken to the local clinic. She gave birth to her baby first. A little while later, Jie, who was in the next bed, also gave birth to a girl. Li Qin was exhausted and lying on the bed. She listened to the crying of the 2 babies echoing in her ears. Suddenly, she had a bold idea. Li Qin worked as a nurse at the clinic and got along well with some of the other nurses. That night, she was on duty in the delivery room, where she knew the nurse assisting her. The doctor had finished helping with the delivery and left, so the nurse had to handle 2 babies alone. Note: I searched for the childbirth process in 1970s hospitals but couldn't find details, so this part is made up for the story. Don't take it as fact. Li Qin was sweating all over, trying to endure the pain after childbirth. She stepped onto her tiptoes and asked to help clean her own baby's body and measure its weight. The nurse initially refused, but Li Qin insisted on doing it herself. The other person only wanted her to finish quickly and go back to bed to rest. During the process, she deliberately distracted the other person by asking them to get something nearby. Unnoticed, she swapped the clothes and the name tags tied around the ankles of the 2 babies. After doing this, she felt anxious and worried about being caught. But until 3 days after they left the hospital, no one discovered what she had done. While feeding the baby, she looked into the innocent, clear black eyes of her child. For a moment, she suddenly felt a bit regretful. She only held her biological daughter for a short while before separating. Thinking about how long it would be before they could meet again made her feel sad. But her emotions were only temporary. Afterward, she felt a strange sense of revenge. Li Jie, that hateful woman, would never guess that she had swapped her child. Her own daughter would live happily in the big city of Jing. Meanwhile, the hateful woman's child was suffering and being mistreated in her hands. Yes, that was her plan. She wanted to vent all her anger and frustration on this child. Li Jie had taken her man and her happy life, so her daughter had to pay her back. The name Miao Jiao Jiao was originally given to her precious daughter. But now, that name was taken by this wicked girl, which she thought was very unlucky. When the wicked girl was 2 or 3 years old, people kept saying she didn't look like her parents. So she deliberately let the girl freeze outside overnight in the cold winter. Then she secretly gave her hormone pills at the hospital to make her grow bigger, and after that, no one said she didn't look like her parents anymore. Later, after Xiao Liang was born, the wicked girl's hard life began. She not only had to take care of her younger brother but also do chores, and if she did poorly, she would be beaten. She was only about 5 years old then. Children don't hold grudges. Even after being beaten many times, she still eagerly waited for her mother to come home from work. Thinking about it now, it's quite funny. Whenever she missed her daughter or that person, she would find an excuse to beat the girl badly. Later, when the wicked girl was 10, she pretended to find a traveling doctor and secretly made poison pills for her to eat. She thought it through carefully, planning to let the girl suffer at the old Miao family for another 10 years or so, then make her disappear, die. When the wicked girl was 15, it was during the peak of the rural youth movement. I heard that going to the countryside as a young person could get you a subsidy, and if you farmed there, you could send food back home. She immediately asked the other person not to send her daughter to the countryside for school, but the stubborn girl refused to listen. Just as they were arguing, a relative from Beijing came back to visit family and brought bad news. The relative said that Li Jie's daughter had an accident and was stabbed in the ankle. She had been in the hospital for over a month. Since Li Jie had her baby, they moved to Beijing and never returned. It's been 15 years since then. Before that, she had secretly visited Beijing a few times. She found her niece's address through relatives and watched her from afar a few times. Seeing her grow up into a lovely, charming girl made her very happy. When she heard about her daughter's injury, she couldn't sleep all night. That night, she reflected for a long time. Was she too harsh on her stubborn girl? Was it heaven punishing her and then taking revenge on her daughter? Thinking this way, she felt a little guilty. Later, she agreed to let her daughter continue school, but she had to earn her own tuition money. She also secretly visited her daughter once more and found her ankle had healed. To her surprise, her daughter was accepted into the military arts troupe. She was so proud. When her daughter finished high school, she even asked to go to the countryside, and she happily agreed. After her daughter went to the countryside, she quickly bought some poison herbs from the black market, made pills, and sent them to her. She timed it carefully. After taking the pills, her daughter would probably be in the countryside for about 2 years, and her health would decline. When that time came, she would die in the countryside, and no one would suspect anything. She was tired of all this and didn't want to see her daughter anymore. When she died, everything would be over. A few years later, she planned to go to Beijing secretly and reunite with her beloved daughter. All of this was carefully planned, but she never expected her stubborn girl to suddenly return from the countryside. Not only did she come back, but her health had also recovered, and she knew about her plans to harm her. Thinking of this, Li Qin felt very anxious. She absolutely couldn't let the secret about her child being swapped out get out, or it would ruin her beloved daughter. Her stubborn girl seemed much more fierce now. She now has no chance to harm the other person again. If she gets caught, it will be very bad. Right now, it's best to keep that troublesome girl quiet about the poison pill. What method should I use? She didn't sleep well all night. Early the next morning, Li Qin went to work at the health clinic feeling dizzy. At noon, a few nurses sat together eating and overheard some gossip. Hey, did you know? The head nurse took half a day off yesterday afternoon. I heard she went to the police station. What happened? Did her son cause trouble again? Probably. I heard Lu Ying has been bored and got into some trouble with a group of troublemakers a few days ago. The head nurse went to help him. The head nurse is really pitiful. She's quite old and still worries about her son. Yeah, Lu Ying is around 30. Since his wife died, he hasn't remarried. If he had a wife, he wouldn't be like this. With someone like him who would dare to marry him, maybe not everyone. The head nurse's mother is a nurse, and her father is the deputy director of a canned food factory. They have good conditions, and many people are eager to marry into the family, but the head nurse just wants her son to be with someone educated and responsible. Lu Ying wants a good-looking, high-standard partner and hasn't found one yet. Hearing this, Li Qin suddenly had a bright idea. Just when she was feeling sleepy, someone was offering her a pillow. That troublesome girl is educated and good-looking, perfect to marry Lu Ying, that troublemaker. Then she could control her and use this to threaten her not to ask about the poison pill anymore. Once the girl is married and busy dealing with her troublesome husband, she won't have time to bother her anymore. She has seen Lu Ying several times. Not only does he look odd, but his eyes are always leering. Someone like that clearly isn't serious about life. Thinking of how miserable that girl's future life would be, her mood instantly lifted. Soon, she planned to find the head nurse and have a good talk. Little goldfish, don't worry, don't worry. You want to torment them, but I need to set the stage first. Tomorrow, I will definitely make it very satisfying. Remember to come and support me.
Mwah.
Meow jiao jiao. Yesterday and today, we explored all the nearby routes. I think the abandoned warehouse in the suburbs is the best place. Han Lingji nodded. Yes, that place is near the forest, with no one around. Even if we shout loudly, no one will hear us. Meow jiao jiao's eyes darkened. All right, after school this evening, we'll go to the school to wait for them. First, she plans to trick Xiao Liang into going to the warehouse. Then she'll go to find Li Qin and have her follow alone. Inside the warehouse, whether by threatening or persuading, Li Qin must tell the truth. That was the original plan. But in the afternoon, Li Qin suddenly appeared. She smiled flatteringly. Jiao Jiao, Mom has something to tell you. Come with me for a moment. Looking at the smiling woman in front of her, Miao Jiao Jiao sneered inwardly. When something seems off, there's usually trouble. Better see what she wants before making any moves. They walked to the entrance of the guest house. Li Qin sighed. I don't understand the matter about the medicine at all. It was that traveling doctor who gave the prescription. Are you still angry with me? Miao Jiao Jiao. What is she up to now? Miao Jiao Jiao. I told you yesterday, you know what you did. Don't treat me like I'm stupid. Li Qin choked on her words, biting her lip. Child, why are you talking to me like that? I wouldn't harm you. Ha. Miao Jiao Jiao coldly looked at her, crossing her arms. What do you think? Just say what you want. No need to pretend. Li Qin's face turned pale and then red, almost unable to keep her composure. Forget it. Since you think that way, I have nothing more to say. I'm leaving. She stormed off angrily. Seeing her like that, Miao Jiao Jiao felt strange inside. Was she really just here to talk nonsense? Noticing two faint, hidden glances, she looked to the side. Not far away, there was a man and a woman. The woman looked to be about 50, dressed in blue work clothes. Her face was serious, with a scrutinizing look as she observed her. The man was around 30, unattractive, wearing trendy clothes. His small, bean-sized eyes seemed eager to stick to her. It was disgusting and made her feel sick. Miao Jiao Jiao frowned, thinking these two people were just here to watch the fun. She didn't pay attention and turned back to the guest house. At the moment her small figure disappeared, Luing felt a sudden emptiness in his heart. He turned to the person beside him and said, Mom, I like her. I must marry this woman. The person frowned and replied, Wait a bit. This woman is too pretty, which might attract too much attention. You probably can't handle it. This person was the nurse manager, whom the nurses at the clinic had been discussing earlier that noon.
How can that be?
No woman can resist my charm. Don't worry. Lu Ying was very confident. He came from a good family, was eloquent, and was sure he was very popular with women. If such a beautiful woman lay in his arms, it would be wonderful. No matter what, he was determined to get her. The nurse manager advised her son, Don't rush. That was just the first impression. We don't know her character yet. Let's meet again in a few days and see. She's so pretty. She must be a good person, Lu Ying said stubbornly. Mom, I don't care. I've made up my mind. Hearing this, the nurse manager felt frustrated. This kid was really hard to manage. You can't judge a woman just by her looks. Her personality matters too. If her previous wife was as dull as a block of wood and couldn't control her son, what good would that do? She loved her son very much and wanted him to find a good wife. Besides, that girl looked thin and weak with a small backside. She didn't seem like a good match for having children. No, I can agree to other things, but this needs more consideration, she said, trying to delay her son and hope he would give up later. Lu Ying was anxious when he heard that. Mom, I finally found someone I like. Please, just this once. If you don't agree, I'll go talk to her myself, he threatened. The nurse manager glared at him. No more nonsense, or I won't give you any pocket money. Fine, I get it. Lu Ying gritted his teeth and left with a dark face. He wouldn't give up. He planned to find Li Qin and have a serious talk. In the evening, Miao Jiao Jiao and Han Lingji were about to leave for school. Unexpectedly, Li Qin came over again. She directly and straightforwardly said, Miao Jiao Jiao, if you want to know about the pills, that's fine, but you need to go somewhere with me alone. Where to? Miao Jiao Jiao raised an eyebrow. Li Qin replied, To the warehouse on the outskirts. It's quiet and not many people there. We can talk properly. Hearing this, Miao Jiao Jiao and Han Lingji exchanged a quick look, both surprised. Their original plan was to threaten Li Qin into the warehouse for questioning. They didn't expect that even though they didn't catch Xiao Liang, she would come to them voluntarily. There must be some trick involved. But Miao Jiao Jiao was not afraid. Let's go. Han Lingji's eyes were dark as ink, and he said, I need to go too. Li Qin looked at Han Lingji. Seeing that he was thin and not very strong, she thought he probably wouldn't be a big threat. Lu Ying also said he would bring a few people to watch. Later, they could overpower her. Once everything was settled in the warehouse, it would be easier to handle. So she agreed. All right, let's go. The three of them walked for about half an hour before reaching their destination. At the warehouse entrance, there were 4 or 5 careless young troublemakers. When they saw them coming, someone immediately went inside to report, "Brother Lu, people are here." Hearing this, Lu Ying quickly and nervously threw some powder into a porcelain cup. He placed the cup on a nearby stool and hurried outside. Seeing Miao Jiao Jiao, his eyes lit up, and he said, "Wife, you're here." Miao Jiao Jiao thought, "Does this person have a problem with his mind?" Han Lingji thought, "Want to hit him?" Han Lingji protected Miao Jiao Jiao behind him, his expression cold as he said, "She is my girlfriend." Lu Ying looked gloomy and sneered, a hint of disdain in his eyes. Earlier that afternoon, Li Qin had also mentioned this to him, but he didn't care at all. So what if she's my girlfriend? Her parents won't agree for you two to be together. Besides, Sister Li already took my 200 yuan bride price and promised Jiao Jiao to me. Who do you think you are? Hearing this, Miao Jiao Jiao turned to look at Li Qin. The other person suddenly changed from a flattering smile to a proud look and said, "Yes, Jiao Jiao, it's rare for you to come back this time. Just get married at home, then you won't have to suffer in the countryside anymore." Hearing Li Qin's words, Miao Jiao Jiao couldn't help but laugh in anger. "So, you called me here just for this. Isn't this the man who was looking at her with a sly smile earlier?" No wonder Li Qin asked her out earlier. She was waiting here all along. And she even took 200 yuan from him? What a big ego. Li Qin's eyes flickered with guilt. She raised her nose and said, "Yes, I told you about the medicine issue earlier. Please don't pursue it anymore. Today, I brought you here to see him. Lu Ying's family is quite well off. He looks decent, and he's a good person. Just agree, okay?" Pfft. Miao Jiao Jiao snorted with laughter. A face like a donkey, big yellow teeth. Just looking at him makes her uncomfortable. Li Qin could say such things? Miao Jiao Jiao smiled, but her eyes were cold. "If he's so good, why don't you marry him? I think you two are quite a match." Li Qin's face turned red with anger. "Jiao Jiao, what are you talking about? I am your mother, and you're joking like this. You're really reckless. You're not worthy." Miao Jiao Jiao rolled her eyes. Lu Ying rubbed his hands excitedly. "Jiao Jiao, it's cold outside. Let's go inside and talk. This girl is quite fiery, just how he likes it." Thinking about how she would struggle and cry beneath him later, his heart warmed, and he even responded physically. Miao Jiao Jiao sneered coldly. "Fine, let's go inside." She wanted to see what they were really up to. At this moment, Han Lingji's face had darkened completely. If Jiao Jiao hadn't signaled for him to wait, he would have already made a move. After everyone entered the warehouse, Miao Jiao Jiao looked around. In the corner on the right, there was a straw mat with a wooden stool beside it, holding a porcelain cup. This abandoned warehouse wouldn't normally have these things. Someone must have brought them on purpose. Seeing this, Miao Jiao Jiao's suspicions were almost confirmed. She looked outside with a cold face and said, "Why don't we ask the people outside to come in too?" Standing outside is tiring. Lu Ying was a bit confused, but he couldn't ignore the beauty's words. Later, they could just ask them to stand somewhere else. It would be exciting to have everyone watching. Li Qin sarcastically said, "Oh, Jiao Jiao, you're so thoughtful. That stubborn girl, this will be your moment of despair. Let's see if you can still act so arrogant then." When everyone was inside, Miao Jiao Jiao smiled and turned to Han Lingji, saying, "Lingji, please close the big door." The helpful little Han immediately understood. He smirked slightly and quickly ran to the door. With a snap, the wooden latch of the warehouse was locked. He crossed his arms and leaned against the door, blocking everyone from leaving. Everyone present was stunned. What kind of move is this? Lu Ying chuckled and stepped forward, saying, "Jiao Jiao, what are you doing?" Since he was close, a strong smell of smoke and alcohol hit his nose. Miao Jiao Jiao covered her nose, looked disgusted, and kicked him directly. Get lost! With a loud bang, Luing was kicked far away, lying on the ground and crying out in pain. A few thugs saw this and hurriedly asked, "Brother Lu, are you okay?" Li Qin, standing nearby, looked on with a look of schadenfreude. "Miao Jiao Jiao, you're so reckless. How can you hit someone?" Luing Jiao Jiao didn't mean it. "She's just a bit impatient. Please be more understanding." Before she finished speaking, Miao Jiao Jiao quickly approached and punched her in the face. "Shut your mouth. Stop talking. Your mouth is so foul. How dare you have bad intentions towards me? If I don't beat you into a pig's head, my family name isn't Miao." Thinking this, Miao Jiao Jiao kept hitting Li Qin in the face several times. Ugh. Stop. Stop hitting me. Li Qin rolled on the ground, begging for mercy. She didn't expect this girl's fists to be so strong. She couldn't fight back at all. All of this happened very quickly, and Luing and the others were caught off guard. After a moment, Luing looked upset and stood up. He said to a few troublemakers, "Go catch him. I want to deal with him myself." That mean woman dared to kick him. When they catch her, they will punish her badly. "Okay, Brother Lu." The 5 troublemakers grinned and ran over. Just now, Luing was kicked and Li Qin was hit, all because of Miao Jiao Jiao's surprise attack. With so many of them, they could catch her easily. Then, they could take the chance to take advantage of her. Such a beautiful girl. Why not? As they rushed forward to catch her, Miao Jiao Jiao quickly bent down. She kicked out her foot, sweeping all of them to the ground. While everyone was stunned, she quickly got up. She excitedly clenched her fists and started punching wildly. Help it! The scene was filled with screams. "Stop touching! Stop touching! Let them go!" The helper leaning against the gate looked at the lively girl with a loving expression. Hee. She really is adorable like this at this moment. Luing was very scared. He didn't expect Miao Jiao Jiao to be so skilled. She fought 5 people without any trouble. He and the others were all cowards. They couldn't win a fight. So, it's better to run quickly. Thinking this, he hurried toward the gate. When he reached the gate, he saw a pair of cold, icy black eyes. He froze in place, trembling all over. That person at the gate seems even more terrifying. Han Ling's eyes flashed with a hint of bloodlust. He played with a small knife in his hand. His voice was cold and eerie. "What did you just call Jiao Jiao?" Lu Ying's pupils shrank. He turned and ran inside. But no matter how fast he ran, he couldn't outrun Han Ling's small knife. In a flash, a silver streak shot through the air. The knife accurately pierced Lu Ying's leg, and he let out a muffled cry. Help! Lu Ying fell to his knees, screaming like a pig being slaughtered. Miao Jiao Jiao's eyes twitched, and she looked over there. "Good job." She gave a thumbs up and smiled, saying, "Lingji, I leave that person to you. You have to give your man a chance to show himself, or he'll be so frustrated he'll burst." Small goldfish. This line sounds familiar. When the 2 of them had beaten everyone into pig-headed faces and chased everyone into the corner, Miao Jiao Jiao picked up a porcelain cup from the stool and asked Luing, "Tell me, what's inside this?" Luing, with a pale face, lay on the ground trembling and said, It's water with some stuff added." Miao Jiao Jiao. "What for?" Luing. "It makes people feel hot all over and lose their senses." Then he didn't finish his sentence. Everyone present understood. "Oh." Miao Jiao Jiao raised an eyebrow, pretending to be curious. "And who is this prepared for?" Lu Ying immediately shut up, afraid to speak. His leg was still bleeding. If he told the truth, he'd probably get stabbed a few more times. Not saying anything, Miao Jiao Jiao's mood was angry and boiling inside. She smirked wickedly at Li Qin. "I think you're pretty thirsty. I'll give you this cup of water. Drink it." Suddenly, Li Qin was stunned like struck by lightning, frozen on the ground. Li Qin's face turned pale, and she asked in disbelief. "What did you say?" Miao Jiao Jiao's eyes turned cold. "Are you deaf? Then I'll say it again. This water is just right for you to drink, since you're quite experienced. Trying to make a bad situation worse? Daring to use such disgusting tricks against her? Fine, then come on. If someone else wants to cook rice, that's fine too. Don't think she wouldn't do the same, even if they were related by blood. Miao Jiao Jiao didn't care about morality or ethics. If someone harms her, she will pay them back in kind. Li Qin was so scared, she collapsed to the ground. Desperately shaking her head, she begged, "No, no, you can't do this to me." Miao Jiao Jiao didn't even look at her. She simply glanced at Luing and said, "Come here. Pour this water down her." Luing shrank back. This isn't very good. Oh my, this is just too terrifying. There is no daughter who would be so cruel as to insult her own mother. Moreover, her mother only did all this to ensure she married well. I never thought she wouldn't understand and would even want to fight back. Li Qin, who has a husband and children and is quite old, could be in serious trouble if something bad happened to her. It's terrifying, really too frightening. He truly regrets getting involved with this person.
Huh?
Miao Jiao Jiao snorted through her nose. Han Lingji immediately stepped forward and kicked Luing. His eyes were deep and threatening, like a dark pond, and he said, "Give you 10 seconds. Hurry up. How dare she think about harming Jiao Jiao? That's just wrong." Luing was so scared by his fierce look that he shivered. He quickly got up, took the porcelain cup from Miao Jiao Jiao's hand, and nervously moved forward to force water into Li Qin's mouth. "Stop. Go away." Li Qin screamed, flailing her hands and feet, and scrambled forward to run away. Because of this distraction, about a third of the water in the porcelain cup spilled. Seeing this, Miao Jiao Jiao ordered a few nearby thugs who were lying on the ground crying out loud, "Hold her down." The thugs, afraid, quickly obeyed and pressed Li Qin firmly to the ground. Li Qin was suddenly restrained, and she angrily shouted at Miao Jiao Jiao, "Miao Jiao Jiao, how dare you treat your own mother like this? Aren't you afraid of divine punishment? Biological mother?" Miao Jiao Jiao seemed to hear a big joke and sneered, "You don't deserve that. Do you think I'm still the naive girl I was before? Don't think I don't know what you did. You're not even my real mother, and you almost caused my death. This time, I'm here to get revenge." Miao Jiao Jiao said this deliberately, just to see her reaction. Sure enough, as soon as she said that, Li Qin's face turned pale with panic. She stammered, "Jiao Jiao, I carried you for 10 months. I didn't mean to hurt you. Believe me, Mom."
Huh?
"You're really good at lying. You're truly unchangeable." Miao Jiao Jiao sneered coldly, then looked at Luing. "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and pour it." "Oh, okay," Luing replied, still trying to process what Miao Jiao Jiao had just said. So, he just misunderstood Miao Jiao Jiao earlier? If what the girl said is true, then the situation becomes much more complicated. Forget it. I can't think about that now. Protecting myself is the most important. He takes a deep breath. Luing hobbles forward, holding Li Qin's chin with one hand, ready to start pouring water. Li Qin desperately shakes her head to refuse, tears almost falling. I'm telling the truth. Let me go. Wait a moment." Before he could pour the water, Miao Jiao Jiao stopped him. Li Qin feels a bit hopeful and takes a big breath. But before she can explain further, a cold voice sounds in her ear. "Feed her all these pills, then pour water." She looks up blankly. She sees Miao Jiao Jiao take out about 10 black pills from her pocket. Aren't these the poison pills she sent earlier? 1 or 2 pills aren't a big deal, but there are more than 10 here. If she eats them all at once, she might not die, but she'll be seriously hurt. Li Qin becomes frantic, trying to explain wildly. "Miao Jiao Jiao, listen to me. I'll tell you the truth right now." "I'll tell you." Hearing this, Miao Jiao Jiao raises an eyebrow. "All right, go ahead." She lazily pulls over a stool and sits nearby. "No more lies, or your ending will be very bad." "Yes, you're not my biological sister." Li Qin grits her teeth and says, "At first I didn't know. I only suspected when I saw that you didn't look like us. Just to fool her for now, to escape this crisis." "And then? How did you confirm it, and why did you want to hurt me?" Miao Jiao Jiao's mind sneers. "Keep lying, keep pretending." Li Qin's eyes flicker as she says, "You have a birthmark on your arm, right? But I remember I took a quick look when I gave birth to my baby, and there was no such mark. Later, I found something was wrong and asked at the hospital. I heard that several babies were born that day, but the parents' information was kept secret, so I couldn't see it. It's been several years now, so I couldn't check anymore. I was unwilling to have my biological child mixed up like this, and I felt it was unfair to raise someone else's child, so I have a big grudge against you. But I really didn't mean to hurt you. Otherwise, why would I raise you so carefully and cause accidents when you were young that led to your death? Jiao Jiao, I was just temporarily confused. Please forgive your mother. Hearing Li Qin say she was not your biological mother, Jiao Jiao finally felt relieved. All right, my suspicions have been confirmed. But the truth about switching the children is definitely not what Li Qin said. This person is too clever. 9 out of 10 things she says are lies. It seems I need to keep torturing her until she tells the whole truth. There's no way I will forgive you. Jiao Jiao turned to Lu Ying and said, "Start now. Make sure she swallows all the pills and water." Hearing this, Li Qin immediately covered her face. "Didn't you promise me that if I told the truth, you wouldn't do anything to me? When did I promise that?" Jiao Jiao looked at her and said clearly, "And are you sure everything you said is true, Li Qin?" So, she was being tricked? Seeing Lu Ying open her mouth to give her the pills, Li Qin's eyes turned red, and she shouted in a frantic, angry voice, "Ah, Jiao Jiao, you won't get away with this. Shut up." Han Lingji couldn't help but kick her. This person dares to curse Jiao Jiao. She's asking for trouble. Open her mouth. I will feed her. Han Lingji shot a cold look at Lu Ying, who immediately obeyed, trembling with fear. Ugh ugh ugh. Feeling the poison pills being forced down her throat one by one, water was roughly poured in.
Li Qin stared in horror, trembling non-stop.
Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. It's over. It's over. She shouldn't have provoked Jiao Jiao, this devil. She really shouldn't have. Cough cough. Cough cough. Li Qin felt her stomach swell and ache again. Her whole body felt uncomfortable everywhere. Despite this, she still had red eyes, biting her teeth and saying bitterly, "Jiao Jiao, you wicked girl, you will never learn the truth from me. I've been unfaithful to my biological daughter for many years. For her future, I would never admit the truth, no matter what. And this happened over 10 years ago. If I refuse to speak now, no one, not even that young girl, has the ability to find any useful information." "Really? You won't say anything even if I threaten you?" Miao Jiao Jiao glanced at Lu Ying. Lu Ying immediately understood and slapped Li Qin twice. The sound of slaps echoed through the warehouse. Red blood trickled from Li Qin's mouth. She spat out blood and stared fiercely at Miao Jiao Jiao, saying, "You can't expect me to tell you. This is your last chance," Miao Jiao Jiao said calmly, with a murderous look in her eyes. "Oh, by the way, I still have about 10 poison pills. I wonder if Xiaoliang can handle them." "How dare you?" Li Qin's eyes widened with rage as she struggled to stand up. "You're trying to kill me." She had just swallowed over 10 pills and was already feeling unwell. Xiaoliang was so young and couldn't possibly handle so many poison pills. Miao Jiao Jiao smirked coldly. "Why wouldn't I dare? You want to harm me, so why can't I fight back?" After saying this, she stood up and prepared to leave.
"No."
"Please, no." Li Qin's pupils shrank as she rushed forward, grabbing her pants leg and crying, "Xiaoliang is innocent. Xiaoliang is innocent. Please, let him go. I'll tell you everything now." She was willing to suffer herself, but couldn't let her son suffer too. Miao Jiao Jiao paused, turned to look at her, waiting for her explanation. Li Qin's face was covered with tears. "You weren't switched to the hospital. I deliberately swapped you.
I lied to you about that.
Our family wasn't well off at the time. I didn't want my biological daughter to suffer, so I secretly found a wealthy family and swapped the babies. At first, I thought I would raise you as my own daughter, but later I heard people say you didn't look like us. The more I looked at you, the more I felt annoyed, which is how the pills came into play." Miao Jiao Jiao frowned. "So, you didn't go to find your biological daughter later?" Li Qin shook her head.
It was very chaotic back then.
People were fleeing everywhere. The wealthy family had a baby and then left, so no one could find them. Miao Jiao Jiao exchanged a glance with Han Lingji, both showing suspicion in their eyes. Li Qin told lies nonstop. Not everything she said can be trusted. However, after the series of threats and intimidation just now, at least half of what she said is true. What can be confirmed now is that she is not the biological daughter, but was deliberately swapped by Li Qin. As for her real parents, Li Qin might know, but she is unwilling to say. This person is really stubborn. Even after being beaten up and given poison pills, she still refuses to speak, even when her son is threatened. Han Lingji whispered to Miao Jiao Jiao, "This can't go on. I think Li Qin probably won't say anything more. Let's take her to the police station first, and see if they can get her to talk," he suggested. Okay, Miao Jiao Jiao nodded. She looked at Lu Ying and a few thugs. But before that, she has to pay a price. All the evil things Li Qin had done to her before, one by one. A single beating or torture can't make up for it. So, let her suffer an unforgettable pain first. Han Lingji's eyes flickered, and he held her hand. "You go out first. I'll make arrangements." "All right." Miao Jiao Jiao looked into his black eyes and smiled gently. "Thank you." Han Lingji's gaze was full of affection. "No need to be so polite with me." After Miao Jiao Jiao left the warehouse, Han Lingji looked down at the people on the ground. Lu Ying couldn't help but shiver. "Do you still have something to say?" The hole in his leg had just been bandaged with cloth, and the bleeding had stopped. But he was anxious to go to the hospital. What if his leg was permanently damaged? Li Qin was acting strangely now. Her heart was pounding faster and faster. Her head felt light and heavy, dizzy. Seeing the men present, especially the handsome Han Lingji, her eyes lit up immediately. She was about to move closer, but Han Lingji kicked her. He looked coldly at Lu Ying and said, "You go." Lu Ying was stunned. With a sad face, he said, "Big brother, this isn't right." He would be happy if it were a young girl, but Li Qin is already in her 40s, and she looks heavy and strong, which isn't attractive. Plus, her face is swollen and bruised from a beating. She looks too rough. He simply can't bring himself to do it. A skinny little troublemaker raised his hand and said, maybe I can do it." He was eager to try. He didn't want to miss out. Han Lingji snorted and said, "Yes, do it quickly." No wasting time. The skinny troublemaker grinned mischievously and said, Okay. Usually it takes me about 30 minutes, but today's scene is so intense it might be faster." He happily ran forward, grabbed Li Qin, and started to attack her. Soon, a muffled, uncomfortable sound came from a corner nearby. Within 3 minutes, the noise stopped. Lu Ying and others listened and couldn't help but feel disdainful. This guy just loves to boast. Han Lingji told the troublemaker to help Li Qin put on her clothes, then waited a little longer. When Li Qin showed signs of waking up, Han Lingji went outside the warehouse to call Miao Jiao Jiao in. Lu Ying, trying to act casual, stepped forward and asked, "You can just take her to the police station. Can we go now? These two villains are too scary. It's better for him to escape quickly." He thought that tomorrow, he would gather more people to get revenge for today's shame. Seeing his thoughts, Miao Jiao Jiao looked at Han Lingji. He quickly took off his cotton coat and handed her a set of ropes from his waist. "You can't leave. I won't let any of you go." First, she talked about Li Qin switching the baby and using poison pills to try to kill her. Then, she described how today Li Qin and Lu Ying and others tried to use a potion to trick her into doing something. She also showed a letter, 2 pills, and a water stain in a porcelain cup as evidence. Hearing this, the police officers were very angry. They looked at Li Qin with hatred, as if they wanted to hurt her. They couldn't believe such a cruel person existed. For personal gain, she was willing to harm others. It was terrible. Seeing everyone so angry, Miao Jiao Jiao felt happy inside but kept a calm face and briefly mentioned Li Qin and the small troublemaker. However, she changed her story. She said that Li Qin wanted her to drink the potion, but she refused. During the struggle, Li Qin accidentally drank it herself. Later, Li Qin acted wild and pulled the small troublemaker into some kind of fight. No one could stop her. After hearing this, all the police officers were shocked. They couldn't believe what they heard. No wonder Li Qin looked strange earlier. It turns out, Miao Jiao Jiao, you bad person. You made her drink it. And you still dare to lie. I will beat you. Li Qin was completely out of control now. She was furious and reached out to scratch. Two police officers quickly handcuffed her to the nearby railing and gave her a stern look. It wasn't me, Miao Jiao Jiao said, feeling a bit wronged. She looked at Lu Ying and the small troublemakers and then said, Officers, you can ask them. They were all there and know everything. Lu Ying and the small troublemakers, who had just been beaten in the warehouse, looked uncomfortable. If they said they were threatened, would they seem weak? Ugh, they had no choice but to stay silent. In this situation, it was better not to cause more trouble. At least, they could protect the small troublemaker. So, everyone shook their heads and said, No, it was Li Qin herself. The small troublemaker added a little act of his own. He crossed his arms and pretended to be pitiful, saying, She's too strong. I couldn't resist. The police officers present looked at him with sympathy. Being mistreated by such an older woman is really a terrible experience. When Li Qin heard this, she suddenly went into a rage, shouting loudly, You all are liars. Liars. Go to. Shut up. The police officer couldn't bear it anymore and scolded her sharply, then asked, Comrade Miao Jiao Jiao, is what she said just now true? Li Qin collapsed in her chair, crying uncontrollably, not wanting to respond. The police officer then looked at Lu Ying and the other troublemakers. They quickly nodded. Yes, we were all there, and Li Qin admitted it herself. A hint of surprise flashed in the officer's eyes. These people are regular visitors to the police station. They've been caught several times before. Each time during questioning, they refused to cooperate, lying and being tricky. But today, they are surprisingly honest. His gaze couldn't help but shift to Han Lingji standing nearby. This person looks very important, with a commanding presence. He probably was the one who hurt these people. Luckily, Miao Jiao Jiao has such a capable partner. Otherwise, the consequences today could have been terrible. The police officer then separated the suspects for questioning, and the results were similar. In the end, Lu Ying was sentenced to 2 years in prison for attempting to insult a female officer. The troublemakers received 6 months of farm labor reform. As for the skinny troublemaker, he was forced into it and not willing, so he was sent to the farm like the others. Li Qin's situation is more complicated. She needs further investigation and evidence collection, then will be temporarily detained and judged later. Miao Jiao Jiao asked to speak alone with Li Qin, and the police officer approved. Li Qin's hands were cuffed to the chair, her hair messy, and her eyes red as she stared at Miao Jiao Jiao. She gritted her teeth and said fiercely, You wicked girl, I won't let you go. Just wait. Heh. Miao Jiao Jiao chuckled and shook her head. Do you think you can get away after all the crimes you've committed? Li Qin's eyes darkened, and she clenched her teeth, saying, I curse you to have a miserable life. Everything she had was destroyed. Her family, her future. Indeed, a wicked person's daughter is also wicked, with such a cruel heart. There's one thing I forgot to tell you. Miao Jiao Jiao smiled slightly. Actually, I have died once before. This time, I am coming back from to seek revenge on you. Her tone was very creepy, with a frightening aura. Li Qin immediately stiffened all over, feeling a chill down her spine. You. You're not Miao Jiao Jiao. Miao Jiao Jiao blinked and smiled softly. Yes, I am. I have come back to life. Thud. Li Qin was so scared she fell back onto the floor, trembling all over. You're not her. Say whatever you want. Miao Jiao Jiao shrugged indifferently, speaking calmly. Li Qin, I gave you a chance, but you didn't take it. I've said everything I need to say. What more do you want me to do? Li Qin tried hard to hide her emotions, so she wouldn't show her fear. She felt she was already ruined and couldn't let her daughter's future be destroyed. Seeing Li Qin's fearless attitude, Miao Jiao Jiao knew she wouldn't speak anymore. She stood up and sneered. You think if you don't say anything, I won't find out? Just wait and see. Then she turned and left directly. As she stepped out, she ran into Miao Wei and Miao Xiao Liang coming toward her. They had hurried over after hearing the news. Miao Wei had never seen the thinner, reborn Miao Jiao Jiao before. He was worried about his wife and didn't notice her, rushing forward to ask about the situation. Miao Xiao Liang lagged behind. When he brushed past Miao Jiao Jiao, his steps paused. Sister. Miao Jiao Jiao's expression froze. It seemed this was the first time he called her sister. What's the matter? She looked back at him. Miao Xiaoliang bit his lip. I'm sorry for what my mom did. Earlier, someone came to inform him and briefly explain the situation. He actually understood everything. When he was young, it was his sister who raised him. She was very kind and gentle to him. But when he saw his mother and grandmother bullying her, he was always indifferent. Growing up in such a family that favored boys over girls, he seemed to have gotten used to it. The police officer said to Miao Jiao Jiao, "We will investigate your biological parents and send you a telegram once we have news." However, this investigation might take a long time, especially since it concerns events from before 1919. It's uncertain whether they can find any information. Of course, they will also question Li Qin severely to see if they can get any clues. Thank you, officer. Miao Jiao Jiao nodded politely. You're welcome. You should also work hard, the officer sighed, a hint of pity in his eyes. Such a beautiful young officer, yet her background is so difficult. Life can be so unfair. But when he heard she was part of the Yun City County Art Troupe, he felt happy for her. Despite her tough life, she managed to work hard and get into the admired art troupe. She's really impressive. Miao Jiao Jiao asked cautiously, May I ask, in cases like Li Qin's, how would she be judged? The officer replied honestly, once the facts are clear, the decision will be made by the higher authorities. But for someone who has committed multiple crimes, the punishment could be either the death penalty or many years in prison. Miao Jiao Jiao nodded lightly. I understand. After leaving the police station, Miao Jiao Jiao looked back behind her. At that moment, she felt a sense of relief, as if a burden had been lifted from her. Let's go, Jiao Jiao. Han Lingji looked at her gently and said, when we get back, I'll ask my father to arrange for someone to help with the investigation. It will go much faster that way. Miao Jiao Jiao asked, wouldn't that be too much trouble for uncle? This was her personal matter, after all. Han Lingji smiled and said, not at all. My father will be happy to help. Since you're going to be my wife in the future, he should help his daughter-in-law. Miao Jiao Jiao also smiled. All right, thank you. The next morning, Miao Jiao Jiao and Han Lingji took different trains to go home. 2 days later, at the Yunshan County Art Troupe. As soon as Miao Jiao Jiao entered the door, she saw a pretty figure ahead cheerfully shouting, Jiao Jiao, Jiao Jiao, you're back. Meng Bao Bao ran over happily, like a little bird. She suddenly hugged Jiao Jiao and said with a sad voice, I miss you so much, Jiao Jiao. Miao Jiao Jiao changed her tired face into a smile and replied, I miss you too, baby. Members of the nearby art troupe passing by all showed a kind, auntie-like smile. These two sisters have a very close bond. Unfortunately, they will soon go to Beijing for exams. Lu Xian stood proudly to the side and coughed twice, asking, Are you going to the cafeteria? Oh, right. Meng Baby grabbed Miao Jiao Jiao and started to run. Jiao Jiao, hurry up. You just got back, you must be hungry. Let's go eat. After taking a few steps, she stopped and waved at Lu Xian behind her. What are you dawdling for? Hurry up and catch up. Humph. Starving ghost. Why are you running so fast? Lu Xian pouted and stomped her foot, quickening her pace a little. Miao Jiao Jiao raised an eyebrow, a hint of curiosity flashing in her eyes. How did these two become friends? Since the performance on August 1st for Army Day, Lu Xian seemed to avoid her completely. Since then, every time she saw her, Lu Xian was cold and distant, not even looking at her directly. Seeing the doubt in Miao Jiao Jiao's eyes, Meng Baby chuckled softly. Since you've been gone these days, it's just me and her in the dorm. It's so empty, not even someone to eat with, so we decided to hang out together. Yeah, Miao Jiao Jiao nodded. Senior Xiao Xiao, who used to be close to them, had already gone to the city troupe in September, so no wonder Baby was so bored. Recently, Xiao Xiao even wrote to say she had a new boyfriend. He's a doctor, careful and gentle, and treats her very well. When Miao Jiao Jiao and Meng Baby heard this, they felt happy for her. Lu Xian, on the other hand, was quite proud. Though she was a bit sharp-tongued, she never played petty tricks behind others' backs. People like her are actually easy to get along with because they show their thoughts openly. She didn't mind that Meng Baby was close to the other girl. Miao Jiao Jiao turned around and saw Lu Xian proudly lifting her nose, looking unhappy and following behind. She waved at her. "Let's walk slowly. Come a little closer." Lu Xian's expression paused slightly, and she looked at her in surprise. This was probably the first time Miao Jiao Jiao took the initiative to greet her. For some reason, she suddenly felt very happy inside. How should she respond better? She thought for a long time, but didn't know what to say. Finally, Lu Xian simply said, "Oh." After saying that, she immediately regretted it and lowered her head in frustration. Meng Baobao smiled and took her hand, saying, "Hurry up, or the good dishes will be gone." "Okay." Lu Xian smiled and looked up. The three of them quickly headed to the dining area. That night, Miao Jiao Jiao found a chance to tell Meng Baobao about her background. But she didn't go into detail about her revenge against Li Qin, just mentioned it briefly. After hearing this, Meng Baobao hugged her and cried loudly for a while. Miao Jiao Jiao asked why she was crying. Meng Baobao, hiccuping between tears, said, "Wah wah. I keep thinking about how hard your life was before and it makes me feel so sad. Don't cry, it's all over now." Miao Jiao Jiao gently patted her back. "Look at me now, I'm doing well." Meng Baobao sniffed, clenched her fists, and said angrily, "That Li Qin is really not a good person. If I see her, I swear I'll pull all her hair out." Hearing this, Miao Jiao Jiao couldn't help but laugh and said, "You should learn some self-defense skills from me. She looks pretty strong." "Okay." Meng Baobao's eyes sparkled with determination, confidently saying, "Jiao Jiao, when you practice martial arts, teach me too. I won't be lazy anymore." Soon it was mid-December. It was time for the county's art troupe to evaluate outstanding teachers. This time, there was no real need for voting. Everyone knew it had to be Wang Rong. She was a great contributor to the troupe, having recruited 2 excellent talents and brought honor to the group. As expected, teacher Wang Rong received the title of Outstanding Teacher. Everyone sincerely congratulated her. Even teacher Chen, who usually didn't get along with her, nodded in agreement. In the following days, the art troupe prepared for the New Year's performance on January 1st, 1976. Life in the art troupe was full of fulfillment and happiness every day. Time flew by. The New Year ended, and soon it was the end of January. The New Year performance by the county troupe was very successful and well-received, earning lots of praise. After the show, the county troupe's holiday began. It was originally a 1-week break. But Miao Jiao Jiao and Meng Baobao wanted to participate in a competition with the military art troupe in Beijing in March. To avoid unnecessary travel back and forth, Director Wei decided to give them a whole month off. If they pass the exam in early March smoothly, they only need to handle some paperwork when they return. Hearing this, Meng Baobao was very happy. She immediately invited Miao Jiao Jiao to visit her home, and they could stay there until the exam. Miao Jiao Jiao thought for a moment and agreed. The two of them went back to the countryside to visit relatives and friends for 2 days. Then, on the 3rd day of the Lunar New Year, they took a train back to Beijing. In Beijing, at Meng's house, from afar, cheerful laughter and voices could be heard.
Dad. Mom.
Let me introduce you. This is my best friend, Miao Jiao Jiao. I told you about her in my letter. Meng Baobao proudly continued, she's not only good at dancing and singing but also knows martial arts. Meng's father, steady and kind, and Meng's mother, gentle and always smiling, are both very easy to get along with. Seeing their daughter so proud, both parents couldn't help but smile brightly. Jiao Jiao, right? Welcome to our home. We've been looking forward to meeting you for a long time. Hello, Uncle and Auntie. Miao Jiao Jiao greeted with a smile. Meng Baobao's older brother, Meng Yuan, standing stiffly nearby, scratched his head and said, "I'll go get some snacks for you. You must be tired after the train ride."
Sit down and rest.
"I've brewed some malted milk for you," she said. At this moment, a bright-smiled young woman came out from the kitchen. It was Meng Baobao's sister-in-law, Wu Shu. She carried 2 cups of malted milk and handed them over, saying, "Here you go. Just brewed. It smells great." Meng Baobao's eyes flickered with surprise for a moment, but she nodded politely and said, "Thank you, sister-in-law." Miao Jiao Jiao also thanked her. Wu Shu smiled at Meng Baobao and said, "No need to be so polite. It's been over a year since I last visited. I've missed you." Seeing the looks from her parents, Meng Baobao coughed twice and forced a smile, saying, "I've missed you too." "Huh? That's strange. Before, my sister-in-law was always annoyed with her about everything. But this time, when she came back, her attitude suddenly changed, and she became very warm." In the room, Meng Baobao mentioned this confusion to Miao Jiao Jiao. After hearing it, Miao Jiao Jiao immediately understood what it meant. She used an analogy. "Let me ask you, if one day you get married and your husband's family has a younger sister who is still in school and needs money, but she is lazy, impulsive, and often argues, would you like such a little sister-in-law?" Meng Baobao's mind was simple, and she didn't realize what Miao Jiao Jiao was implying. She frowned and shook her head. "I don't like her. I think she's too immature." Miao Jiao Jiao chuckled and pinched her round cheeks. "So, your sister-in-law didn't like you at first because of this." Only then did Meng Baobao realize. She awkwardly scratched her head, pouted, and said unhappily, "But I don't think I'm that bad. Before my sister-in-law got married, I was like this at home." Miao Jiao Jiao patiently replied, "Then why did you just say you don't like such a little sister-in-law? Your views are different. You think you're fine, and she thinks she did nothing wrong. Naturally, conflicts happen." "All right." Meng Baobao blushed and couldn't help asking, "Then why has her attitude changed now?" Miao Jiao Jiao explained, "You know the saying, out of sight, out of mind. Living under the same roof can lead to disagreements. Since you haven't been back for a long time, her warmth now is normal. Besides, you now have a good job and can earn your own money, so you don't need to ask your parents for money. That also helps lighten the family's burden, so she's happy to see that." "Yes, I never thought about these things before." Meng Baobao sighed. "Actually, my sister-in-law is nice to my parents, but she always seems to dislike me. Now that I think about it, I also did some things wrong." Miao Jiao Jiao looked at her. "Being able to get along is fate. Maybe it's your first time becoming family, and you're not used to it. If you both make some compromises and learn to tolerate each other, things will be much better. You also complained that your brother is a bit slow and doesn't help you. Actually, he's caught in the middle, and your parents probably are too. You should try to understand your family more. Baby, do not take your parents' love for granted. You should also give back appropriately. I hope you understand this truth." Meng Baby nodded seriously and said, "Yes, I understand." Miao Jiao Jiao smiled and said, "That's good. This girl is like her own sister. Of course, she hopes the family is harmonious. Maybe because she never had a family herself, she really wishes everyone around her could be happy. Watching from afar, it also helps to feel some regrets. By the way, it has been exactly 2 months since I last visited old Miao's house for an investigation. There's been no news from the police there, and Uncle Han's team has made little progress. A month ago, Han Lingji wrote that Li Qin is very tight-lipped. No matter how they try, she refuses to say more. They also sent people to the local health clinic to look for records from that year. Unfortunately, for years ago, there was a fire in the clinic's archive room, and all the old records were destroyed. Many staff members have changed over the years, so it will take a long time to find someone who knew the details back then. As for the specific situation in the clinic's delivery room that day, it's uncertain whether they can find out. Thinking of this, Miao Jiao Jiao couldn't help but sigh. Maybe the original owner, like her, was born without good parental connections. Seeing the complicated expression on Miao Jiao Jiao's face, Meng Baby suddenly felt a little upset. "Jiao Jiao, go back to sleep. I'll wake you up for dinner later, Meng Baby said as she stood up. I'm going to the kitchen to see if I can help with anything. I haven't helped with chores at home in a long time, she added. Miao Jiao Jiao smiled slightly and said, Okay, go ahead. In the kitchen, Meng's mother and Wu Shu were busy working. Meng Baby entered and smiled widely. Mom, sister-in-law, do you need help? Meng's mother frowned and said, What help can you be? It's better if you don't help at all. Just don't cause trouble. Wu Shu also agreed. Yes, baby, the kitchen is smoky. You should rest outside for a while. Oh, okay. Meng Baby pouted and had to leave quietly. Sigh, the first time she wanted to help, and everyone seemed to dislike it. As she walked into the living room, she saw her father bending over and sweeping the floor. Meng Baby's eyes lit up and she immediately stepped forward, saying, Dad, let me sweep. Meng's father chuckled and gently teased her. No, you shouldn't. I saw you sweeping when you were little, sweeping back and forth, and it took forever to clean. Oh, but I've grown up now. I can definitely do it well, Meng Baby said confidently, grabbing her father's broom. She lifted her face proudly and said, Watch me. I often sweep at the art troupe. She then bent down quickly to start sweeping the floor. Surprisingly, she looked quite efficient. Meng's mother came out of the kitchen to get something from the living room. Seeing this, she exchanged a look with her husband. A hint of happiness flashed in their eyes. That girl has finally grown up. It's really good. That evening at the Meng family home. At the dining table, Meng's mother happily served a chicken leg to Miao Jiao Jiao. Here, Jiao Jiao, have this chicken leg. Don't hold back at my house. Feel free to serve yourself whatever you want. Miao Jiao Jiao nodded with a smile. Thank you, Auntie. Meng Baby's eyes sparkled with mischief as she pouted and pouted. Mom, I want one too. You'll get yours, Meng's mother said kindly, placing a chicken on her plate. Here, your favorite. Hee Mom knows me best, Meng Baby said happily, gobbling up the chicken with a loud crunch. Miao Jiao Jiao's mouth twitched, a little hesitant to look directly. After spending so much time with Baby, she didn't realize she liked chicken butts. Aren't they a bit smelly? Jiao Jiao, eat quickly, Meng Baby urged when she saw her hesitating. My mom's cooking is really good. Miao Jiao Jiao took a bite of the chicken leg, a glimmer of delight in her eyes. It was indeed quite tasty. Meng Yuan placed another chicken leg into Wu Shu's bowl and whispered, Eat, dear. You've worked hard. Wu Shu looked at him and couldn't help but smile, grabbing a chicken claw and giving it to him. You eat too. Hee, okay, Meng Yuan said with a silly smile, starting to chew on the chicken claw. Seeing this, everyone else smiled quietly. At the Meng family dinner, there was no rule about not speaking or being silent. Meng Baby was a little chatterbox. She was naturally excited after returning home, and she kept telling funny stories while eating. Every event involved Miao Jiao Jiao, so the story turned into a fun fan gathering. Let me tell you, Jiao Jiao is really amazing. She knows everything. She also practices martial arts. Watching her fight is so cool. I feel safe when I go out with her. Once in the countryside, she saved me from some bad guys. She's talented in singing and dancing. The last show she organized even got praise from the leaders, and there's more. Until after dinner, Meng Baobao kept talking nonstop. Others couldn't help but encourage her enthusiasm. Whenever she finished a story, everyone would be surprised and say, Really? Or, That's so impressive. After sharing these stories, everyone smiled and looked at Miao Jiao Jiao. Miao Jiao Jiao gave a polite but slightly embarrassed smile. It's so awkward. This girl is just too good at showing off. After dinner, Meng's mother came to chat with Miao Jiao Jiao. Jiao Jiao, thank you for taking care of the baby these past months.
She's really grown a lot.
I'm very grateful. Miao Jiao Jiao shook her head. Auntie, don't say that. The baby is my best friend. She also brings me a lot of happiness. Meng's mother smiled and nodded. It's clear that the baby likes you very much. If you have time, come visit us often. I'll make you some delicious food. A warm feeling filled Miao Jiao Jiao's heart. Okay, I will. That evening, Miao Jiao Jiao and Meng Baobao snuggled in the same bed to sleep. Meng Baobao excitedly said, Jiao Jiao, tomorrow I'll take you shopping. You've never been to Beijing before, so I want to show you around. Miao Jiao Jiao smiled and nodded. Sure. After a few days of playing, we'll stay home and practice. Meng Baobao nodded. Yes, yes. By the way, is there a place nearby where we can make phone calls? Han Lingji still didn't know she was in Beijing. She needed to call and tell him. Meng Baobao. Yes, there's a post office not far from my house where you can make calls. Miao Jiao Jiao. Okay, I'll call Han's family first thing tomorrow morning, then we'll go shopping. Meng Baobao. Great. The next morning, after breakfast, the two went to the post office. The aunt sitting at the counter yawned and said, 5 cents per call. If you have something to say, do it quickly, don't delay the electricity bill. Okay, Miao Jiao Jiao nodded and paid. These days, public phones still used rotary dials. Miao Jiao Jiao wasn't familiar with them, so she asked Meng Baobao for help. When the call connected, the operator's voice came through. Where would you like to call? Miao Jiao Jiao was surprised but then said, to Commander Han's house. The operator replied, connecting now, please wait. The aunt nearby heard that Miao Jiao Jiao was calling Commander Han's house. Her eyes lit up eagerly, and her ears perked up. Noticing her expression, Miao Jiao Jiao couldn't help but smile slightly. It's true, people love to watch gossip everywhere. After 3 minutes, a voice came from the phone. Hello, who is this? It was a gentle, middle-aged woman's voice. Miao Jiao Jiao asked, Hello, is Han Lingji at home? This is Miao Jiao Jiao. I want to talk to him. Oh, Xiao Miao. Han Lingji mentioned you. He said you might call soon. The voice on the phone was happy. He's here. Please wait a moment, I'll go downstairs and call him. The person answering was Chun Ma, a helper from the Han family. She lived near Commander Han's house, and usually came over to cook and clean. Her son, Xiao Chun, was Han Lingji's driver and security guard. Although they had a formal relationship, the two families got along well. So, Chun Ma was very happy when she received Miao Jiao Jiao's call. Soon, a deep, pleasant voice sounded on the phone. Jiao Jiao, have you arrived in Jing City? They had communicated before, and Miao Jiao Jiao had told him she would come early before her exams. She didn't expect to arrive so soon. Hearing the familiar voice, Miao Jiao Jiao smiled and replied, Yes, Director Wei gave us a month off. Baby invited me to her house, so I came early. Han Lingji said, Tell me your address. I'll drive to pick you up now. Miao Jiao Jiao looked at Meng Baobao nearby and hesitated. But I promised Baby we'd go shopping together. Maybe tomorrow. Han Lingji spoke gently. We haven't seen each other in 2 months. I want to see you now. In a couple of days, I'll drive and take you both out to have fun. Miao Jiao Jiao. But Han Lingji replied, Oh right, there's some latest news. I just received it yesterday. I was planning to come to Beijing to talk with you. Miao Jiao Jiao. Okay, wait a moment. She covered the phone receiver and turned to Meng Baobao. Baby, can we delay our outing by a couple of days? Seeing her expression, Meng Baobao guessed that Han Lingji was coming over. She waved her hand generously. No problem. We have time these days anyway. Miao Jiao Jiao nodded. All right, once I finish my work, we'll go out and have fun. They exchanged addresses over the phone, and then hung up. An older woman nearby smiled and said, Young comrade, you're really lucky. You're even connected to the family of the commander. Yes, Miao Jiao Jiao nodded politely, and then took Meng Baobao out of the post office. They returned to the alley near Meng Baobao's home. Less than 20 minutes later, they saw a powerful military green jeep approaching from afar.
Meng Baobao show eyes widen. Wow, they're here so fast.
I won't bother you anymore. I'll go back now. She waved her hand and quickly ran off. Miao Jiao Jiao couldn't help but smile and shake her head. This girl said she didn't want to be a third wheel, but she was probably just afraid to see Han Lingji. Strangely, Meng Baobao was usually very brave, but she always ran away when she saw Han Lingji. The military green jeep slowed down, and the window rolled down. A handsome face appeared. Jiao Jiao, I'm here. Today, Han Lingji had dressed up specially. He wore a stylish military coat, shiny leather shoes. His neat black crew cut looked very masculine and charming. Miao Jiao Jiao smiled warmly as she watched him get out of the car. He walked over step by step and stopped in front of her. Han Lingji, have you been waiting long? Miao Jiao Jiao looked up at him, a little unhappy, and frowned. Han Lingji, you've lost more weight again. He looked even thinner and darker than last time. The girl pouted her soft, pink lips, looking a bit annoyed, which made Han Lingji's heart warm. His dark eyes flickered, and his throat moved slightly. A sound came from the nose. I miss you. Miao Jiao Jiao hummed and said, I knew you would use sweet talk. After saying that, she ran to open the car door. Let's go, don't waste time. Her movements looked quick and confident. But her flushed ears showed her true feelings. Han Lingji followed slowly behind. Seeing this, a slight smile appeared on his face. In the car, Miao Jiao Jiao said, Let's go to the department store first. It's our first visit to your house, so I need to buy a few things. Han Lingji looked at her and said, No need. Just treat it like your own home. We don't have many rules. Miao Jiao Jiao shook her head. No, it's proper to show good manners. Han Lingji smiled and said, All right then. The jeep sped quickly to the department store. Miao Jiao Jiao bought a box of snacks, 2 cans of tea, and a bottle of wine. After shopping, they got in the car and headed to Han's house. At that moment, at Han's large home, in a room, Han Gui was adjusting his military uniform and medals in front of a mirror. In the living room, Anshin from the kitchen smiled and brought over a cup of tea. Commander, you look very spirited today. Are you eager to meet your future daughter-in-law? Han Gui's strong face showed a hint of a hopeful smile, and he simply replied, Yes. Anshin smiled and said, Then you enjoy your tea. I'll go prepare some dishes in the kitchen. Han Gui said, Good. Anshin, make a few more dishes. Later, we can see what Jiao Jiao likes to eat, so she knows what to cook next time. Anshin chuckled and nodded quickly. All right, I'll go now. Han Gui sat on the sofa, slowly taking a sip of tea. After finishing, he put down the cup and picked up a nearby newspaper to read quietly. But his eyes kept glancing outside from time to time. He looked at the same page of the newspaper for a long time. After a while, the sound of a vehicle approaching finally came from outside. Han Gui quickly put the newspaper aside, stood up, tidied his clothes, and went out. Just at the door, Han Lingji came over to introduce. Dad, this is Jiao Jiao. I told you about her. Miao Jiao Jiao, holding some things, nodded and smiled at the person in front. Uncle Han, hello. This is a small gift. I hope you like it. Korea Wei responded, Yes, okay, welcome. Come in. Korea Wei has held a high position in the military for many years and is used to being serious and stern. This time, his son finally has a partner and has brought her home. He actually feels quite happy inside. But he is usually quiet and reserved. Even if he feels excited inside, he rarely shows it on his face. Han Lingji is obviously used to his father's tone. He holds Miao Jiao's hand and walks toward the living room, saying, Let's go, sit for a while. As soon as they sit down, Aunt Chen happily brings a plate of fruit. Come, come, Jiao Jiao, have some fruit. Han Lingji introduces, This is Aunt Chen, the housekeeper. Miao Jiao greets her. Hello, Aunt Chen. Hello, hello. Nice to meet you. Aunt Chen looks at Miao Jiao with bright eyes, very happy. Wow, this girl is really pretty. She looks just like the fairy in the stories. Sitting next to Lingji, they look very well matched. Korea Wei asks Aunt Chen to put the things away and says, Make a new pot of tea, using the one Jiao Jiao just brought. Yes, sir. Aunt Chen replies with a smile and quickly goes to the kitchen. Hearing this, Miao Jiao feels a little relieved. Just now, seeing Uncle Han's expressionless face, she thought he might be unhappy with her. Han Lingji glances at her and softly says in her ear, Relax, it's okay. My dad is easy to get along with. Miao Jiao nods, still feeling a bit nervous. First time meeting the family, it's natural to be nervous. Korea Wei sits on a single sofa nearby and looks at Miao Jiao, saying, Jiao Jiao, don't be nervous. Just act like you're at home. Okay, uncle. Miao Jiao responds with a smile. Lingji, take good care of Jiao Jiao. Korea Wei clears his throat, unsure of what else to say. His quiet personality is part of why Jiang Man and he separated. When they married, Jiang Man liked his looks, and since they were well matched, they agreed to be together. After marrying Jiang Man, Korea Wei dedicated himself to his family, working hard every day. Jiang Man was a painter when she was young, with a proud and dreamy personality, loving romance and sweet words. But Korea Wei doesn't like to talk about superficial things, and the two of them really have nothing to discuss. Spending all day with such a quiet, dull person. After marrying Jiang Man, Korea Wei dedicated himself to his family, working hard every day. Jiang Man was a painter when she was young, with a proud and dreamy personality, loving romance and sweet words. Eat some fruit, Han Lingji said, offering a piece of apple to Miao Jiao Jiao, breaking the awkward silence. Korea Wei saw this scene and quickly picked up a nearby newspaper, pretending to read, acting like a transparent person. In fact, he was listening carefully to their conversation. Eat some too, Miao Jiao Jiao said, taking a bite and playfully stuffing the rest into his mouth. It's really sweet, Han Lingji said with a slight smile, his eyes full of affection. Korea Wei secretly watched the sweet interaction between the young couple, feeling very happy. His son Lingji finally seemed to understand things. He almost thought his son wouldn't find a partner, and he was quite anxious about it. He wondered when they would get married and have a grandchild for him to take care of. His old friends all have many children and grandchildren, but the Korean family has few members. Thinking of this, Korea Wei felt a little empty inside. Miao Jiao Jiao had no idea. She only visited once. This quiet Uncle Han was already imagining urging them to have children. At the Han family's lunch, Korea Wei looked at Miao Jiao Jiao and said, "Eat up, don't hold back, just eat freely." Miao Jiao Jiao nodded. "Okay, you too." She looked at the dishes on the table, feeling a bit surprised. There seemed to be too many dishes. 3 people couldn't finish them all. At this moment, Aunt Chen smiled as she came from the kitchen and said, "Jiao Jiao, these dishes were prepared by the commander. Try some, and next time I'll cook whatever you like." "Yes." "Thank you, Uncle Han, and thank you, Aunt Chen," Miao Jiao Jiao said with a smile, feeling warm inside. It seemed that Uncle Han, who didn't talk much, was quite kind and thoughtful. The dishes were very abundant, comparable to what people eat during the New Year in modern times. There were 8 dishes in total: sweet and sour ribs, pan-fried tofu, braised Crucian carp, mushroom chicken soup, potato beef brisket, cabbage meatballs, radish with cured meat, and stir-fried seasonal vegetables. It was clear that the Han family put a lot of effort into hosting her. The sweet and sour ribs were delicious, the tofu was soft and smooth, and each of the other dishes had its own special flavor. Aunt Chen's cooking was truly wonderful. Miao Jiao Jiao ate happily and felt very satisfied. With such a good meal, her mood naturally became more relaxed. After lunch, Miao Jiao Jiao and Han Lingji stayed with Commander Han for a while. Miao Jiao Jiao started chatting with him about some funny stories from her time in the art troupe. Even the usually serious commander, Han couldn't help but smile. Han Lingji sat nearby, watching with a gentle smile. Aunt Chen came by from time to time to refill their tea and bring some fruit. Seeing this warm scene, she couldn't stop smiling. When she returned to the kitchen, Aunt Chen quietly wiped away a tear. Ever since the tragedy a few years ago, the Han family hadn't been this lively. It was all thanks to Miao Jiao Jiao. Aunt Chen felt deeply grateful and moved. From then on, she treated Miao Jiao Jiao with even more kindness and respect. After lunch in the room, Miao Jiao Jiao walked around, looking at Han Lingji's room with her hands behind her back. Han Lingji followed her. "So, how do you feel? Is it comfortable being here for the first time?" Miao Jiao Jiao turned and smiled. "It's nice. Your father and Aunt Chen are both very kind."
Han Lingji smiled.
"I can tell my dad likes you. He doesn't talk much, but you'll get used to him after spending more time together." Miao Jiao Jiao blinked playfully. "Just like you used to be, always with that serious face." Han Lingji didn't deny it. He smiled and leaned a little closer to her. "And you used to be a chubby little girl."
"Hey,
you." Miao Jiao Jiao raised her eyebrows, pretending to be angry. Before she could say more, he gently stopped her with a warm gesture. "Miao Jiao Jiao. What an annoying guy." After a moment of quiet affection, They sat down face to face to talk about something serious. Han Lingji looked at her and began slowly. Remember I told you in my letter that the health clinic's archive room was destroyed in a fire 4 years ago? That fire was actually started on purpose by a young nurse. She had been dismissed from the clinic for certain reasons, and out of anger, she did something terrible. When the assigned personnel went to check her house, they found that she had secretly hidden some files in the basement, which she used daily for burning firewood. Coincidentally, among the remaining unburned documents, there was information about a childbirth from 19 years ago. According to the investigation, on the day you were born, the health center only had 5 newborns. 3 of them were boys and 2 were girls. Hearing this, Miao Jiao Jiao looked up and asked, "So, the other girl might be my biological sister?" "Yes," Han Lingji nodded. "The parents of those 3 boys are all from this province." Investigators also checked, and those children look very much like their parents. The nurse who delivered the babies back then was friends with Li Qin. She retired several years ago and remembers that Li Qin gave birth to a girl. Miao Jiao Jiao asked, "Where are my biological parents from? Do we have any information about them?" Han Lingji paused for a moment, then stood up and took a file from the cabinet. "The detailed information is inside. Take a look first." Miao Jiao Jiao opened the file with a look of suspicion. After looking at the documents for a while, she couldn't believe her eyes and said, "Is this really correct?" She was deeply shocked inside. She never expected that her background might be connected to Miao Shiyu. This was truly surprising. "It's correct." Han Lingji looked into her eyes and said slowly, "At first, I also couldn't believe it when I saw this information. Yesterday, I specifically called the investigators to ask about it. They said that a few days ago, they confronted Li Qin face-to-face at the police station. Li Qin looked very nervous when she heard their suspicions, which seemed abnormal. The investigators deliberately said they would arrange for someone to explain the situation to the Miao family in Jing City. When Li Qin heard this, she immediately became anxious, crying and making a scene. After intense questioning, she finally told the truth. Take a close look at the last page of the documents. It contains the conversation they had at that time." Miao Jiao Jiao flipped to the last page of the file. After a moment, she looked up, a trace of mockery flashing in her eyes. "It's so ridiculous. Because she envied her older sister going to Jing City, Li Qin replaced me with Miao Shiyu, so her daughter could live a better life. She is really good at planning everything." Han Lingji saw her like this and felt a little sad for no clear reason. His dear girl should be living a life free from worries, loved by her family. But all of this was stolen away by the fake Miao Shiyu. Thinking of this, Han Lingji's eyes turned cold, and he hated Miao Shiyu even more. He gently held Miao Jiao Jiao's hand and hugged her to comfort her, saying, "Jiao Jiao, don't be sad. I will take good care of you and stay by your side. Why don't we go to the Miao family now and tell them the whole truth?" "No." Miao Jiao Jiao shook her head and pursed her lips. "It's not the right time now." Han Lingji paused. "Jiao Jiao, what do you want to do?" Miao Jiao Jiao looked out the window. "If I tell the Miao family the truth now, they might be reluctant to give up their daughter, who has been with them for 19 years. They might keep her at home. Based on Li Qin's actions over the years, even though Miao Shiyu doesn't know anything, her daughter is always around me, and I can't feel at ease. Moreover, Miao Shiyu hurt your family, and I can't get along peacefully with her." Han Lingji's eyes flickered. "What do you mean?" "So," Miao Jiao Jiao turned to look at him and smiled slightly. "I plan to accidentally reveal her true background to Miao Shiyu and see what she does." Han Lingji frowned. "But if you do that, Miao Shiyu might hurt you." Although they didn't interact much, he had known some things about the Miao family since childhood, playing with the young masters there. Miao Shiyu was not only spoiled and prone to crying but also very stubborn and bossy. She believed she must get what she wanted. If she found out that she wasn't your biological daughter, she might become resentful and do something irrational. "Come what may, I'm not afraid," Miao Jiao Jiao said coldly. "If she had a clearer mind, she wouldn't have caused that tragedy in your family. After that incident, if she was sensible, she wouldn't keep bothering you again and again. Last time, when Miao Shiyu's arm was cut by you, She didn't care about her brother's injury but felt wronged because she was scolded. Honestly, I find it hard to believe her character is good. She has been able to live well in the Meow family for so many years because her family has always loved and protected her. I just want to see if, after learning the truth, she will secretly cause trouble. If Meow Shiyu finds out her background, but chooses not to tell the Meow family and instead secretly does small tricks, then that would suit her perfectly. I want to see how Meow Shiyu will act. If it weren't for her biological mother, Li Qin, the original owner might still be living happily, loved and cared for by her family. How could she end up weak and sick from too many toxins in her body, accidentally falling and hitting a tree to die? Maybe, having been in this body for so long, the original owner's past experiences feel so real to her, as if she lived them herself. So, she cannot forgive or forget Li Qin's malicious actions. Of course, what she least wants to see is, even if the truth is revealed and Meow Shiyu stays in the Meow family, enjoying her family's love, it would be utterly ridiculous. So, before recognizing her relatives, even if Meow Shiyu is innocent, she plans to find a way to drive her out of the Meow family. She simply doesn't want to see Meow Shiyu in the family anymore. Whether you call her cold or unkind, she will never back down. Now, if Meow Shiyu really does something bad to hurt her, how will the Meow family react when they find out? She is very curious. Will they protect Meow Shiyu? Is the Meow family worth her recognizing as relatives? When she was bored in modern times, she read several stories about fake and real daughters. In some stories, after the real daughter is recognized, her biological parents think she's ungrateful and petty and instead favor the fake daughter. Even with blood ties, the parents feel more attached to the girl they raised. Such things do happen in real life too. Meow Jiao Jiao isn't very interested in recognizing relatives. After all, these are her original family members, not hers. She now has her own life. Her job, her friends, she doesn't lack family affection. So if the Meow family truly spoils Meow Shiyu blindly, like in those stories, then she'd rather not have such a family. Hearing Meow Jiao Jiao's explanation, Han Lingji probably guessed her thoughts. He nodded and said, "Okay, I understand. But you also need to be careful. If anything happens, communicate with me immediately." He definitely supported Jiao's decision. He also believed in Jiao's fighting ability. Moreover, Jiao has secrets she hasn't told him. There must be ways for her to protect herself, so he isn't too worried. Meow Jiao Jiao smiled at him. "By the way, we seem to be quite connected." Unexpectedly, after all the twists and turns, she is now with Han Lingji under a different identity. Han Lingji's eyes carried a hint of a smile as he nodded. Yes, indeed. Sometimes, fate has its own plans. Fate, huh? Meow Jiao Jiao whispered softly, a bitter smile on her lips. If the original owner had been living well, perhaps she wouldn't have been able to transfer into the other person's body. Maybe she would have been struck by lightning and turned into a lonely soul wandering around. Could all this really be the work of fate? A subtle feeling arose in Meow Jiao Jiao's heart. She sensed that she might have some connection with the original owner. Otherwise, it wouldn't be such a coincidence that she ended up in her body. No matter what, she would live freely and happily with the original owner's part. Meow Jiao Jiao asked, "Is this matter only known to you and me? Will the police report this?" Han Lingji replied, "No, I already informed my father using his identity." "Don't worry," Meow Jiao Jiao then asked, "And Li Qin?" Han Lingji said, "She's being held for now. After you and the Miaojia family recognize each other, let them handle it. It depends on how the Miaojia family deals with that wicked woman. Hopefully, they won't disappoint him." Meow Jiao Jiao nodded and asked, "Can you tell me more about the Miaojia family?" Right now, she only knew Meow Jiao Shuyu and Meow Jiao Shubai. Meow Jiao Shuyu's personality was obvious, spoiled and unreasonable. Indeed, her genes were strong. She saw Li Qin's shadow in her. Meow Jiao Shubai, on the other hand, was completely different. Polite, rational, and quite nice. She was curious because she wanted to understand the Miaojia family better to prepare for future dealings. "Okay," Han Lingji paused for a moment and slowly said, "There are 10 members in the Miao family, including 3 generations of grandparents, parents, and children. Grandpa Miao was sick a few years ago because of overwork, and now he is resting at the old house. Grandpa Miao has 2 sons. His eldest son, Miao Yinghao, who is your father, works in Beijing. His wife, Li Jia, your mother, is the director of surgery at the first hospital of Beijing. You have 3 older brothers. Your eldest brother, Miao Shulang, is a secretary. Your second brother, Miao Shukai, is a company commander in the army. Your third brother, Miao Shubai, works in the propaganda department of the military group. Grandpa Miao's youngest son, your uncle Miao Yingjia, is in charge of a state-owned enterprise in Beijing. Your aunt Bao Yulan manages a department store. Your cousin Miao Shuz is only 15 and still in high school." Han Lingji paused and looked at her, then said, "And the last one is you, my fiancé, Miao Jiao Jiao." Feeling unexpectedly touched, this guy is quite charming, so it seems the Miao family's business is quite strong. A hint of a smile appeared in Han Lingji's eyes. Of course. The Miao family ranks high among the families in Beijing. So if you recognize your family, you can walk freely in Beijing. That sounds pretty good. Miao Jiao Jiao raised her eyebrows first, then said, "But just thinking about Miao Shuyu enjoying her life in the Miao family makes me feel uncomfortable. Lingji, do me a favor. Why not reveal my background to her soon? I can't wait for her to make her move." Near the Miao family mansion, a middle-aged man in a black cotton coat was quietly waiting around the corner, holding a letter in his hand. When the sun set, a petite figure slowly walked over from a distance. The middle-aged man's eyes lit up. What a coincidence! He had waited for her to be alone on the very first day. He looked to the side, pretending to rush over from another direction. They accidentally bumped into each other, and the envelope in his hand fell to the ground. "Oh." Miao Shiyu covered her head and glared angrily. "You really have no eyes when you walk." A middle-aged man quickly picked up the envelope from the ground and apologized. "Sorry, I was in a hurry to deliver a message from Commander Han to the Miao family, so I accidentally bumped into you. Sorry about that." He then prepared to run toward the Miao family estate. "Hey, wait a moment." Upon hearing the words, Commander Han, Miao Shiyu quickly called out to stop the man. "I'm the daughter of the Miao family. Please give me that letter. I will pass it to my father later." The man turned to look at Miao Shiyu, seeming to recognize her and feeling a bit awkward. "Oh, it's you. But this letter is quite important. It was written by Commander Han's son, and he wants to deliver it personally to your father." So, hearing that the letter was from Han Lingji, Miao Shiyu quickly said, "It's okay. I will definitely give it to my father. Don't worry. All right then." "Thank you very much," the man said carefully, handing the letter to her with both hands. "I'll be going now. I need to reply to someone." Yes. "Okay," Miao Shi replied, tucking the envelope into her pocket. She then hurried toward the Miao family estate. Today was the 7th day of the Lunar New Year. The rest of the Miao family and her younger uncle's family had gone to the old house for a meal. Miao Shiyu didn't really want to go, so she casually found an excuse to stay at home. After everyone left, she secretly sneaked out to go shopping with her good friend and only just returned a moment ago. Back on the 2nd floor, in her room, she took out the letter and placed it on the table, looking a bit puzzled. Why would Brother Han write to her father? Is there something he can't say face to face? By the way, Brother Han hadn't visited the Miao family for a long time. Maybe he had some secret difficulty, so he chose to communicate through a letter? Miao Shiyu was very curious about what was written inside. She looked at the envelope and saw that nothing was written on it. She could easily open it, read the letter, then put it in a new envelope and give it to her father later. No one would notice. But would that be too rude? In just a moment, Miao Shiyu abandoned that idea. Biting her lip, she justified her actions in her mind. She just wanted to see if Brother Han mentioned her. It wouldn't hurt to take a quick look, right? Thinking this way, she quickly opened the envelope. However, as soon as she read the first few lines, her face immediately turned pale. "Hello, Uncle Han, this is Han Lingji. Because of some things I found out that Miao Shiyu is not your biological daughter. Your real daughter is someone else." "No, that can't be." How could I not be my parents' real daughter? She trembled, her lips trembling with disbelief, as she continued to read. This letter only explains that Han Lingji heard Miao Jiao Jiao complain about Li Qin's past actions toward her. He was curious and investigated, then discovered the truth. He didn't say much more. He kept it simple to avoid revealing too much and arousing suspicion from Miao Shiyu. It was also a test to see if Miao Shiyu would secretly read it. When she saw the part where Li Qin confessed, Miao Shiyu's mind went blank, and she almost fainted.
No.
This can't be true. How could she have been switched? Even more infuriating, the person who was switched was actually Miao Jiao Jiao, that brat who stole her man? So, Miao Jiao Jiao is actually the daughter of the Miao family in Jing City. And she is just an ordinary girl from a small-town family? How is that possible? I don't believe it. Miao Shiyu threw the letter down, clutching her head and shouting angrily. After a while, she looked up with a face full of hatred. Grinding her teeth, she said, "No, that shameless girl Miao Jiao Jiao is definitely not our parents' daughter. Why should she be? I am the true daughter and heiress of the Miao family. I have lived in this house for 19 years. My parents and brother all love me. She can't take that away." Just after she finished speaking fiercely, Miao Shiyu's eyes suddenly turned red and tears streamed down her face. Ugh.
No. This can't be. Ugh.
What should I do? She sobbed intermittently on the table for a while. Suddenly, there was movement downstairs. It was probably her parents returning from the old house. Miao Shiyu quickly got up, wiped her red, swollen eyes with her sleeve. Her gaze once again fell on the last few lines of the letter. "Uncle Miao, this matter is something I accidentally discovered. No one else, not even Jiao Jiao, knows about it. The reason I am telling you first is so that you and Aunt can take the initiative to explain everything to Jiao Jiao. After all, this is also the fault of the Miao family. You should show the right attitude to earn her forgiveness. I hope it won't take too long." Miao Shiyu reread the letter, holding the paper tightly. Her fingers pressed into her palm, turning blue. But she didn't feel any pain. What does it mean to show the right attitude? Miao Shiyu almost hissed through her teeth, full of anger. Isn't this forcing the Miao family to drive me away? Han Lingji, I never thought you could be so cruel, caring more about a woman than our 10 years of friendship. As she spoke, tears started to flow uncontrollably. After a moment, she clenched her fists tightly, her teeth clenched with a clicking sound. No, I absolutely can't let anyone see this letter. I am the daughter of the Miao family. What is Miao Jiao Jiao? Just a poor girl from the countryside. Miao Shiyu still thought Miao Jiao Jiao was working as a farm girl in the countryside. She had no idea that she was already in Beijing. I must destroy all these proofs before Han Lingji tells my parents, and I need to find someone to get rid of Miao Jiao Jiao. A dark glint flashed in her eyes. I will never let that girl step into the Miao family again. But what should she do? She still needed to arrange for people to go to 2 places. At this moment, a gentle voice came from outside the door. "Xiaoyu, are you in your room? Are you feeling unwell?" Hearing this, Miao Shiyu quickly wiped her tears messily, locked the letter in the cabinet, and then composed herself. She put on a weak look and opened the door. "Mom, my headache is better. You're back from Grandpa's place." Li Jie saw her daughter's swollen eyes and looked worried. "Why are you crying? Is your headache so bad? Should your older brother take you to the hospital?" Miao Shiyu forced a smile. "It's okay now, Mom. I feel much better." She didn't want to go to the old house earlier, so she used her headache as an excuse to stay home. But just now, after reading that letter, her head hurt even more, and her heart felt blocked and heavy. Still, she didn't want to go anywhere. She just wanted to stay in her room and have a good cry. Seeing her so obedient, Li Jie felt a little pity and gently stroked her hair. "If you're uncomfortable, you must tell Mom right away, understand?" Miao Shiyu's nose felt sore, and tears almost fell. Such a kind and gentle mother belongs to her. She absolutely wouldn't let her go. "All right, I'll cook dinner later and call you down to eat. You can rest a little longer." Li Jie said this and was about to turn and go downstairs. "Mom," Miao Shiyu suddenly called her. Li Jie looked at her. Hmm? What's wrong? Miao Shiyu hesitated and said, suppose, point one day, you find out I am not your daughter. Would you still love me? Haha, what nonsense are you talking about? Li Jie laughed and shook her head, then touched her forehead. You little girl, have you been reading too many stories? How could I not be your real mother? As she finished speaking, she saw Miao Shiyu with a strange expression. Seeing this, Li Jie slightly frowned. So, her daughter was really hiding in her room reading stories, which made her think so wildly. But how could she read stories when she was feeling unwell? Could it be that today she was pretending on purpose, just to avoid going to the old house? At this moment, Miao Shiyu didn't notice her mother's expression at all. She was lowering her eyes, biting her lip, wanting to ask more. But in the next second, Li Jie's voice came coldly. Xiaoyu, have you been hiding in your room reading stories all day, trying to fool me with illness? You, girl, are always so stubborn. Since you were little, your grandfather has been so good to you. Today, you didn't go to the old house to visit him, and he's very disappointed. If you weren't my biological daughter, I sometimes really feel like hitting you. Hearing this, Miao Shiyu's heart clenched. Suddenly, she felt a little breathless. Biological daughter. Biological daughter. Could it be that a child raised for 19 years is no match for blood relation? Seeing her with her head down, standing still in silence, Li Jie thought she had realized her mistake and sighed. Xiaoyu, Mom doesn't want to say this, but sometimes you really are too unreasonable. You're already this old, you should understand some things. Today, your little uncle and his family are also here. I went downstairs to cook. Remember to come over for dinner later. As she spoke, she turned and left. After hearing her leave, Maya Shiyu finally lifted her red, swollen eyes. She bit her lower lip so hard that it almost bled.
Huh.
In the end, you just don't love me. Otherwise, why do you always mention your own daughter? Today, your little uncle's family also ate at Maya Shiyu's house. Aunt Bao Yulan saw Maya Shiyu coming down only at mealtime and said sarcastically, Oh, Shiyu is home. I thought you weren't here. Why have you been hiding upstairs and not coming down? Did you see us and deliberately avoid us? Bao Yulan is proud and speaks quickly and sharply. For some reason, she has never liked Maya Shiyu very much. And that's not true. I just wasn't feeling well earlier. Maya Shiyu forced a smile, but she felt very annoyed inside. Bao Yulan wanted to say more but was stopped by her husband's look. Maya Yingji smiled warmly and patted his wife's hand, saying to Maya Shiyu, Xiaoyu, if you're not feeling well, rest more. Your aunt is just concerned about you. Seeing that her daughter didn't look quite right, the head of the family, Maya Yingho, spoke. Let's eat. We've all been tired after spending the day at the old house. Bao Yulan pouted and rubbed her arm. Yes, it was quite tiring. That old man really has a strange temper. Every time we go there, we have to do farm work all day. Honestly, if she weren't the elder, she wouldn't want to go. Maya Shiyu probably has the same idea, secretly finding excuses not to go to the old house. Come here, son. Have a chicken leg. Bao Yulan smiled and put a chicken leg into Mayasha's bowl. Eat more, so you can grow taller. Mayasha's didn't refuse and simply took a bite. He casually said with a sharp tongue, You're so short. Don't expect me to grow much taller. The 15-year-old Mayasha's is 167 centimeters tall. Among peers, he's not considered short, and he still has room to grow. His father, Maya Yingji, is 182 centimeters, but his mother, Bao Yulan, is only 152 centimeters. They make a cute height difference. If she inherits her mother's height, it might be a problem. Hey, you little guy, Bao Yulan glared at him angrily. This kid always knows how to hit her where it hurts. She knows he's sensitive about his height, but he always teases her on purpose. He really is a troublemaker. Seeing the mother and son start their usual bickering, others calmly continue eating, used to their antics. Li Jie smiled as she picked a piece of fish and put it into Miaosha's bowl. Here, little Zay, eat more. Thank you, Annie. Miaosha smiled at her and quickly started eating. She understands him best, knowing he loves fish the most. Her own mother is just rough and straightforward. Seeing this clear difference, Bao Yulan snorted, but said nothing. Big brother's family treats them well. Except for disagreements with Miao Shiyu, she likes everyone else. Xiaoyu, why don't you eat more vegetables? Miao Shubai sat beside her, noticing she hadn't touched her food and feeling worried. Are you feeling unwell? I'm fine. Third brother. Miao Shiyu replied, but she looked upset and couldn't swallow her food. Li Jie frowned at her daughter's gloomy look. If you don't want to eat, don't. Go upstairs and sleep early. This girl is still sulking with her. She only said a few words of scolding, and she's already angry? Her temper is too spoiled. If only she had listened to her father and sent her to the military camp to toughen up. Big brother Miao Shuling looked at his mother with a hint of dissatisfaction. He softly said, if you're not feeling well, go to the hospital. Don't act like you're about to die. No one owes you anything. Bang. If I don't want to eat, I won't. Miao Shiyu suddenly slammed her bowl and chopsticks onto the table. Her nose stung, and her eyes instantly turned red. Then she covered her face with her arm and ran upstairs crying. Everyone else at the table looked confused. Bao Yulan looked up and asked, what's going on? Why is she so angry? Although she didn't like her niece very much, she still cared because they were family. The others exchanged glances, feeling a bit puzzled. Li Jie looked upstairs and frowned, saying, it's nothing. Kids just throw tantrums. I'll talk to her later. Is this girl really just upset because she has no appetite? Did I misunderstand her? Thinking this, Li Jie felt a bit uncomfortable. After Miao Shiyu caused a fuss, the atmosphere at the dinner table became a little awkward. What should have been a nice family meal ended quietly. After dinner at Han Ling's house, Miao Jiao was taken back to Meng Baobao's home. Although they were dating, Miao Jiao wouldn't stay at Han's house before they got married. As they approached the destination, Han Ling took the opportunity to drive the car to a quiet spot. Then he hugged her and showed affection. Halfway, Miao Jiao tried hard to get out of the car. Han Lingji, stop messing around. Let me get out. Han Lingji rested his head on her shoulder, looking a bit sad. Tomorrow, you're going shopping and you don't want me to go. And soon you said you want to practice dancing and singing. I'll be joining the army in a few days. I don't know when we'll meet again. Miao Jiao was soft and didn't argue back. When she heard his pitiful voice, her heart softened suddenly. She patted his head gently, like comforting a child. Okay, I'll hold you a little longer. Don't be sad. Han Lingji's eyes shone, and his gentle, magnetic voice said, Jiao, you're so good. Of course, Miao Jiao said with a pout, a small smile creeping up her lips. This guy sometimes acts like a child. It's like he's regressing more and more. The next morning, early, Miao Jiao and Meng Baobao got up and went out shopping. Meng Baobao smiled and said, come on, let's visit some sites in the morning, then go to the department store in the afternoon. My mom gave me money and told me to buy you a piece of clothing. Miao Jiao waved her hand. No need to be so polite. I have money myself. Meng Baobao insisted. No, you saved me before and helped me so much. It's only right. If I don't buy you clothes, my mom will definitely scold me when I get back. Miao Jiao said, Andy is too kind. My mom is a good person. She likes you too. So don't feel embarrassed. Meng Baobao tugged at her arm, shaking it vigorously with a determined look, as if she wouldn't give up unless she got her way. Miao Jiao couldn't help but laugh and say, Okay, I understand. Then the two of them went to the Forbidden City. This place was especially lively. During the New Year holiday, many people who hadn't gone back to work yet loved to take their families and children out to visit. When they arrived at Tiananmen, Meng Baobao scratched her head and said, It's a pity we woke up too late. Otherwise, we could have watched the flag-raising ceremony. I've been here a few times with my parents, and it was always very crowded. Miao Jiao had never been to Beijing before in her modern life. She was very interested in the scenery around her, looking around and exploring. Both girls dressed in bright, youthful clothes and looked very pretty. As they wandered, some people couldn't help but secretly glance at them. Meng Baobao was busy showing Miao Jiao the sights, not paying attention to the stares. Miao Jiao, who was confident and thick-skinned, felt happy inside to be appreciated. They spent quite a while exploring the Forbidden City, and only around noon did they go to a nearby state-run restaurant for a meal. Miao Jiao Jiao paid for this meal. After eating, they linked arms and strolled leisurely to the department store. Today was the 8th day of the new year, and the department store was quite crowded, mostly with parents shopping with their children. The Beijing department store was very large, with 3 floors. It had many products, and the styles were very modern. During their shopping, Meng Baobao found a blue and white coat she liked very much. She insisted on trying it on with Miao Jiao Jiao. Meng Baobao admired herself in the mirror for a while, then turned to ask, "Jiao Jiao, do I look good?" Miao Jiao Jiao smiled and nodded. "Yes, you look great." Both girls wore matching outfits, standing happily in front of the mirror. They looked radiant, like a pair of beautiful twin sisters. For some reason, Miao Jiao Jiao's eyes suddenly welled up with tears. At that moment, she felt very happy. Friendship and love, they both had now. These were things she had never dared to imagine before. The 2 pieces of clothing cost over 200 yuan in total, and Meng Baobao generously paid with money and cloth vouchers. After buying the clothes, they picked up a few more things. When they had almost finished shopping, Miao Jiao Jiao and Meng Baobao, carrying their bags, went downstairs to head back home. At the front desk of the first floor, Lin Yile was pointing at a lipstick and talking to Lu Ling suddenly. She saw a familiar face not far ahead. Her eyes lit up. "Baby, you're back from the countryside," but as soon as she said it, she regretted it. Stammering, she awkwardly said, "Hey, I didn't mean to miss you. I mean, how come you're back from the countryside? That girl really is something." She ran off to the countryside without saying a word, making it hard for her to find her later. Lu Ling's eyes flashed with surprise for a moment. Then she smiled and walked over. "Meng baby, long time no see. Are you doing well?" Miao Jiao Jiao looked at Meng baby and asked, "Baby, who are they?" Meng baby clenched her fists and said quietly, "They're the friends I told you about before. The ones I used to get along with very well." Miao Jiao Jiao glanced at the 2 in front of her and whispered, "Which one was the one who went to your house to complain about feeling dizzy?" Meng baby pursed her lips. "The one at the back." "Hey, what are you 2 whispering about?" "We said hello. Didn't you hear us?" Lin Yao pouted and hummed. After what happened earlier, she was really angry at the time and said some harsh words to end the friendship. Plus, she didn't get into the military art troupe and her mother scolded her badly. But she didn't say that Meng baby was the troublemaker. Later, her mother used connections to get her into the troupe's logistics department. She was busy working in the troupe and didn't think about it anymore. A few months later, she wondered if it was all a misunderstanding. After all, she knew Meng baby, just a simple, naive girl. How could she possibly be mean on purpose? But when she went to Meng's house to find her, she learned that Meng baby had already gone to the countryside to be a young worker. Hearing this, Lin Yile felt uneasy. Meng baby's family background was similar to hers. Both were spoiled and raised pampered. Going to the countryside to farm must be very hard. If she had known earlier, she wouldn't have said such harsh words. Meng baby was probably driven away by them. So, she had always felt guilty inside. Several times, I wanted to ask Meng's family for Meng Baobao's rural address, but she was always afraid and backed away. This time when I saw Meng Baobao, I was really very happy. Next to her stood a very pretty woman. It was obvious they were very close. Suddenly, I felt a strange ache in my heart. Once, my relationship with Bao Bao was also very good. Now, Meng Bao Bao doesn't feel very happy either. Although she is a bit silly, she values friendship the most. Seeing a former friend who had cut ties with her and someone who might have betrayed her, all her good mood disappeared. She said coldly, "I have nothing to do with you. I am not obligated to respond." Hearing this, Lin Yile was upset and stomped her foot. "Meng Bao Bao, what kind of attitude is that? You're making me so mad." Lu Ling nodded in agreement.
Meng Bao Bao, zu ve trên vết.
"We were just being friendly, and you say things like that." Meng Bao Bao snorted coldly. "Of course I've changed. I'm not the fool I was before, fooled around by you. Bao Bao, that really hurts my feelings. I don't think I've done anything to upset you. Lu Ling's eyes flickered with a hint of panic. What does Meng Bao Bao mean? Could she have guessed that she was behind that previous incident? Meng Bao Bao kept her eyes on Lu Ling. She caught the nervous expression on her face. Her suspicions were confirmed, and she suddenly felt relieved. You know what you did. Stop pretending now. Lu Ling bit her lip and said softly, I don't know what you're talking about. Neither Yael nor I blamed you back then, and we didn't tell our family elders. Are you trying to blame me now? It's been so long, and there's no evidence left. No matter how much Meng Bao Bao suspects, she can't prove it was her. Bao Bao, what are you doing? Seeing her two friends arguing, Lin Yael felt uncomfortable. Yes, we were careless and didn't investigate thoroughly back then, but you can't just blame Xiaoling like that. Since more than a year has passed, she hasn't been in contact with them, and her past feelings have long faded. Lin Yael never believed her and thought she was just being unreasonable. Miao Jiao Jiao protected Meng Bao Bao behind her and looked coldly at Lu Ling. Bao Bao told me about what happened before. She said you three took the exam for the military arts troupe, but in the end, only you made it into the singing group. It all happened very coincidentally, so it's normal for Bao Bao to doubt you. Since we met so luckily today, let's clear this up. We can't let Bao Bao be the innocent victim. Lu Ling was frightened by her fierce gaze and took a step back. What? What do you mean? Miao Jiao Jiao didn't look at her but turned to Meng Bao Bao. Bao Bao, I ask you again, what happened back then wasn't your fault, right? Meng Bao Bao's nose felt sour. Yes, it wasn't me. I feel so wronged. Lu Ling's eyes flickered and almost blurted out. But I and Yael ate at your house and felt sick, so it wasn't you. Xiao Ling Lin Yael pulled at her clothes. I already discussed this with you. Based on Bao Bao's personality, she wouldn't do such a thing. Meng Bao Bao's eyes showed surprise. She didn't expect Lin Yael to defend her. Miao Jiao Jiao blinked at Meng Bao Bao. All right, Bao Bao, if it wasn't you, how can you prove it? Hearing this, Meng Bao Bao's mind raced, and she immediately said, I swear. If I did it, I would be struck by lightning and never have a good life. Having been struck by lightning once, Miao Jiao Jiao thought. What a silly girl. What is she talking about? Haha, being struck by lightning is not a pleasant experience. She hadn't done anything bad, yet she still got struck by lightning. Oh. Miao Jiao Jiao just wanted to make Meng Bao Bao lie casually and cause Lu Ling to slip up. But she didn't expect this girl to be so straightforward and not understand her plan at all. However, after Meng Bao Bao said that, Miao Jiao Jiao quickly thought of another plan. She smiled and looked at Lu Ling. See, Bao Bao just swore. Now, what about you? Do you dare swear with your life that you had nothing to do with that incident? Why should I? Lu Ling's eyes flickered nervously as she forced herself to speak. This is superstitious nonsense. If someone hears us, it will be bad. Miao Jiao Jiao looked around. Right now, it's just the four of us here in the corner. No one else will know if you don't say anything. I'll ask you once. Do you dare to do it? If not, it means you have a problem. You're crazy. I won't mess around with you. Lu Ling got anxious. She grabbed Lin Yael and tried to leave. Yael, let's go. Xiaoling Lin Yael didn't leave. She looked a bit hesitant. Wait, let's clarify things before we go. Lin Yael felt conflicted inside. Xiaoling is usually gentle and shy. When did she become so angry and anxious? Could it really be that they are right? Was it all just Xiaoling's deliberate act? Now she's angry because she doesn't want to be caught? Yael, do you not believe me either? When have I ever lied to you? Lu Ling's eyes turned red, and she looked at her with disbelief. After all these years, you don't trust me? I'm so disappointed. She turned around angrily and ran away. Xiaoling, Lin Yael first looked at Meng Bao Bao, then hurried after her. Watching them run away, Meng Bao Bao snorted in anger. Look at Lu Ling. She's definitely the one causing trouble. I'm so mad. I must get revenge. Miao Jiao Jiao asked. How do you want to get revenge? Find someone to beat her up. No. Lu Ling did so many disgusting things. I won't be like her. Meng Bao Bao lifted her chin confidently. In half a month, we're going to take the Military District Arts Troupe exam. I will definitely get into the singing group. From now on, I want to show everyone my strength and crush her so she can never rise again. Oh, really? Miao Jiao Jiao raised an eyebrow, teasing her.
Ia thích đi con Phin, Mang Bao Bao.
But I wonder if you can really do it. I can. I will, Meng Bao Bao said with determination. Let's start training now. I must surpass her. Miao Jiao Jiao smiled warmly and took her hand. Let's go. We just finished shopping. For the next half month, Miao Jiao Jiao and Meng Bao Bao didn't go out. Every day at dawn, she gets up and runs a few laps around the military compound. After breakfast, she stays in the yard. One person practices dancing on the open ground, while another sings loudly to practice singing. The noise is quite loud, and it makes the whole compound know that Meng's daughter is trying out for the Military District Art Troupe. 2 years ago, Meng's daughter didn't pass the exam, and everyone knew about it.
Some even secretly laughed.
When Meng's daughter first went to the countryside, some thought she was upset about something, so she went to the rural area. People guessed that she probably couldn't handle the hardships and would come back soon. But she stayed in the countryside for over a year and then returned in a very impressive way. You have to admit, Meng's daughter is really tough. The Meng family also has a promising successor now. Time quickly passed. Soon it was early March, the day of the recruitment exam for the Jing City Military District Art Troupe. At the recruitment office of the Jing City Military District Art Troupe, a young man with black-rimmed glasses held a loudspeaker and shouted, "Come on, male team 1, female team 1, stand properly. Bring out your introduction letters and recommendation letters. We will check them one by one. After the check, everyone will go to the front area to measure height and weight." Hearing this, the crowd started to get restless. "Comrade, are there height and weight restrictions? I haven't heard about this before." "Yeah, we finally got the exam spots, and we can't be rejected just because of this." The young man with glasses waved his hand. "Everyone stay calm. Those who are here to take the exam meet the requirements. This is just to record your information." "Oh, that's good. Otherwise, I would be worried sick." "Yes, we've waited so long for this day." Meng's daughter stood at the back of the line, poking the girl in front, Miao Jiao Jiao on the back. "Jiao Jiao, are you nervous?" Jiao Jiao turned her head and smiled. "Not nervous. We've been on stage so many times, there's nothing to be afraid of." Meng's daughter grinned. "Hee, me too." Everyone else in line, especially the male comrades, looked at these two with brighter eyes. Meng Baobao used to visit Miao Jiao Jiao in the countryside from time to share meals. Miao Jiao Jiao's cooking water was always diluted with spiritual spring water. Over time, Meng Baobao also benefited from the spiritual spring water. Her skin was naturally fair and rosy. After being nourished by the spring water, her skin became smooth and shiny, and her overall presence improved a lot. Whenever she and Miao Jiao Jiao walked together, they looked like a pair of beautiful sisters, drawing everyone's attention. Just now, when they smiled, the boys nearby couldn't take their eyes off them. Even before showing any talent, their appearance and aura already outshined other girls. The girls in the team saw this and looked at them with envy and admiration. Soon after the staff finished checking the information, the team moved on to measure height and weight. There was a person recording the details, repeating aloud. Wang Er, 20 years old, 173 centimeters tall, 60 kilograms. Zhang Zhaodi, 18 years old, 159 centimeters tall, 40 kilograms. Miao Jiao Jiao, 19 years old, 163 centimeters tall, 46 kilograms. Meng Baobao, 17 years old, 164 centimeters tall, 49 kilograms. After the measurements, the team followed the staff for a while, then turned into 2 large practice rooms. The staff said those participating in singing and dancing should go to the practice room on the left, others go to the practice room on the right. Later, someone will call out the names and you can go to the exam room with them. Usually, the county cultural troupe only tests singing, dancing, and instruments. But the city, provincial, and military troops have more items, including stage design. Stage design mainly involves scenery, makeup, costumes, and props. It overlaps a bit with logistics, but has different responsibilities. The military troop also added a new item, the creation room, for composing songs and arranging performances. This requires a high level of skill, and only very talented people usually pass. Note, I looked up some of this information online, but some parts one made up because I couldn't find details. Miao Jiao Jiao and Meng Baobao followed the crowd into the left practice room. The two of them found a seat towards the back. But this still couldn't stop others from curious glances. Miao Jiao Jiao raised an eyebrow. It seems that being too good-looking can also be a kind of trouble, Meng Baobao. Jiao Jiao is being vain again. Ren? Many people auditioned for the dance team, but fewer for the singing team, so Meng Baobao took her exam before Miao Jiao Jiao. When Meng Baobao came back, she looked very excited. Miao Jiao Jiao smiled softly, thinking she must have done well in her test. Jiao Jiao. Meng Baobao sat down and leaned close to her ear, excited. I performed really well today, and the teacher even praised me. I know that, teacher. 2 years ago, I was scolded by her during an exam because of my singing. I didn't expect she still remembers me. I'm so happy. Miao Jiao Jiao smiled and said, Congratulations. You should pass. Meng Baobao shook her head. Not sure, but all the teachers are smiling, so I might. Miao Jiao Jiao patted her hand. Let's wait for the notice. I believe in you. Yes, you also need to work hard. Meng Baobao leaned on her arm, proud, lifting her head. I believe in you too. You will definitely surprise everyone. Hello, teachers. My name is Miao Jiao Jiao, from the cultural troupe of Yunshan City, Husheng Province. Miao Jiao Jiao stood in the middle of the open space, smiling as she introduced herself. There were 5 teachers sitting below. When they saw her pure and elegant appearance, everyone's eyes showed a hint of surprise. Sitting in the middle, Teacher Wu looked down at the recommendation letter Miao Jiao Jiao had submitted earlier. He looked up curiously and asked, This letter says you can dance, sing, and even arrange performances. Miao Jiao Jiao's black eyes flickered slightly. She appeared calm on the outside, but was internally annoyed. Wow, Director Wei is really honest. She had only helped arrange a performance once, and it was written in her recommendation letter. Having so many talents listed at once was quite eye-catching. But Director Wei probably meant well. She had already written everything, so she confidently admitted it, since she wasn't afraid. She straightened her back and calmly replied, Yes. The program our county troupe performed at the provincial military event was choreographed by me. Upon hearing this, a few teachers nearby looked at each other with some doubt. Does this girl look young, and is she really that talented? One teacher nearby showed interest and said, Then go ahead and dance first and sing a song later. Since they couldn't perform the choreography live, if she could dance and sing well, it probably meant she was telling the truth. Miao Jiao Jiao smiled and nodded. Okay. Next I will perform a dance choreographed by our county troupe teachers. The song is called, Who Says Our Hometown Is Not Beautiful. This dance had been performed by Miao Jiao Jiao before at the provincial military event, earning loud applause. She had also performed it several times at charity shows, so she was very comfortable and skilled at it. Miao Jiao Jiao assumed her pose and started dancing. Meanwhile, outside the door, a group from the musical instrument team was passing by, joking and laughing. Someone said, Hey, today is the day the troupe recruits new members, right? Maybe we should secretly watch outside. I'm really curious. Others laughed and said, Let's go. We don't have anything to do later, and it's a good chance to see if there are any talented kids. Miao Shuyu was surrounded by everyone, smiling faintly and shaking her head. I won't go. I'm not feeling well. Her good friend Shin Chi tugged her arm and said, Come on, Shuyu, just go and take a quick look. Since Shuyu had been feeling down every day since starting her new job, she hoped that seeing the recruitment might cheer her up. Yeah, Shuyu, let's go see, others urged. All right. Miao Shuyu helplessly nodded and then followed everyone to the practice room outside a few windows on the left. Is that person taking a dance exam? She looks so pretty and dances so well, whispered a girl from the instrument team. Hearing this, Shuyu lazily looked inside. When she saw a familiar figure inside, her eyes froze in surprise. A graceful figure was dancing elegantly. The girl had flowing long hair, snow-white skin, and delicate eyebrows. Her bright, sparkling eyes shimmered with a smile as radiant as the stars. She danced gracefully, like a light swallow in flight. Every movement flowed smoothly and naturally, like water. She looked as clear and beautiful as a lotus flower emerging from the water. All the members of the instrument team outside the window were stunned by her beauty. Someone whispered softly, "Wow, this girl is so pretty. Yes, her dance is so beautiful. I can't take my eyes off her. Amazing. Her dance is as good as the top performers in the dance team. This person should definitely be accepted. Looks like the team leader needs to find a new flower this year." Envious and admiring voices filled the air. Next to her, Miao Shiyu stared intensely at the person inside. Her whole body felt as cold as being in an icy cave. Even her heart seemed to stop beating. Since she saw Brother Han's letter over half a month ago, she has been very anxious. She is truly afraid that one day her background will be exposed. How would her family treat her then? Even if her parents still cared for her, she wouldn't feel comfortable. She was raised with all their love from a young age. How could she be willing to share that love with others? Moreover, that mean girl Miao Jiao Jiao is her rival. Lately, she's been thinking about what to do. Miao Jiao Jiao must be eliminated. That girl stole her man. Now she's trying to take her family away too. She absolutely cannot allow this. And then there's Li Qin, held at Ning City Public Security Bureau. Whether or not she is her biological mother, she will not acknowledge her. She's just a woman from a small town. She's not worthy of her recognition. All current opinions point to Li Qin. Her blood type matches that of the Miao family. If Li Qin changes her mind and admits her mistake, everything will be fine. No one can prove she isn't a biological daughter of the Miao family. But with her current situation, she can't even contact Li Qin. Nowadays, you need a letter of introduction to go out. Even if she finds a reason to leave the province, she can't stay long. Plus, she doesn't know anyone in Beijing, so she can't find anyone to get rid of Miao Jiao Jiao. These days, whenever she thinks about these problems, her head feels like it's going to explode. She is always sad and gloomy, every day. But she never expected this. The person she desperately wanted to get rid of appeared in front of her so quickly. What shocked her the most was that Miao Jiao Jiao didn't farm in the countryside. Instead, she went to take the exam for the military art troupe in Beijing. Looking at the dancing figure inside, Miao Shiyu trembled with anger. "Miao Jiao Jiao, you are deliberately opposing me. You know I can't dance because of my foot injury, but you still show off in front of me like that. It's just too sneaky. Qin Qi, I have something to do, I'm leaving now." Miao Shiyu really couldn't stay any longer. She was afraid that if she stayed a little longer, she might lose control. Miao Shiyu, with a gloomy face, had just walked a short distance when a simple and happy voice came from behind. "Shiyu, Shiyu, wait for me." Hearing the familiar voice, Miao Shiyu paused. She tidied her expression and turned around with a faint smile. "Brother Dolly, what's the matter with you?" Zhang Dolly showed his big white teeth and smiled. "Before the new year, I gave you a box of canned tangerines. Have you finished them? If you have, I'll buy more when I get my next paycheck." A trace of disdain flashed through Miao Shiyu's mind, but she smiled and shook her head. "Thanks for your kindness, but I'll pass. Canned food isn't cheap, and I have some at home too." She had shared that box of canned tangerines with her colleagues. She hadn't tasted a single one and didn't want to accept his gift. "All right then." Zhang Dolly scratched his head awkwardly, cautiously, and expectantly. "Well, I'm going to lead the soldiers for new recruit training, which might take 2 months. Do you want to go see a movie together tomorrow if you're free?" Zhang Dolly is a platoon leader responsible for training new soldiers. He always leads the team during training. Miao Shiyu looked apologetic. "Sorry, I already made plans for tomorrow. Maybe next time." "Sorry about that." "Oh, okay." Zhang Dolly awkwardly smiled. His invitation was rejected. Although his father works in the military, it's not as prestigious as the Miaos. They have known each other since childhood and grew up in the same military compound. He had always regarded her as a younger sister. Over the past 2 years, I have noticed that Miao Shiyu has become increasingly cute and charming, and I feel strangely drawn to her. It just so happens that Miao Shiyu is a performance soldier in the military arts troupe, so he often looks for chances to talk with her. Whenever he finds something fun or delicious, he actively seeks her out. Since he was promoted, he has subtly expressed his feelings, but Miao Shiyu has never responded. Over time, this has become a bit tiring. His parents at home also urge him to forget about it, but he is stubborn and refuses. After being rejected again, he feels quite disappointed. Then you're busy, I'll go first, Zhang Dali said, feeling a bit down. Miao Shiyu nodded at him. Just as he was about to turn and leave, he suddenly remembered something. He quickly said, Brother Dali, this time during the new soldier training, will the new performance soldiers be there too? Zhang Dali was surprised. Yes. Why do you ask? A glint appeared in Miao Shiyu's eyes. That mean girl will definitely be accepted into the troupe. On the surface, she can't be stopped. If that's the case, why not arrange for someone to secretly remove Miao Jiao Jiao during training? But Zhang Dali is honest and kind, so he clearly can't do such a thing. However, causing her some trouble is possible. Miao Shiyu said, Actually, I have a sister who recently told me about a shameless fox spirit who stole her boyfriend. I just secretly wanted a colleague to see the new recruits in the troupe, and I found that person among them. She might get accepted. When you're training, be careful not to let her flirt around. If you notice anything suspicious, report it quickly. Zhang Dali asked immediately, What's her name? Miao Shiyu stepped closer and whispered, Her name is Miao Jiao Jiao. You'll recognize her when you see her. Brother Dali, this involves my sister's reputation, so I hope you won't tell anyone. Just keep an eye on her quietly. Okay, I understand. I'll definitely do that. Zhang Dali nodded seriously. The military has strict rules about dating. Especially for performance soldiers, dating is generally not allowed. Only veterans who have served over 3 years or officers are permitted to have partners. If someone already has a partner before joining the army, they must report it. People with bad habits must be watched carefully. Later, they need to be disciplined so that Shiyu's friends are not upset. Seeing Zhang Dali looking so serious, Miao Shiyu felt very happy inside. Humph. Miao Jiao Jiao. Since you've come right to us, just wait and see. After Miao Jiao Jiao finished her dance, the whole audience burst into enthusiastic applause. 2 dance teachers in the middle exchanged glances, both smiling. Teacher Wu said happily, Very good. As you said in your letter, you are very talented and have strong dancing skills. Teacher Zhang asked curiously, Comrade Miao Jiao Jiao, can you do ballet? The dance troupe usually performs 2 types of dance, folk dance and ballet. Teacher Zhang teaches ballet. Miao Jiao Jiao shook her head. No, I haven't learned it before. Teacher Zhang looked disappointed. That's a pity. Your body and flexibility are very suitable for ballet. Ballet became popular after the founding of the country. Classical operas like Red Detachment of Women and White-Haired Girl are performed with ballet and are highly praised by audiences. Most ballet dancers start learning at a young age. After 16, it becomes hard to change because the tendons and bones are already set. But others might find it difficult, though Miao Jiao Jiao might have a chance. She only studied folk dance for a little over a year, but is now quite skilled. This is thanks not only to her flexible body and resilience, but also to her talent and hard work. Miao Jiao Jiao smiled confidently. Teacher, if I get accepted, I will try. Since choosing the art troupe, she never planned to develop in a less respectable way. If she wants to shine on stage, she must perform well so everyone remembers her face. Teacher Zhang showed a surprised smile. All right, let's wait and see. I love children who are talented, ambitious, and have dreams. Young, energetic, with endless possibilities for the future. Teacher Wu chuckled and teased. Teacher Zhang, she hasn't even sung yet and you're already eager to accept her? Teacher Zhang raised an eyebrow. Everyone can see her dance skills are good. Anyway, she is trying out for the dance team. Other teachers also smiled and agreed, this girl is really talented. Teacher Wu looked at Xiao Jiao with a gentle smile. Girl, your spot is almost certain. Do you still want to sing? Have you thought about it? The meaning was clear. If she didn't sing, she would still get in. But if she sang and didn't do well, it might affect everyone's opinion. Xiao Jiao understood what was meant, but she couldn't take back what she said. She had already shown everyone she could sing and dance. Backing out now wasn't her style. I've thought it through. I prepared a song. Red dandelion flowers bloom brightly. I hope you all like it. Sitting nearby, Teacher Lin crossed his arms and watched eagerly. When he heard Xiao Jiao would sing that song, he became excited. Red dandelion flowers bloom brightly is a folk song from northern Shaanxi. It has high notes and is quite difficult to sing. Not many can do it well. She is a music teacher, so she knows these things. He didn't expect this dance-focused girl to choose the song. Teacher Lin's eyes showed a bit of hope. Then, go ahead and start singing. Okay. Xiao Jiao nodded, cleared her throat, and began to sing. Over the mountain. Oh, over the water. At this moment, the room was very quiet. A clear, beautiful voice filled the air. Everyone looked up in surprise. They all turned to look at the girl in front. Our team is strong, thousands of households. Cough, cough, open the door, cough, cough. The girl stood there, softly opening her red lips. Her singing was sweet and melodious, pure and clear, with great power to reach the audience. Everyone was drawn in immediately. She sang high notes one after another, without a single gasp. Teacher Lin listened with increasing excitement, even tapping his foot and humming along. When Xiao Jiao finished singing, everyone had a satisfied smile on their faces. Great. Well sung. Teacher Lin stood up excitedly, clapping his hands and smiling warmly. Little girl, your singing voice is really good. Why not join our singing team? I can arrange a solo for you, and you can perform on stage with me. Two dance teachers, Teacher Wu and Teacher Zhang, quickly stepped in to stop him. Hey, Teacher Lin, don't just take her away like that. If you do, I'll have to report to the team leader. Other teachers nearby agreed, saying, let the girl choose for herself. Suddenly, everyone's attention turned back to Miao Jiao Jiao. Miao Jiao Jiao's mouth twitched. This scene feels so familiar. The Jing City Military Troupe is the biggest arts troupe in the country, and everyone dreams of joining it. Before the audition, Director Wei told them that big arts groups like this have limited spots. The singing team usually has fewer openings, while the dance team is easier to get into because they need more people. Miao Jiao Jiao thought that no matter which team she joined, it wouldn't make much difference. So she decided to give up one spot in the singing team. Miao Jiao Jiao, I'll join the dance team. I'll also spend time learning to sing. Hearing this, Teacher Lin looked a bit disappointed. The two dance teachers, however, smiled happily. This time, during the military troupe audition, Miao Jiao Jiao and Meng Bao Bao were successfully accepted. In 2 days, everyone would go to the troupe to report. They would then be sent to a rural mountain area for 2 months of basic training. Back home, Meng Bao Bao excitedly shared the good news with her family. Everyone in the Meng family was overjoyed. Today, we must celebrate. I'll go buy some good food. Meng's mother, holding a basket of vegetables, happily left the house. On the way, whether she knew the people or not, she greeted everyone with a smile. A woman asked her why she was so happy, and she cheerfully replied, today, my daughter and her friends all got into the military arts troupe. Since we don't have much to host with, I'll go buy some nice food. The woman praised her, saying, your daughter is amazing. Really impressive. Meng's mother couldn't stop smiling and quickly waved her hands. Just SSO. My daughter was quite rebellious back then, insisting on going to the countryside to be a youth worker. I didn't expect to be away for more than a year, and as soon as I returned, I was told I must audition for the arts troupe. I couldn't stop them. Oh, this girl is always so unpredictable. She really needs some good guidance. The aunt. This is just too much to handle. That evening, the Meng family sat around the dining table, enjoying a hearty meal. Everyone had big smiles on their faces. The next morning, Miao Jiao Jiao left the house. Before coming to Beijing, she secretly contacted Hao Ge, the leader of the black market in the county town. He told her that once she arrived in Beijing, she should go directly to their designated meeting spot to deliver the goods. Following the address on the note, Miao Jiao Jiao took a bus for over half an hour, then walked for more than 20 minutes before finding an old alley.